Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to SoCalling 3. I am Colin Honigman from the Attack Action Podcast, joined by local man and Porto's enthusiast, Blake Meyer. How are you doing today, Blake?
I'm doing fantastic. I am excited for not only a day of flesh and blood coverage, but a day with friends, enemies, rivals, and we're probably going to get lunch in like 3 hours, so that'll be a cool side segue.
I'm excited for lunch, too.
But I'm looking for Channel Mount Heroics all day long, some Art of War turns that'll just be like, oh my gosh, look at all this crazy damage we never thought were possible. Well, think it's possible. It's going to be happening.
Oh, I've never done this before. This has never happened,
This
guys.
is how I built my deck exactly. Here's 33 damage. We're joined by our normal staff here at AGE. We got Justin, we got Evan, we got Connor, we got the people at Odyssey that keep the doors open. That's all those guys. We got some weekend stories to start us off today.
Let's jump right in.
Worlds.
Worlds. It's a thing. It's happening. It's like 2 weeks away.
Exactly 2 weeks from right now. Most people will be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to fly to San Jose.
Inflation, man.
Yeah.
It's crazy right now.
Some people from around the world maybe can't come, but the people that do come, I think 300-something participants in Worlds is maybe where they're going to be at. Of those 300, I think we have 12 to 13 from our area. I can't name them exactly because they're not all in my brain, but it is something like...
You said you knew all of them.
I do. Okay, I know them. Okay, here we go. So we got Andrew Rudin, we got Dennis, we got Anthony Del Taco, we got Craig. Who's the other A? Adam Feifels, Tyler Horspool. We're up to 6 already. Brianna, John Zapato.
Chris Aielli.
Chris Aielli?
I'm just going to assume he does well. I don't know if that's true. We didn't write this down.
Yeah.
We got plenty. We got a pretty good slice.
You're going to be seeing some world potential player, or not world. They already showed the potential of Worlds. They will be going to Worlds, and maybe this is one of the last major tournaments they're doing before that as practice. Because on the line today we have
$1,000.
And which
Real
would pay
dollars.
for half of a plane ticket to San Jose Worlds.
It's 1/4 of rent in Los Angeles.
Yeah, you better believe it. It's interesting because 1K, have we been doing 1Ks in Los Angeles before? Not really, I don't think. Maybe there was one other one in Hidden Fortress that wasn't recorded. I couldn't make it to that one. That's probably why I don't remember that one that well. But I don't know who won that one. But I don't think it was anybody that's maybe here today, or I wouldn't remember that.
Who knows?
Yeah,
only time will tell.
But next up, Aggro versus Control. That's always fun.
I know all about this because these are styles of play in Flesh and Blood. Is that right?
Yes,
100%. Got it.
In Flesh and Blood, what we were saying about this is like I think Aggro is the end all be all of our format in this game. So much of put your 4 cards down as hard as possible, and hopefully you didn't have a pitch card or you used a tunic, and you can do all 4 with the 5th card and a Phoenix Flame from Graveyard. Now we're touching 6 cards. Art of War means I can touch my 7th and my 8th card. Using my Mask Momentum gets me my 9th card. Ooh. And when your opponent only has 4 cards to block with and you're touching 9 cards in a certain way and doing extra bonus damages, you're just going to blow out your opponent.
Easy, man. Just play 5. Win the tournament.
Right.
You heard it here first.
And then you have the 2 heroes that could maybe slow down Fi, which are our ice ones. Actually, maybe even a third one. We do have some local Lexi players that you'll probably see on stream, and they're playing red Arctic Incarcerations. They're playing Hypothermia, and both of those would just say, hey, what's your next turn, Fi? Oh, nothing? Cool.
Nothing.
I'll put an arrow in my arsenal and hope for the best after you deal with Arctic Incarceration.
I really don't like red Arctic Incarceration because you're like, okay, I'll take this damage, and then I won't do anything on my turn.
Right. Because that's the thing. Is like usually as a 5 player, it'll be like, all right, I'll take your 4 to 7 damage, and then I'll do more. But if you put that Arctic Incarceration or that Hypothermia at the end, I already took the damage, and now I don't get to do anything afterwards.
Yeah, pretty wild.
Are there going to be here? Is there going to be an extremely good Oldham player sitting in the corner just ready to feast on this? I do not know. I think that will be a storyline today. We have our normal Guardians here. Trent is here. Craig is here.
Is Craig here?
Craig is here. Craig Pollock.
Hell yeah! Shout out to Craig.
And we always talk about Craig because Craig has won the last SoCalling. He's also won the last, like, this is his third time showing up to Odyssey. The first 2 times he won both tournaments. So we'll see if there was a third time that Craig can pull it together. Love that we got 69 girls chat in the thing.
Yeah,
Can't wait to hear what they're gonna say. We'll get that fixed whenever we get some support back here in a second. Fab 2022 in review. I think that's what we mean by that is like we started off with Everfest.
That was a weird one. It was a weird way to start the year. Let's be honest.
We stopped off in.
I think I blacked out during the Starvo meta.
Yeah.
It was a dark time for a lot of us.
Starvo was this year.
If you didn't play Starvo, it was a bad time. Even if you did play Starvo, it was probably not the most.
Are you
time.
part of the problem or part of the solution? That would be what I would say to Starvo players as we sat down. It was like, oh, no, it makes sense. 11 plus 4 with a frostbite because I want to ruin your next turn. It's like, what next turn? I've already blocked 7. I've blocked 3 cards worth of damage already.
So, yeah, we had that. We got a bunch of, like, fun items that have really yet to see much play at all.
I'm about to Amulet of Ignition all next fall, or what is it? Next spring with my rock.
You got that rock?
Yeah.
Drop that rock.
Rocking them up. rocking and rolling. I think the other thing about Everfest is like there's the strong. Everyone got at least one strong Majestic they're going to be playing forever. So I feel like that's kind of their thought process. Well, yeah, some got 7 of them. I think the thought process is maybe that's what we'll see in Dynasty is everyone getting a card that they'll play forever. That's what I'm hoping. Based on
is it going to be a lantern card?
I wonder what those lanterns are. Or if those are like, if those are like royal cards where it's like if you played a lantern this turn, go ahead and
do whatever you want.
5 health and double its effect or something. Then it'd be like, okay, that makes sense. But when we say Dynasty and beyond, yeah, like all I want, because we don't have rotation until Living Legend, is give everybody a strong Majestic and give everybody a rare that works with their new in the vault item that we all got.
Dude, you skipped over the rest of 2022.
Shoot.
I made a joke, and then we just went straight into Dynasty and beyond. But you know what? 2022 was overshadowed by Starvo, sadly.
Right.
But then, we had...
I put my time into Icelander. That was a fun couple months.
And now what are you on now?
I switched back to Rhinar, and we saw some real, like... Put your dice down. Roll. We're playing bad beats in our decks now. We're playing Rolling Thunder in our decks now. And then I've been tearing limb from limb. Ooh. And when you're going, and you're suplexing people. But then as soon as you play a Phi or a Lexi where they're like, you can't race me because I have on-hit effects and you don't, you're like, well, now I'm just a really crappy blocking deck that's just waiting to die. So as long as I don't play one of the main decks in the format, it's a really good deck to play right now.
Yeah. Rest of 2022, Pro Tour was Pro Tour 1 was this year. Both Pro Tours this year. Man, time no longer makes any sense to me.
Pablo won and Matthew won both this year.
Yeah, that's right. And then we had our really awesome Nationals series. Couple brutes, Queen Brute out in Malaysia. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Nitya for just crushing it. Biggest inspiration to brutes since Rhinar himself, I think.
Oh my goodness.
Or next to Blake.
Cadaver's Contraband goes in against Dromai. Have you guys at home? That's one thing. Like I played a Dromai list and I was like, okay, this deck is really strong. Why does it never win tournaments? Because I do want Dromai to like, when illusionists are in the meta, it's kind of more fun. For some people, for brutes. So. It is a thing of why isn't this deck that good? I was playing it. As soon as you play your first like Runeblade or Phi, you're just like, oh, you auto lose this match.
You're in for a bad time. Unless you're Justin, who seems to just win against Phi on Dromai every week. He avenges all my losses.
But playing as a Dromai into a Oldham, who is no slouch in our meta, I beat him by 33. I was like, this is the coolest experience I've had in months playing Flesh and Blood. So one thing I'm trying to go with above and beyond or 22 in review, play some decks you didn't think you were going to play. Borrow some decks from your friend. Find a new hero to fall in love with this year, because that's, I think, a good way to... We're seeing people, whether they're all-star Worlds players, saying, I'm so burnt out from this game. I don't know what to do. I'm so tired of this. I have to keep practicing because Worlds is in 2 weeks, but I'm losing the fun I've had in this. I think that's the thing. Like, I play more casually. I play more casual heroes. I play for fun, and I love this game. And even I'm going to complain all day long about some stuff. But it is a thing of, if you are burnout right now and you're going to do the whole, oh my gosh, I don't know what to do, and after Worlds, I may take a 3-month break, maybe play the game not at its highest level of all time.
Yeah, maybe play Talishar Lexi and just like have fun and ruin other people's days, because that is a thing. Shout out to the Orc Knight in the chat.
Boneless Lexi, our boss. Randy made it too. Did the chat now? That's great. Good to see him.
I totally agree with you, though. But like, I think 2022 is a year of change. You know, lots of things changing in the world. The economy is now bad. After the pandemic. After the pandemic,
the cards are a little more expensive.
Yeah, the cards have regained value, but not enough in a way that it really helps you if you buy boxes.
Right.
But it's still fun to collect. So we're all. But it's a year of change. I agree. I've been playing Fi because I was like, you know what? I'm tired of thinking so hard, and I just want to like
here to fight,
make them think, and just like play some cards. And it's not as easy as it looks, for sure. I definitely still lose, but I also tend to Art of War into like 2 blues, and are just like, cool. Well, I guess my turn sucks now.
You know who would never do that? Pro players.
Yeah, exactly. Pro players do not shuffle the same way I do.
And then. What's interesting, too, is we just did the Fab 22 in review, Dynasty and Beyond. Especially Beyond. Next year, we're having a new series of tournaments with AGE. It's called the AGE Open.
Let's check this out.
It's going to be pretty cool because it's going to be a circuit. I don't know if you've played Mario Kart before, where it's 4 races in a row that you got to...
Oh, yeah. And
they all end
in Rainbow Road.
Yeah, and whoever wins the most will get bigger and better prizes. That's kind of what the thought process is going to be here. Is there's going to be a monthly tournament starting in January for... we don't know how many in a row, but each one will be a 1K. So what we're doing right now will be every month. And then you'll earn player points. And at the very end, there will be a player's championship. And that's something that... If the monthlies are 1K, I feel like the big ones are going to be bigger.
Yeah.
But we're figuring out all the details. I think one thought process that's pretty fun about it is that we are going to do maybe like a game house thing for the final thing of all the people that make it, probably the top 8 or top 12 if you want to give a couple rounds more.
Let's go to the desert. Let's rent a big house with a pool. Blake and I will hang out. You guys will play... The championship, it's going to be great.
You ever heard of, what's the place where you go to the desert? Joshua Tree.
Joshua Tree. Let's go to Joshua Tree.
You ever heard of Joshua Tree? So that's a thing to be on the horizon about.
Yeah.
I think that's something where it's like, if you're a player in SoCal and you want to see, am I one of the best? And maybe I'm getting a little bit burnout by official organized play. What else is there for me to do instead of just playing with my friends or put my money where my mouth is, or any kind of in-between of I want to be the most pro player of all time or the most casual player. Look, I fell down and we got a little scrape
there. Got a little boo-boo.
Sheesh.
You okay?
The pros player, no, I'm not okay. The pros player to the most casual, there's something for you to do in SoCal, whether it's just armories. It's interesting. Are we getting a brand new CC hero in 2 weeks? Is that going to happen for us?
I kind of hope so, but I'm also scared because Starvo damaged me. But we'll see.
Right.
I think it'll be interesting if we do. I'm curious if they're going to continue to upgrade the original heroes into talented heroes. I think like a Shadow Azalea or something could be pretty sweet, but I have no idea. I don't make card games. We'll just I hope so, just because I don't really play the young heroes all that much, so they all seem kind of fun, but I don't know. I'm not going to spend my time doing it because I'd rather play Classic Constructed, which is our format for the day.
I think we love Classic Constructed in Los Angeles. Like, it's not a thing where we think of Blitz. I know there's a huge commoner group in Simi Valley. Shout-outs to Gary. I need to play that more. There's going to be lanterns for all commoners for now on. But I think the one thing that's on the horizon is the player versus environments.
Totally.
Because they keep printing heroes for specifically, and that doesn't feel like pit fight because there's no fighting going on. Whenever grab a silver token from the merchant, grab some protection from the guardian player. So player versus environment, I don't know if that's something you're at home being like, I want to play that so badly. That would be a way to have a more casual format where we can take down the Elder Dragon with my friends, and when the Fire Blast comes down, because I hang out with the judge, he's got the Adjudicator Typonus, and now we're going to throw the Firebolt from the dragon back to the dragon's right leg, and that's the coolest thing that ever happened. Maybe that's what all the design in New Zealand's going for.
It's just going to be your team versus Starvo, and then you have to try to win with 4 players against it. And you're not going to win. The hit effects apply to everybody all at once.
I'm going to take the top 4 cards off of Starvo's deck. There's a blue pitch and perfect lightning, ice, and earth. And here we go. It's happening.
All right, I'll stop saying Starvo. Okay. But yeah, I'm very excited about PvE. I think it just gives you another way to play with your cards that you already own. Right. Probably, playing with different kinds of cards and building different kinds of decks that synergize in interesting ways with each other rather than having to do it all in itself. So I'm excited about that. I always love co-op style games.
And I feel like that's a place where you could, let's experiment a little more.
Yeah.
Because we want to have fun. We're not trying to build as many rune chants as soon as possible to send over or build auras. That would be an interesting thing of I'll block in front of you while you build up all your auras, and then you just kill the dragon yourself, Prism in the back. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, people get to play kind of roles in other cooperative, I don't know, MMO.
And maybe the people in New Zealand right now, that's not coming out for 2 years, dude.
Well,
we're just
they said it would come out. They said it would come out, so I'm just going off that fact. I don't know when, but it's fun to think about. Hard to balance that using the same cards for all these different formats, but we'll see how many bans they have to throw on PvE.
Right. I don't think that's a thing, right? You're you guys are doing too good at beating a dragon that you could just say you beat anyway.
You could do organized play where they release special encounters and you have to bring your team and try to beat these crazy encounters. That could be a fun thing. I made that up.
I didn't think of that, of have it be an actual armory of
just another organized play event you have to now attend. So maybe not. Let's
I don't know.
Let's give ourselves a little break.
Let us have 4 armories a week at each store. I want to play this game 8 days a week. I'm getting quieter because everyone behind us got quiet.
Yeah, round 1 has been paired, so we're getting our first matchup of the day ready to go. I don't know who it's going to be.
So if you're on free girls chat, get off of it because we're about to get Abs Carmel. We got Welch's Fruit Snacks.
Dude, we got fruit snacks. We got Portos in the back.
Purified.
We've already eaten too much Portos, so we're good to go.
Yeah, the buttery, flaky crust has been inside of us.
Guava and cheese, baby. Let's go.
By the way, what are we playing for today?
Everybody,
this is way heavier.
So exciting. We finally upgraded. We got an even bigger trophy than last time. This thing is incredible. Are you ready, Blake? Let's see it. SoCalling 3 champion. Right on there. Brought to you by Arcane Games and Events. SoCalling 3 champion, October 22. That is the date, right? It's correct. You didn't mess up the date. This thing is heavy and large. If you see the thing behind me that's a large village, it's basically the same size as that. So.
And if any of these people in the back have an office to put stuff in, it's going to be an impressive piece on their desk.
It should go right in front. Like if you have people you meet with at your desk, it should be right up there so that they are intimidated by you when they come talk to you in your office. That, or you can like flatten your curled foils with it. I think it's actually pretty good for that.
Very heavy.
It is very heavy. It's a large trophy. I'm impressed with how big we managed to get this trophy this time.
This is from Crown Awards. They're not a sponsor, but
shouting them out. Neither is Hainan Chicken, but they're also really good.
You can call them for a free catalog and find an event for yourself. Hood ornament.
One day, Justin will take my advice and get a karate trophy to give to somebody, because I think that would be really great. We could probably even mod it to just like make it a brute character and just hope a brute wins.
Just put a +1 on its second attack and call it Ira.
Done.
Done. They were like, "Oh, you wanted a new hero? Well, best we have for you is Ira, but adult. She's back from the dead. She's a shadow ninja." And have you heard the rumor? Should I keep saying this rumor of there's a bunch of cards missing after Mechanologist?
I have not heard this rumor. What is the rumor, Blake? Okay. Tell me. I am.
Okay. So
spill that tea.
This is where I maybe should make YouTube videos about this stuff, because I love this stuff. I was really good at figuring out stuff in Uprising because of how they do their card galleries. Card galleries tell you everything. And so as soon as they have their first card gallery up and they're uploading some spoilers, every spoiler has a thing in the bottom left of here's the number of the thing, number of the card. So when you do all the numbers of the cards and you're looking at like, well, each hero should have about 12 cards based off of all the things from before, then it's like, oh, well, there should be stuff right now. Right now there's a block of cards missing behind Mechanologists. And usually how they do it is Illusionist isn't an M. They don't do it alphabetically. They do broop, 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 broop. And we're starting round 1. We'll be back later on the whatchamacallit.
Unknown. There's question marks. Here we go. Ooh, here it's gonna be an interesting fight today. We got Angel versus Tyler, Briar versus Oldhim. Just a match made in Tales of Aria Heaven. This should be an interesting one. Great graphic here too. Just really stepping up the production value here at Arcane Games and Events, and it looks like our game is underway. Let us check this out. Boom.
Angel is somebody that's been playing in Pasadena for the whole time. One of the first people to come to Odyssey Games. He's here every Tuesday. He's been playing Briar for a long time. Used to start out with Levia, so he loves things like that.
Oh, and right away we have a judge call. But yeah, Angel, great Brute player. I believe he switched to Briar when Brute just became too much.
Yeah, he was like, I would like to win some games a little bit more.
As we all deserve to win some games here and there.
And obviously he's going to be doing some Channel Mountain heroic stuff. I do not know.
Oh, did he not draw a card off of this round's on me?
Oh.
Not sure if that happened, but yeah, played as this round's on me.
We have a pitch card.
2 cards in hand. No. Oh yeah, I don't think he drew it. I think he missed the trigger.
And it's literally first, second jitters of let me slow down and figure out what's going on. I doubt Angel's played Tyler before. I'm sure there's some amount of awareness of I blew it on my first round matchup, and I'm playing one of the best players here so far.
I mean, maybe that's he's good. He's got the American flag right there on his sleeve.
Sheesh. And it's the way it flies backwards in the wind, because our flags don't run or something, right? Isn't that the whole thought process of it?
I don't understand flags. So, Blake, what are we expecting from Tyler in this matchup?
I mean, I think he's going to block pretty much everything and set up a second stack of I don't have a pulse anymore to just oak and old off the top 3 times a game randomly, so I have to set it up. Has to weather the storm of the Channel Mount heroic stuff, though. So it is kind of a who's going to draw into their better cards first, It's interesting to see this round's on me from Angel, though, because what does that do for you against Oldham? I almost feel like it's not a good card to play against Oldham because it gives him another card to block with, and he's not going to be attacking more than once pretty much ever.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting choice there. I mean, obviously it does kick in Briar's hero ability if you play 2 non-attack actions for that embodiment of lightning. But
Right.
yeah, as you say, it really it's a hard card. I always feel like the benefit of giving your opponent an extra card is pretty
Outweighed, yeah.
It pretty much outweighs the rest of it. And Tyler over here flexing his custom Frostbite token. Pretty cool. I wonder if that's one of those Polish ones they were giving out at Pro Tour. But yeah, Channel Lake Frigid coming in to ruin your day.
Cannot be fun for Angel to see it immediately like that.
I feel like Briar decks these days have a little more resources than they used to, so it's not always the worst, but it definitely isn't the best.
But we're going to pay for a Scar for Scar. It's going to have Go Again because, yeah, I'll take the Hammer to give this Go Again to set up my turn. Paid 1 for the Frostbite and 1 for the Lake, though.
Oof, that's rough.
So 2 damage for... He's literally yawning at his own turn because he's like, dang. They made 2 for 4 and Go Again. He's yawning a second time. He's like, Jesus. No, it's actually Angel Blake. Yeah, it's interesting seeing. I just feel like Tyler's gonna block everything.
Yeah,
it may not be fun to watch, but it's very gonna be just so good to. Here's how you can just take pressure from Briar and say not enough.
Yeah, I mean with the Ram's Head, he can cycle some good cards for late game. He can block up pretty well. He's not worried about pushing too much damage because he can just swing his hammer and be kind of happy with that. So this one's going to be a long game, I feel like.
Have you done the thought process of which shield is better for most matchups on this one? Of like, who cares about cutting down one Channel Mount heroic turn because with a Stalagmite, it's better to have the one block all the time. Assuming.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this one makes sense. I think if you are setting up your deck, with Ram's Head, you have the ability to cycle your cards, whereas Stalagmite, I think, is more about just like really messing up a turn, which I think probably better for Fi than Briar. I think Briar is a little less explosive turn to turn now, but not totally sure. Yeah, so it looks like we got 38 players today. Nice turnout for our local 1K SoCalling 3 tournament out here in Pasadena. The Frosty Hammer, 4 and a Frostbite, taking it yet again.
And it's interesting because it is just like, okay, you did a bunch of stuff. I took 1 damage. I blocked a whole bunch. I still have a card to swing a hammer over and over again. And anytime you block this hammer, I'm just going to take over the game. So it's like 10 straight turns of hammer may just be enough of I'm going to try to do stuff, but through Frostbite and through a Lake, none of my stuff is going to be effective enough to get over your entire defense.
So when do we start seeing everyone else start running Gorganian Tome just to like troll Briars and get the second card draw?
I feel like it's something where you have to do it in Crown of Providence card decks. And maybe the first time through your deck when you grab it, just keep it in your arsenal and clog it until the Command and Conquer comes down and send it later. But when you do draw it in the bottom 5, the last 2 turns of the game and draw the 5th card, you're going to crush your opponent.
No. So, got the
Lightning Surge. That'll have Go Again. Perfect block. Yep, I got it like that.
Gonna be that
Tyler's
all
just
day.
so good, and this deck is going to be so good against exactly what Angel's been going to be trying to do.
Yeah, I think it definitely is on Angel to kind of figure out how to sequence his turns in a way that makes it very difficult to block. But I think with the Ram's Head, he's going to be blocking for 4 pretty consistently. one chain link a turn, and then with all his defense reactions, it's definitely going to be a challenge to push damage. I mean, we're already here, Angel throwing all his cards across, and he is down on life.
He's had 3 attacking turns, and he's done 1 damage to the Grandfather of Eternity.
Honestly, I think the Rosetta is probably the best way to get his damage in there. I wonder. I haven't played much Briar. I definitely haven't played it into Oldhim like this, but I feel like if you can push more arcane damage, you're probably going to get there a little faster, because he has only 1 arcane barrier. So
what happened there is he broke the chain, and then that gave an ability for him to block 2 of the Rosetta with just the Ram's Head again. So that almost feels like, what was going on there? But we got attacking turn number 4. We're just waiting for a Channel Mount Heroic, basically, right? There's a Tome of Harvest. That'll help somewhat cycle through the deck.
Kinda. Yeah, pulls out more cards. Now he's got a ton of cards. Here we go. Just look at all my cards. He's even got another Tome of Harvest in there. That's pretty sweet. I think 2 Command and Conquerors and Nimbleism. So could be an interesting turn here. Give your Command and Conquer go again, and then do another Command and Conquer.
And I think Tyler's probably running at least 15 defense reactions. So maybe this is a chance to blow up the card in his arsenal. Well, you can't blow up the card in your arsenal because I run the hat that is the best card in the game. And we're going to give this go again. So this will be, I think, the first Command and Conquer, and then maybe another attack gets the Nimbleism boost later.
Oh, that could be interesting. I don't know what his other attack is, but yeah, he's coming in with the CNC with the go again. Pretty sweet. But as you said, Crown of Seeds makes you pretty much ignore Command and Conquer.
He's going to block it anyway. Maybe he really wants to play the card from Arsenal. By the way, I think 38's a great number. That's kind of where I thought we would be today.
Or it's just a defense reaction. He won't be able to play it this turn. 38's a great number. Yeah, really excited with our turnout here. Just a great local community out here in Southern California. People coming out from the extended region to play games together. So awesome chance to see some faces we only see at the bigger events, which we won't have for a little bit, I think. So
right.
It's
so after all of that, here's 12 damage you have to block, and he says, "Yeah, I have 12 in my hand that I'll block. I'll take a rune chat, and we'll try this all over again."
Yeah, pretty rough here. Angel's really gonna have to start looking how to eke in a little bit more damage.
And when Angel plays me on Tuesdays, he does not draw this badly. I don't know if he maybe sideboarded a little weird with some. Because even right now, what is he doing? He's pitching a red and a blue to do this a 3rd time.
Rune Chant and Command and Conquer. I mean,
I think
them's the cards you get.
As Oldhim, you're like, yeah, sure, I love this. I'll block 6 and take 1, and then here comes a Glacial Footsteps or something.
It is interesting to note that Angel is playing Creepers, so I'm curious if he is closer to a Matthew Folk style deck. I haven't seen any Belittles yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them. But that could be a way for him later on when he sets up to push his turns a little bit wider and get some of this damage in there. So he's closing the gap a little bit, but this is going to be a very incremental exchange of a game, despite the fact that they're throwing cards at each other. But Here we go. Just you love to see it when you're Bravo or Oldhim. Spinal Crush coming in.
Yeah, because this is where I have 5 to 6 block on my equipment. Is it worth blocking this because I have a Channel Mount Heroic in my hand finally? Why did my opponent wait until I had a Channel Mount Heroic to throw the Spinal Crush? Why does this keep happening to me? Maybe that's what's going through his head.
That's the kind of luck I get when I play these high rolly style decks. Because
I do think playing, I'll block some and play out a Channel Mount Heroic if you have the blue Earth card isn't strong enough. Because you kind of, when you do play your first Channel Mount Heroic, you have to play an attack as well.
All right.
So we're going to commit 4 block from our equipment. So it feels like he's trying to avoid a crush. So he can play cards and keep going on his turn.
Do we know what he's got in Arsenal? I don't know if I saw that.
I do not remember. Took 3 damage, so the crush doesn't happen. So we'll probably see a Mount Heroic come down. And it's what can he do off the Mount Heroic? Can he chain them? Can he get a bunch of damage? I don't think that's going to happen right now, so we'll just play it and either play a 0-cost attack. So that's a 7 damage attack coming in. That'll have go again. If he has a fuse card. No, that's one from hand. Yeah, that's one from hand.
The other card was embodiment. The other turn, I think he did fuse that one. But yeah, lightning surge from Arsenal, go again. I think he's got the lightning instant reaction.
Lightning press.
Lightning press. That's the one.
That's gonna be a pain.
I think he's got that in hand, but ooh, does he pitch extra for it? Does he sniff out this thing? No.
I don't think it's worth playing a lightning press to do 1 damage over the top of this, because staunch response is one of the best blockers you can have during a Channel Mount Heroic turn.
Yep.
I think it's smart to not save it for a worse attack later, because who cares? I'm gonna block 7 whether it has a defense or on hit or not.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. Swing Rosetta, chip a little bit of damage in there.
And once again, okay. When we did some arcane and then we did some physical, so here's a big attacking turn. He's only down 8 damage when most other heroes would probably be down in the 20-somethings right now.
Ooh, here we go. Winner's bite.
I'm going to make you discard a card no matter what, because you don't have a tunic trigger yet.
Would you like to donate a card? Well, he did have a tunic, and he just used it to swing his Rosetta.
I think Winner's Bite is always a pain, because it's like you have to kind of do some bluffing in your head of, does my opponent have multiple of these? Mm-hmm. Should I pitch a card that has more than what they want, just in case they have another one in the back?
Yeah.
And if they do have here's a red one, it's like, I'm just going to discard a card. I don't want to pay 3, lose one of my best pitch cards for my turn that I'm trying to go over the top with damage with Channel Mount.
Yeah, definitely one of the harder maneuvers to make against the ice decks when they ask you this question of, are you going to pitch, you're going to discard, how much are you going to pitch, like, are you going to waste those resources?
You're going to do all of it.
You're going to have a bad time is what Tyler is telling him right now. He's looking okay. He's always bringing the serious,
He's like, I have put my opponent in a decision where all of it sucks for him, and I have another decision after this where it's going to be, it sucks for all of him again. You kind of hate to see this if you're cheering for Angel, because he doesn't have the Crown of Providence anymore.
Yeah.
Didn't get much off the Crown of Providence except blocking the crush from a Spinal Crush. So we're going to get rid of that card, which was the Lightning Press. So maybe it would make sense to Lightning Press the thing, because the only way he gets punished is if his opponent has Command and Conquer, and that's what happens, because Tyler's just that good. Now we have Angel with a
3-card hand. Channel Mount Heroic out.
Not
3 card to keep it out.
Does not feel like we're going to have a second round of this. So it is like, we're hoping for at least 14 to 17 damage from Angel on this one. If not, he's going to be too far behind.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's going to swarming for 6 with Go again and a Rune Chant off a Grasp, and then maybe Rosetta. Like, really
Tyler
unfortunate.
moving to say, yeah, I'll
taking the Rune Chant.
Probably the Rune Chant.
Don't care. Block out. Don't care.
Yeah.
I never get this kind of Mount Heroic turns against me. The last time, I'm pretty sure Rihanna hit me and then chained into another Channel Mount Heroic for 2 out in the same turn, and then did it again right after that, and then I was done in 4 turns. So coming in with the other swarming, pretty good. Gets all the cards, getting 4 damage in there. That's what you want to see. Really, I think getting to Rosetta is how you're going to push damage in this matchup.
So that's a 16 damage turn. I lied.
Pretty,
legitimately 17 damage turn, but I'm blocking 12 of it. So you can't have that be your Channel Mount Heroic turn and talk about, oh, it was so good. I got a Channel Mount and did 4. You're like, oh no. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no is right.
But Angel gets another attacking turn. So maybe it is a thing of what can we do? We see Revel and Runeblood, which will always be a way better card than not. We haven't seen Tyler using the defense reaction hero power to put a card on top.
Oh yeah, not yet. I mean,
I feel like that's
happy
probably
to
a bad
out.
idea for this matchup.
Yeah, I think he's more interested in just having Angel's cards be ineffectual and go to the graveyard.
And now this is one of the strongest plays because you're going to Tunic to... Oh, no. He's just Tunicking to get ahead. Tunic to have the resource floating. Interesting. I thought he was going to use his...
I think he was using it for the arcane damage.
Interesting.
Just playing the priority correctly, activating Tunic. He must be practicing on Talishar.
Yeah,
that's one of those windows that you only know existed on Talishar.
I think that's a thing where, like, when you are a pro player about to head 2 weeks into Worlds, and you need to be on your P's and Q's way more so than the commentator team of, like, I need to know exactly where I say the exact thing. And maybe this is a great way to practice it one final time before all this is... Yeah, that looked really weird to everyone else. That is probably the right way to do it, though.
Thank you, Patrick. There was no non-attack action played, so there was no 2 arcane on the Rosettas. Still not a bad turn for his 3-card hand. That looked
awful.
Looked pretty bad from the start. So here we go again. Ravenous Rabble. I didn't see what he revealed, but it was either a red or a blue.
It's an interesting thing of starting off the whole tournament on an Oldham game. It's like, I don't know who chose this. Like the they 5 players are all in the bathroom right now.
They said Tyler Horspool's here. Let's put him on stream.
What else? Looks like they're done already. We got a lot of people in consternation in the back.
Just standing around, waiting for Oldham to finish his game.
Honestly, if I sat down against an Oldham round 1, it is kind of like, damn, all right, here we go. It's another 4 damage attack that's going to get blocked pretty much completely. I think Tyler's just waiting for probably the whole Oak and Old. One Oak and Old will just close this game out.
I know he's blocked with at least 2. So
E-Strike for 7 for sure, probably. Just trying to do extra damage. Great. I'll block one for 6. I mean, he's getting some damage through, and there hasn't been a strong turn back from Tyler in a while.
Yeah. So definitely a better position than he was to start the game. He's closed the gap. He is a little bit behind, but I do think it just is on Angel.
Pass, yeah.
It's more on Angel to win this game than it is for Tyler. I think Tyler's in a strong position where he's got a lot of cards in his deck, and he's going to keep more in there than Angel will. So the more Angel keeps throwing his attacks against the brick wall of Oldham,
right.
I guess the ice wall of Oldham, the better Tyler's chances get to win this game. I do think, the challenge on the Oldham side is making sure you just balance the amount of damage you're taking so that you don't get to that position where it just gets harder and harder to win the game and survive to that point where Briar is fatigued.
He's like, let me look at that graveyard. I want to see how many defense reactions you've already played.
What's he looking for in there? Did he pause on any cards?
No, he did not. He just said, just Wasting time, dude.
You're gonna fatigue me. I'm gonna fatigue
yeah,
you.
I'm gonna fatigue you right back, bro. I'm tired of this. It's interesting. I feel like we've seen a lot of strong cards from Angel already too. When it comes to like when you're Oldham, what's your least favorite attacks to see from Briar? Like you've seen all 3 Command and Conquers already. There's already 1 Enlightened Strike down. There's a second Enlightened Strike in his hand right now, I think. And so that's coming down for 10. And it's like, you need to kind of, to get around Oldham, you kind of, tall attacks are where he shines at blocking because we have the staunch response. So yeah, 10 plus an Arcane, most people would be like, oh my gosh, what do I do? Most of the time, the Oldham player's just going to go, okay, well, I'll maybe use my defense reaction, hero power to block 2, plus a defense reaction from Arsenal and hand, and just crush it and still hit you for a hammer. You're like, we know this already. We've seen Oldham 100 times. It's just interesting because 10 is very strong against pretty much every deck besides the one he's playing against right now.
Ain't that the truth?
And currently he has access to Terra Sunder in his deck, or in his hand. So this may be a thing where, yeah, I don't care about this vanilla damage because I'm going to hit you with a dominated attack that completely cripples your next turn.
I feel like he's probably going to block out, though.
Taking
10 taking 10 here would be pretty risky
against the whole game plan we've been doing.
That's the kind of move Blake and I would make. Be like, ooh, I've got Terra Sunder. I'm gonna take this
I've
damage.
been waiting for this.
I'm gonna play it out, and he's like, nope, I'm blocking with Terra Sunder and Spinal Crush because I know how to play this deck. I'm going to Arsenal, swing my hammer, and not take any damage.
Oh, and commit some extra equipment stuff. We have an Earth and an Ice in Tyler's hands, so I'm wondering if this would be a time where chance it a little bit and keep those in your hand instead of putting them in your arsenal to try and draw Oakenol. But I don't know where the window is for that, if that makes sense at all, or everyone's like, that is not how Oldham's played ever. Because you don't have a pulse anymore.
Yeah.
You lose the whole access to, wow, I was just given this in my hand, thank the Lord. But now Oakenol is a decision that you guys are always making together. This is a hammer for 4 with an ice.
Yeah, I'm curious with the banning of Pulse if Oakenol becomes less of a priority to try to play just because it is less likely to be fused and just costs a bit more on having to have those cards in hand. Or maybe just something you only set up second cycle. But like I said, so far he's blocked with all the Oakenol he's seen. Is that the third one in his hand? I think it is. Yeah, so that's the third one. We'll see here if whether or not he values that card in this matchup. He might not, and then we will have learned something.
He should have taken 10 Terror Thunder and been given the Oakenol. This game would be over. You just gotta listen to Blake, man.
Blake will bring the aggro to the control because that's the way we play it. We get excited by the cards in our hand. What can we say?
How has Angel not seen a second channel Mount Heroic yet, too? Because he's got to shuffle his deck better.
Maybe he let Tyler shuffle it. That was the problem. I'm always a big fan of not shuffling my opponent's deck because I'm pretty sure my luck is worse than theirs. So I'd rather their luck determine the factor. My luck is worse for myself, better for them. Yeah.
It's making sense now.
Yeah. It's bad. It's bad for me, whatever I do. Here we go, another E-strike.
The third E-strike.
Paying for it.
Feels like he's going to give it go again, probably.
Yeah, not sure.
This is where the Ice Hero Power would just obliterate his turn and be so annoying. Oh, drawn a card. So maybe he has a way to do something with his Spellbound Creepers to keep this going.
He didn't play a non-attack. Oh, wait, no. You just have to play an attack. Yeah. That's the other Runeblade cards.
And he has a Tunic to pay for it. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah, this will be a good turn for that. I can't see. Does he have a Sonata in it? No. Can't tell. Ooh.
Not worth paying for the shield at all. No, we paid for Crown of Seeds. It's blocking all 5.
Boom.
Usually people turn their Crowns of Seeds sideways.
No, he didn't do it. He just sunk a card. He didn't pay for it.
Oh my goodness, Blake. 21. There it is. Okay, everybody. They're doing the damage later. Okay, I'm so confused. Spellbound Creeper immediately touching
Activation.
it. We have 1 floating. Let's use our Tunic to go back to 2. Sonata.
Nice. Great card off the Creepers. Paying 2 into it. Can
Draw
reveal 4 cards. Here we go. Let's ride this casino all the way.
Uh-oh. He said, I'm going to do something.
Ooh. Is he going to?
No.
I don't know what. I guess he could crown there, but.
That is a 1 for 4.
1 for 4.
But a good card to grab.
That's.
Because it can maybe get you a
how
Arsenal
Sonata
for
gets
later.
You. That's what Sonata gets you sometimes is not much. So many times
It's
I've just
so
whiffed on
interesting watching an Oldham deck because, like, I'm not playing, right? Like, we're having fun. We're up in the booth. We had Guava already. This is sapping my energy of just, like, watching, like, somebody blocking everything. Like, there's no, like, getting into the groove of something. And, like, Tyler's choosing to play at his pace and do this to your opponent. It's interesting that even me in, like, falling into that layer of the pace is being dictated by Tyler. He's trying to do stuff. There's no point to a bunch of Angels turns because we're just blocking it completely out.
Ooh, Lightning presses the snatch. All right. That's fun. We'll take that. Draw that
we
card.
get an Arsenal. It's just, I haven't played against an Oldham in a while, I guess, that's done this to me. But it feels like he's sapping the energy out of this game.
Yeah. It's sometimes watching Oldham feels like you're watching someone do their taxes.
Right.
It's all very technical. It seems correct. There's lots of
annuities
numbers
part
involved.
Right now, yeah.
Like,
like, well, my grandpa still owns the farm. Do we
but
get
he put my name on it,
dividends?
so I guess I have to pay taxes.
Yeah.
Creepers did get destroyed there. No arcane damage coming through. Not the best
Ramble, though, that'll work.
activation there. All right, cool. We got a
Do some Arcane
Toma
and
Harvest.
some
There we go. Channel
Time.
Mount Heroic.
That's the other thing is we could have awful hands the whole game and just draw back-to-back Channel Mount Heroics and do an ungodly amount of damage.
Yeah, so he fused it. Was that a red?
Snatch will have go again from
I think that's a red. So is that +3 too?
Yes.
Nice. So coming in for 10.
9. I lied. No, Snatch is 4. Yeah.
Yeah, Snatch is 4. So
Snatch is
coming in for 10
10
here with the hit effect and 1 arcane damage.
Nice.
Gotta love it. Bramble Spark, just a good card.
And Angel's going, okay, I was yawning earlier. Now
Okay,
the
now
energy
I
is completely sapped out of me.
You gotta snap out of it.
I got my Channel Mount Heroic in, and maybe I can breathe as long as we don't get an ice reaction.
Someone get Angel a monster energy drink
Yeah.
to overcome
In
the
response,
sleepy
I
Oldham
will
player.
knock the Monster Energy drink out of your hand.
and slap you in the face.
No, he's back to yawning. I told you. I thought the energy is sapped.
Yawning is a normal reaction when you're nervous. So,
Is
you
it?
know, Angel's on stream, so I'm sure he's feeling nerves
If
against
someone-
renowned player Tyler Horspool.
And we got a block for 10, so that's got to feel good if you're Angel. If you're like trying to do something. And then here's
And
a
it
second snatch.
Snatch again.
This one will be for 7.
Easy 7. Let's see if Tyler takes this.
And this will be fantastic because this will set him up for a 5-card turn with Mount Heroic up. So Tyler's like, what the heck? I was blocking perfectly this whole game. And now what just happened to me?
I think he's got like a winner's bite in hand. Or no, a winner's grasp. Yeah, okay.
So that
He's gonna
blocks
block
2, but I don't block more than...
plus the crown. So he'll take
draw a card.
a
You
little
got
bit.
the only card you can't put in your arsenal, or you automatically lose.
What card?
So
did
that
you get?
could not be. That could be the worst card ever. I think it's a Tome of Harvest, right?
Is it really? Oh, no.
I think he ripped the Tome of Harvest, but he put it in the arsenal anyway, which I don't know if that's a smart idea. Hopefully I'm wrong and it's not a Tome of Harvest, but that could be the worst possible thing to get.
I'm not sure. It could be. I think he.
Maybe it's an Amulet of Earth too. Those cards kind of look the same at a glance.
All right, let's see.
By the way, we are going to fix the wire that's in front of Tyler's face. It was a earthquake moment downstairs.
We get them all the time here in Southern California. If you're not familiar with the region,
seismic shift that is our meta going everywhere. You know. Let's go ahead and get a deeper look into Angel touching his cards. We got a blue pitch to make a.
There's grasp. Oh,
no, it was a force of nature.
It's
That's
exactly
way better,
the card
Blake.
you
What
want
are
in
you
Arsenal on a
doing? That's
Channel
not
Mount
Mark
Heroic
Bull.
turn. Here we go. This is what Briar Prayers live for.
Yeah.
Is fusing force of nature. Gonna draw hopefully a bunch of cards, but against this deck it might be rough. Let's see. Is he gonna play that Earthlore Surge too? That'd be so funny. Oh no, he's got a Weave Earth.
And I think this is something where Angel's like, I have been playing not great hands, and I'm 2 ahead, and I'm about to do, quote unquote, a combo turn that's gonna, if anything hits, just draw cards and do extra stuff. Autumn's Touch, though, that can't be your favorite attack to play.
I mean, he's buffed up pretty hard here. I don't even know what this is coming in for. It's
His
probably
Force
a
of Nature
blue.
says +1. Channel Mountain says +3.
Weave
Plus
Earth.
Weave Earth is another 2, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think he fused it.
Then it's just 1, so that one's not that great.
And then it's a blue Autumn's Touch. Is that
And I think if
for
you're
4?
Tyler, you're like, wow, I just dodged every single bullet.
yeah.
And yeah, I'll just take care of this with 1 card and swing a hammer back at you.
Arcane damage coming through.
And he has a 2/2 Rosetta. But that may be a... who
Damn.
cares? Maybe I swing a hammer back at you to try and ruin your thing.
Staunch
But,
response
yep.
is
There-
tough.
The flow counter on the Earth... Is it called a flow counter for Earth stuff too? Or did they switch up the words for everything? Because I know flow's an ice term. FLOE? Which one of those is a FLOW maybe? So flow counter is going to be checked, and there are 2 Earth cards in pitch, so there's
Yeah.
a 3rd turn of channel.
And very good chance that he draws another Channel Mount Heroic here. Nope, he's got Candlekeep. Candlekeep? No, that's from D&D.
Yeah, Candlehold.
Candlehold.
So he can go grab a Channel Mount Heroic if he wants to. I think this is an easy take 4 because Tyler's down to 12.
Yeah.
And another Channel Mount Heroic. Like, this would be... If Angel can find 3 attacks on this turn, this will be something where almost got the whole thought process of stealing the game back with Channel Mount Heroic.
I do see an Earthlore Surge and was that a Coax of Commotion? Yeah, okay, so he somehow needs to get go again. Or else
There's
this is going to be a
there's a lot of dead
stilted
end
turn.
cards in his hand.
Yeah. I feel like, yeah, he's got to pitch this Autumn's Touch, Earthlore Surge into
Candlehold.
I want to call it Candlekeep again. Gets to go again.
I'm gonna go
hit the
grab
Coax.
2 things. Probably not attacks. Probably just non-attack actions twice. Maybe Force of Nature and a Channel Mount Heroic, because there's only 1 Channel Mount Heroic available in there.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. Easy
Nice.
pick there. I feel like if you have an Earth card that you can keep in your hands besides your arsenal, maybe you would just go grab the Force of Nature.
Yeah, I don't think he does, though. He's
No, I
got-
guess you could Force of Nature first and fuse with the Channel Mount Heroic in hand,
Yeah.
and then do something else with that. There's
Yeah.
a lot of... I think the more and more it's been since Fusion Mechanic is a very interesting, like, you have to sequence your cards correctly to get the most bang for your buck. And maybe he just needed an attack right now. Oh, yeah, that's an elemental. Does it work? Yep, elemental's written on candle holds. You just haven't seen anybody grab this. It's elemental, earth, or lightning.
Nice.
So you can have access to that card.
Those going on top. He's going to play this Coax. The Coax is going to come in for 10, I think, because of Earthlord Surge. Is Earthlord Surge +3?
So
yeah.
He's saying I put the lightning card first on top. So if I draw a card from this, I'm going to have a card that goes into my arsenal that says gain go again if this is an arsenal. Or no, it's the fuse card.
That's the fuse card, yeah. But it's still pretty good in Arsenal. Oh, here we go.
Maybe he needed the other lightning card. But
Covering
he's probably thought of this. And Tyler getting out of there without taking damage, I thought that would maybe be the beginning of the end if he had some of his go again attacks.
Yeah.
Yes, there's another Channel Mount Heroic in Angel's hand, but
doesn't look like he has the resources to play it, though. This is going to be an awkward one. I hope that Tyler doesn't have a CNC, which he doesn't, but, you know, if it seems like he's going to have to arsenal this channel. And
also, I'm thinking about Tyler's deck right now. Like, what threats are still in his deck to, like, close this out? Because maybe you don't need a threat. Maybe you could hammer just 4 times. But that feels like you're going to need one big attack to close out. And we know there's 2 Oakenolds in the graveyard. I don't know. There's no way you can pulverize after blocking. So that's not going to happen. I doubt there's even a thought process of that. Would something like a Cranial Crush be enough? Or is it like, no, we need one of our stronger attacks that has Dominate with some discard on it?
He did pitch a Macho Grande very early in the game, so I think something like that just has it built in is going to be pretty powerful because it requires just the resources and no combination of specific cards, which, you know, for sure his deck has the resources to play something like that. So, you know, I think usually I would assume he's just chipping damage and then coming in with Dominate to win the game. As Angel has fewer and fewer options to block with equipment, as he's got 1 counter on Grasp and just Tunic left. So this turn is not going to be great. He had to pay to get a Rune Chant to come in for 1 and 4 to keep his channel that he's going to likely arsenal. And then I think he's got a Coax in hand. And this is just
like, we're showing up to the middle of the battlefield and say, hey, I don't really have anything. You don't really have anything.
Yeah.
Let's just try again tomorrow.
Honestly, that candle hold was kind of weirdly timed because, maybe not. I was going to say because he was probably close to his 3rd Channel Mount Heroic in the deck, and then he shuffled it, but I think he just drew 2 Channel Mount Heroic. No, that couldn't be.
He has a Channel Mount Heroic, so...
Oh, it's a Bramble Spark. I know, is that 2 channel?
What the heck? How many? Wait, what?
Because he played 1.
Are those 2 Channel Mount Heroics in his hand? Did he not put it in Arsenal? Maybe that's what happened.
Oh, okay. It was like,
no
do we have a 4 Spinal Crush situation
that's
again?
What happens. Never mind.
So here we go.
We're coming our thing go again. There's some weird pitching here. Tyler's like, looking at it like, what's going on here? He wants to Coax. Coax is more important to me. He's doing all of this through a Frostbite, which is an interesting pitch strategy, too. Because that Channel Mount Heroic's going to go to the bottom of his deck and never be seen again.
I'm curious. Oh, does he have 1 floating? Oh, no, there's a Frostbite token. That's why. Okay. He had to pay extra for the channel. Interesting that he had the channel in hand. I would have been... I don't know. I don't know what the thought process is there if one or the other is correct, but I feel like you want to arsenal that channel, but...
And then maybe this is what playing against Oldhim does to you, where you're like, I have been thinking about banging my head against this wall for 45 minutes, and nothing's been working. This is my last-ditch effort here, but not the card. And I'm going to do some damage, but you ask your opponent, you ask Oldhim, do you have a defense reaction in hand? Yes, I do.
You bet.
I'm literally the only
your
hero that
ass
still plays these. Not just Sinks and Fates, but all this other stuff too.
Everyone else seems to be playing a little bit. If you're not playing Fi, I feel like you're probably playing a couple.
You're playing Sinks and Fates to fight Fi.
Yeah.
Firefight. Maybe that's why they named him Fi. Fight fires with sink below cards and stuff.
Fight fires with Fi. All right. Coming in on 10 minutes left in the round. The clock was adjusted slightly to match our floor timer. So getting pretty close here. I'm not too worried about a draw situation, but it's something you always got to keep in mind in this matchup. Tyler is definitely here for a long day of
Oldhim only
full-time matches. That, kudos to him. It's a hard thing to put yourself through, and
it feels like Angel has at least 3 red cards in his hand, which is maybe why he's like, am I really about to take this and hope for the best? There's some purple in that card. Is that his last swarming? Yep.
Yeah, swarming. I think, is that a force of nature and a nimblism and an autumn's touch? He's got the autumn's touch. That's probably a blue. But he might,
because nimblism's
but
great.
he has to pay for that. Oh, that's gonna be rough. This is gonna be a rough turn for Angel to navigate. I think he definitely wants to.
Autumn's touch grass, so it is a blue.
It is a blue.
That's gonna cost everything.
What did it cost?
Everything. I don't even know who you are. Sheesh. We watch Marvel movies. I haven't in a while though.
We watched all of them in sequence during the pandemic, so it'll probably be a bit before I watch them again.
Nice.
So here we go. What is Angel to do? Nimblism seems like a good choice.
We gotta watch the Maze Runner movies again. That's what I haven't done in a while.
Do you like seeing teenagers brutally murdered? Watch the Maze Runner movies.
Maybe not then.
I think they're uplifting. I don't know.
So 3 plus 3 plus what is in my hand right now?
Any 3-block Phyllis.
That's a troll in the chat. Boot that person immediately.
What are they?
Who's
Who's blocking
Brian,
in 5?
Yeah. We did a rune chant, so this has go again. So base 3 plus 3 plus 3 is 9 plus 1. We'll block the rune chant. Very interesting pitching the staunch response to block the rune chant.
Troll's getting trolled in the chat. Shout out to
Ice React to get rid of that card.
Ooh, there we go. Been waiting all game for that, and that was a good moment for it. Tyler really picking his moment to just really nerf this turn.
And so that feels bad because it's like, okay, I took a hammer to set this up, and you just deflected it without trying. Not trying. There's some trying going in here.
He got 2 damage in, which is not nothing, but
there's another Channel Mount Heroic in Angel's hand already.
Ooh, here we go. That's the final one. It's
What are you wanting these 2 blocks left over for on your equipment if you're Angel? You probably just want the tunic activation first, so you're probably not going to use it. But I'm wondering if it ever makes sense to block 3 and your grass to save a frostbite.
Definitely does make sense, but it's a hard choice to make, especially without an arsenal. I think no matter what he does, it's going to be a lackluster turn. That Force of Nature going back on top of his deck was really unfortunate for Angel. I think that would have been a great card to arsenal.
Yeah, there's the 4 block. I want to keep the frost off of me, please. I would like to kill you. We have another Coax? Is that what that is?
Ooh, I feel like did Angel just miss Embodiment of Earth?
No!
On that last turn, and therefore could have blocked for 4 with Force of Nature?
This round on me feels so bad. Like, you're giving Oldhim an extra card to use all of his defensive options and then still have something afterwards to do like a suplex in the back.
Yeah,
but
especially if you don't have a second non-attack action. Like, that's really rough.
Like, he's out of gas in his deck. Like, I'm sure there's literally 3 attacks left, and they're all Earth cards that were used to start his whole deck. Like, it's like 2 yellow Autumn's Touch and 2 blues Autumn Touch. I know he doesn't run yellow, but 3 blue Autumn Touch is all that's left, plus Cokes. And Tyler's probably like, okay, cool. Let me make sure the math in the back of this. Can I attack? You get this disable out of here. Who cares about disable?
Is this round on me only attack action cards -1?
Any attack.
Any attacks -1? Okay. That is pretty good against the hammer, but it is...
Turns it into a 3 that says who cares.
Definitely just makes it so that old him can just more easily than usual block out your turn, especially when it is only a single attack.
Right.
So here we come
just
in.
Just a hammer.
For 3. This
There's
round's on me.
No pummel has been pitched or shown from Tyler this whole time.
Ooh.
So there's no gotcha here.
No, he's just playing straight up old him. I will outvalue you and block everything you got.
And so I think Angel is like, great, I'll take 3. So maybe this round's on me didn't have Tyler levers that extra cards. So for as much as I just said how bad it was, nothing really negative happened to Angel there. So maybe he knows something I don't, but it feels bad.
Feels bad. All right.
Angel just switched Tunic, but it says 3 on it, so Angel has a guardian himself of remembering Tunic. Because he's going to need that Tunic right here.
Ooh, here we go. Pitching
what is even left in
it.
your deck, Angel, to grab?
We're about to find out. There's not much left in that deck. It's looking pretty
4
thin.
cards, please. Half and half this round.
Ooh.
All non-attack actions. Immediate scoop.
I mean, if anything, it's good he gets to shuffle his deck.
I mean, the beginning of the end literally started turn 1 against Hold'em, but this is the beginning of the beginning of the end.
This is chapter 2 of the end.
Yeah.
Brought to you
same
by...
verse as the first.
Nah, it's been a good match. Angel's definitely...
He had some bad turns early.
He had some really bad turns. Didn't see his Channel Mount heroics. And then when he did, they were not as explosive as you would hope they would be normally. So...
Because maybe some pressure from Rosetta just gets him to where he needs to be to, like, get all the cards out of Tyler's hand. And he does have access. He didn't use he didn't need his Tunic, but the Tunic is there to, I can block a Tunic and survive with 1 off a hammer.
He is getting blizzarded right here, and that's too bad because I think he really was hoping to hit that Rosetta to push some more damage. That's really his only shot here is to, like, force all the blocks he can, but I think Tyler's dead. Oh, here we go. Oakenold.
Oakenold for game.
The 1 is all he needed.
Dang. Angel's like, what? I didn't even get to look at my cards yet. What do you mean Oakenold for game? Get out of here. I have... I can block 4. I'll take 5. Yeah.
Oof. Good game. Good job.
That feels like Tyler is playing at a professional level. He's won some pro tournaments. He's in some top 8s that you know this person. He's laughing at the end of this. There was just some bad turns from Angel. And it did feel like this person is just setting up an Oakenold, and when it happens, it'll be game over.
Yeah.
And it happened.
And you just played it patiently. That's how you got to do it. You don't want to leak that damage. You don't want to get too angsty when you see a Tear Asunder in hand. That's why Blake and I are up in the booth just talking instead of out there playing games. But speaking of games, let's take a look at our meta breakdown for the day.
Yeah.
We've got this set up.
38
Here we
people.
go.
How many?
Boom.
Okay, so this is going to be every 15 seconds. It's going to change, y'all. Guardian meta. What the heck? That is not what I expected at all.
11 Guardians. Wow.
I hope somebody brought Brute.
A little bit of Dromai, Briar, Visrai, and
Zero
Leviathan.
Brute. What do you mean Zero Brute when Levy has 2
There's
right
a
there?
Shadow Brute. We got 2 Shadow Brutes
Somebody
here.
doesn't even know the game.
Excited about that. Ooh, 2 dash.
Lexi.
And
1 Lexi.
And no Azalea.
Did Michael bring Kano? Is that the Kano player? He just lost. Well, how crazy.
Yeah, 1 Lexi.
How many dashes? 2 dashes, Coppola.
2 dashes. And no Azalea. I assume that's a shout out to Oscar, who is not playing Azalea today. I think he's playing Briar. So yeah, look, pretty good mix of people.
Guess I would have played Reiner into this, and it would have been, I don't know. You have a 50-50 against these Guardians. No Bolton.
I believe Allen is playing Icelander. I think someone's saying.
Has to be a weird thing to like go from being a specialist and all that to we're doing a brand new thing with this.
Sometimes you gotta just accept that your deck might not be the best choice into the meta. So great mix of heroes, though. Excited to see what our next matchup will be. I think we're going to take just a short break.
I'm going to be like, let's see on Oldham in the championship rounds, but until then, but there's so many Oldhams. Maybe we'll get a Bravo versus somebody.
Maybe we'll get a Bravo versus Oldham and see who can out-Guardian each other.
Jesus.
TBD, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks, everyone, for sticking around for SoCalling 3, brought to you by Arcane Games and Events. I'm Colin. This is Blake. We'll be back in a second.
Arcane Games.
And Events. Oh. Welcome back.
Welcome
we are here,
back.
round 2 at the SoCalling 3, after a slog of a first round, Oldham versus Briar. I think we have a interesting match coming up next. What do we have on deck?
We said one ice hero wasn't enough. Is there any way we could do 2 ice heroes? And they were like, yes, and let's have it be a mirror match.
Mirror match time with 2 people I did not expect to come with Icelander decks. We have Alan and Anthony. Alan, a local legend from San Diego, normally playing Sir Bolton himself. But today,
Anthony switched recently too.
he's
So
on the Ice Queen. So
I think it is an interesting matchup of these people are bringing different play styles from their favorite decks. Of Anthony's been playing Chain,
Briar.
Katsu, Phi, Briar. Like, he's been all around those for a long time. So it's a completely different departure for him. And maybe Alan, there's not much you can take from Bolton to be like, this also makes sense for Icelander.
I think there's a lot of delicate sequencing in Bolton that probably makes sense in Icelander as well. Not directly applicable, but I think just making sure you understand the best way to play out your cards in the right way, I think is going to be helpful, because in my experience with Icelander, it can make a huge difference. The
Right.
order in which you activate your things and what you choose to arsenal, it's all much more punishing when you make a mistake than most other decks, which I think
Right.
Bolton is probably pretty similar.
I think the other thing that's super fun is somebody who put a solid 2 months into Icelander is the mirror match is one of the most fun things to do in the game. Of we are sequencing our order. Everybody's got to be running Alluvion. We've got an Arcane Hood on both sides. They don't want to be hit by those Aether Ice Vein Reds. That's a very important card in this matchup. And if you're turning off your opponent's Aether Ice Veins, now they have to actually try to get those through instead of oh yeah, let me just rip this as soon as it's in my hand.
So is that on the Arcane? Is that Arcane Barrier 5 we're looking at on both sides? Ooh.
Each one of these, the shoes are 2, and then everything else is 1. So yes, Arcane Barrier 5.
That's what I thought. So Anthony coming out with your favorite thing on turn 1, Frost Hex. Just hand it over and profit over the next
And
10
that
turns.
Feels great because that'll do incremental damage of everything I'm going to do is going to be +1 anytime I do it on your turn.
Yeah.
Either Ice Veins come down immediately. I think this is a card you pitch to the bottom to try and get through all of your opponent's resources the first way through before you start doing this, but maybe he wants to apply pressure early.
Yeah, that's interesting. I feel like I haven't played the Michael Hamilton style Icelander deck much, but I feel like cycle 1 you're playing out the big attacks and then you're finishing the game with your larger arcane attacks. But he did fuse it, so it is demand a block or arcane barrier activation. So
We got 2 blues straight into the pitch zone with 1 floating, so that's been blocked completely.
yeah, looking like they're both probably running a similar or variation of that style of deck with Brothers in Arm in there.
Right. You see a Brain Freeze.
Brain Freeze,
in
great
Anthony's
card, man.
hand. No,
Brain Freeze, a great card.
I'm anti-Brain Freeze.
Dude, the end of the game, if you fuse it,
Game over.
doesn't it? Wait, I forget how it works. It does something cool at the end of the game if you've got Frost Hexes out. Or no, Insidious Chill and stuff. It can be pretty powerful for a 0-cost card.
Alan's going to say, okay, I'll play on your turn. This is definitely, whenever you're learning Icelander and you're playing your first mirror match, get some dice and put it in front of you for when it's your attacking turn. Because anybody that's watching this right now, and if anybody's watching this right now and you don't know this matchup, it's going to be completely, you have no idea what's going on, which is kind of what we're supposed to do for you, but anytime someone's drawing their cards, it's because they just finished attacking, and that's the good way to remember it.
Well, Anthony getting that energy pot out there early, just a nice kind of early setup game for him here. That's something you really like to see in Icelander, I think. But here we go.
Wounded Bull doesn't get the bonus of
coming out.
less health, though. So just 7.
Just 7. Just an easy 7 to block physically with none of your equipment.
And if you could tell our people at home, what's the idea behind the Wounded Bull? Are you familiar enough with the Wounded Bull of like, we're attacking for 7? Why is that good in Icelander? And nobody would ever play Wounded Bull in other decks.
It's good because it's better as a 2-card hand than like anything else in your Icelander deck, as I understand it.
Right.
You know, and you're usually on less life, except in the mirror. So it's always going to get its buff, and you know, it allows you to pitch those late game arcane and ice cards that can be pretty impactful later in the game, and especially when you can snap your Storm Striders and go for the kill. So yeah, it just allows you to block up and push damage a little bit easier on fewer cards. So here we go, just trading Frost Hexes.
Sheesh. I was an immediate, like, if you don't know what's going on, as soon as Anthony said, I'm going to play my Insidious, Alan flipped over that Frost Hex faster than I've ever seen anybody do anything. And they're like, yeah, what's going on here? Once again, Anthony is setting up. And in the first 3 turns, he's got a Hex, a Potion, and a Insidious Chill. That's like God tier, what I would want.
That's exactly what I want. Amulet of Ice in there could also be good. I'm not sure if they run it in this matchup, but this is exactly what Icelander wants to do, is set up all the things that just benefit you over multiple turns. So E-Strike coming in probably for 7. So taking that 1.
That's
Alan pushing that early damage right now.
But as long as there's 2 cards left, I can pitch a card to play something from my arsenal and then arsenal again.
Yep, so
it's kind of the play pattern.
Findel's Fighting Spirit gives him the +1 health. And Alan shooting right back. Frost Hex number 2, given this Frostbite. Gonna either do 2 damage here to Anthony at the end of his turn. Pretty likely. It looked like that was not sure if that was a red Ice Fane or not, but.
And in the mirror match, it is kind of like, I'm going to prioritize a card in my hand over 2 damage.
Yeah.
Like, that's a no-brainer, but you can only do that about 16 times before you die.
Exactly. Exactly 16 times. Yeah, definitely interesting in Icelander. The play pattern seems to be, you know, you just take damage to set up when you need to, and you have the cards that are top priority, like Frost Hex, Insidious Chill, Amulet of Ice that I see in Anthony's hand now, and, you know, you will benefit more from that later on down the road than the damage that's leaking through right now. But it is a slippery slope, you know. As you said, you can only do that, you know, somewhere around 16 times.
Right. And he said, yeah, I'll take some damage because I want to turn on my Scar for Scar.
Exactly.
So there are decisions where it's like, why are you doing that? There's always some qualifier on a card that you needed to turn on in the back, or Scar for Scar twice. Anthony's like, yeah, I can get behind that. That's a pretty good 0 for 8. Like, that feels like an even better E-Strike almost when you have 2 of those.
Curious if that Ice Fane in Arsenal is a blue or not. And then we're going to see it this turn on Alan's turn, or if we're waiting. Looks like
you're kind of waiting for the window of your opponent not drawing well and having to recognize when that's coming down. Of does it feel like my opponent has reds in hand? And that's something where the more you play this matchup, the more it feels like, oh yeah, this is, I'm recognizing this as a very weak turn, and now's the time to pop all of my potions and do some stuff to get there. Popping potion now is kind of interesting though, because this is just the red Aether Hail that's going to do 4 Arcane, I believe.
Yeah, I'm curious if he's doing it to play something with his Go again, not to block the Arcane.
He has his own strike in hand, Insidious Chill, and the big bolts. The bolts is the only thing that makes sense if he wants to do Arcane right now. I think it's an interesting, fun thing with Icelander too. Of do I want to hit my opponent with Arcane or do I want to hit them with physical? And there's a bonus to each one of those. And the Alluvian counters are very specifically on Anthony's side. Of those are going to be very important later of just free blast from the waning moon.
Yeah, so coming with either fused either Ice Vein, looks like a red, so it comes in for 5. The fuse ability, if it does arcane damage, you
Insidious
pay
Chill's going to happen.
2. Is it pay 2 or 1 on Ice Vein? 2.
Pay 2.
Pay 2. So he's taxing him pretty heavily here with Insidious Chill as well. This is really where Icelander makes you hurt.
The Insidious Chill is where you get your, not just incremental, but limiting your opponent to 3 card hands 3 times in a row is worth taking 6 to the face pretty much all the time.
Yeah. Looks like he pitched down that other Insidious Chill. I think he had another one he pitched too. So 2 of those going to the bottom, which is kind of interesting. I feel like
kind of wondering how this Frostbite. He's paying for Waning Moon instead of using Alluvian. Maybe he has ideas for Alluvian later. 1 floating.
Yeah. Isn't there like a certain number you want to get to Alluvian where it just kind of is almost always on at a certain point?
I mean, 3 makes sense. Of add 1 to go to 4.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
you could use it 2 turns in a row. The whole 2 turns in a row, I think, is probably the thought process of don't use it till 3.
Yeah.
Right. And now Alan doesn't have a really good turn.
Yeah.
So now Anthony's like, great. I hope that's not a blue in your arsenal, but it most likely is. So we'll go to my attacking turn, or I can flip a blue into your empty hand, but it doesn't feel like that's what happened.
Looked like an attack action, so I don't know if it is a blue or if that matters because it's an attack action, but 5 would go again. Man, board state is getting busy.
Get busy now.
Probably going to see this Frost Hex come out. Or no, I guess he would wait till his off turn to do that. That's usually better, right? You get that. Oh, yeah, with the...
And we see a lake in Alan's hand, so this is a time where you would maybe like, yeah, I'll take some damage, put a lake later down. And like that makes so much sense of who cares about this 5? I'm more worried about taking Arcane or having a Aether Ice Vein that I need to block in the back. I don't have that anymore, but here's a 7 damage attack. And this is where if you can chain attacks actions that are physical together, it is very strong.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's kind of the bluff of I thought it was going to be magic.
Yeah, this is the power of this deck for sure is with the same amount of cards, I think it's much harder to push, 12 plus damage on a turn with your Arcane, especially because you usually can't play more than one spell at the time. So
then we immediately see I have a blue. Here's the Findle's Fighting Spirit.
Fighting right back. Looks like they're almost playing exactly the same deck. I'm not sure if Alan has Polar Blast in there. That's one I haven't seen as much of, but it totally makes sense when you get to
it's
draw
better
an
in
extra
the
card.
Wounded Bull stuff, too.
Yeah.
Like, it used to be just draw a card on your opponent's turn.
Oh,
but now if you want to play it on your own
yeah.
turn, you can close people out for a game.
That's pretty good.
Just even making them pay 1 extra means they can't do that as like a, whatchamacallit. They're not using that card to attack with later. Brute wish it could do this. Oh, no. It is interesting, too, because this isn't how I play Icelander. And I do wish that this physical damage wasn't just so strong, but it is kind of the thought process of I'm going to hit you with a bunch of physical, you're going to be blocking, and now you're open for a spell in the back plus a waning moon, and that cycle is like 8 plus 4 plus 3, and that's just so much damage that Icelander can't pretend to do otherwise.
Yeah, great clapback from Anthony here with the what is it?
Ice Eternal.
The professor. It's the Emeritus Scolding. The professor card is the one. And Into the Waning Moon. Alluvian, just a great card. It's so much fun in this and other matchups where you actually get to use it.
Yeah.
Anytime
it's
in there.
$185 card in this matchup, and then a $4 card in every other matchup.
And that averages about to $100
Yeah.
all around. Good card. All right, whose turn is it? Pretty sure.
I think it's Alan's.
Anthony just finished his turn.
Anthony just Arsenal pass. Let's see what he does with this E-Strike. This has to be his last E-Strike. We've been seeing E-Strike a lot.
It's a good card.
Take 2.
What else he got in here?
Then another spell in the
Wounded
back.
Bull,
Oh, no.
Arsenal.
This is
and
what
City is
Anthony
chill.
did
Nice.
to Alan to get ahead, and now Alan's like, anything you could do, I have the exact same deck list. I wonder if these guys have ever played each other on Talishar, because there's kind of adjacent circles. Maybe there's not the Venn diagram of course we would practice, but these guys are both kind of the same level in their play groups of every time I try to go to a tournament, I'm going to top 8 with even heroes that are hard to play. So it is interesting of like, if Alan is good at Icelander, like I don't want to play Alan.
Yeah. Definitely a formidable player, as is Anthony. So getting a little low on life on
Like
both
we only
sides.
need some of these best players to play crappier decks so we have a chance. That's why I play my decks, so I give everyone a chance too. You know?
That's right, yeah.
Sheesh.
That's why I just stopped showing up in general. Everyone was tired of losing to my sweet jank.
Christine in the chat, welcome.
All right, so Findel's Fighting Spirit coming in. Alan clapping back with Insidious Chill, giving the Frostbite, which is going to deal a couple damage unless Anthony wants to pay for it.
And now, if you're a brand new player and you
Looks like
haven't
he
seen
is.
this mirror match, now that we're under 12, this is where anybody could die at any second.
Yeah, it's going to get
And this
real
is-
interesting and real confusing all at the same time.
And this is where it becomes very fun, because you have to layer everything to get around the amulets. You have to layer everything to get around Insidious Chill. You have to have an extra blue in the back to maybe pay for the damage that your opponent can. And then Storm Striders comes in, and then your Storm Striders comes in. And then your Waning Moon comes, and then their Waning Moon comes
Yeah,
in.
it's going to be interesting to see who cracks those boots first. Anthony pulling the Heart of Findall.
Uh-oh.
That is going
He's
to
under
be-
health, so that's going to gain him 1 health back to just throw the big one.
Wounded Bull for 8. Nice.
Does it 8 or is it 7? Because you gain health first.
Oh.
Judge? I don't know. I don't know how that works. That's an interesting interaction.
Do
though.
Yeah, that is interesting. I don't know what that works.
He's very
Mike-
confidently leaving at 8 though. So
My first instinct is that they happen at the same time, so you can choose what happens first.
yeah.
But it could be wrong. No one called judge. They both feel okay about it, so we'll just say that comes in for 8, even though he gained that life off Heart of Findall.
Then we did Cold Snap. There was nothing in Arsenal, but it just gets us an extra card to block with and attack with, which is an interesting
And he gives that Frostbite, pushing the Frost Hex damage. Nice chip away situation. Getting some deck lists here from our 2 players. Are they almost exactly the same is the question.
I mean, when I look at this from Anthony, my goodness, who let you do this? Anthony only has 3 red spells in his deck. That's
seems-
insane.
That is the same
for
thing over here.
him?
That's
Oh
the
my
Michael
God.
Hamilton
Play Freezing
way.
Point, y'all.
Freezing
I
Point is pretty
hate
good.
these decks so much. I get that they're better than the ones that I play, but Wizard was not only play 1 red spell that your opponent immediately texts for as soon as they turn over the hood, and it looks like we're just going to attack for physical now.
I mean, the numbers make sense. I think Michael Hamilton's counterpart, Roger Bodie, puts in a few more red spells. I know Attack Action Podcast, Taylor Morrow also likes the Freezing Point. So they're pretty good. I think they're still pretty good. I think it's just a different style of deck going on. Apparently, Tyler and Craig are in an
Craig's
Oldham
playing
mirror.
Oldham?
Very interesting. I would assume Craig was
I
on the
thought
Bravo,
Craig was
but
part of the solution.
Craig is the solution. We always root for Craig here, even though he is the scourge of Pasadena.
One thing that I told you earlier is it's super fun and you can die at any point now. That's not true, because the only big spells we have are 5 damage spells. Hopefully they can hear me. Everyone got really quiet when I said that.
I mean, I think at this point they're both recognizing that they're playing a very similar deck, if not almost exactly the same. It is not exactly the same, but it's very similar. They both have 52 blues, 18 reds, and 1... Anthony has no yellows. Alan has 1.
1 yellow.
Interesting. Very interesting. There's still a lot they can do with Storm Striders to finish out the game, but I think we're going to be looking at like sub 5 health to really do that. But with the Waning Moon, Frost Hexes, Insidious Chill, there's a lot of interesting interactions that are all going to combine to really just ruin the other person's day and take them to 0.
So I don't play against Michael Hamilton. We don't live in the same city. I don't.
You don't play against
I don't. I don't go to major
Mikey
tournaments.
and me are always chatting.
Part of me wonders. I have 2 Icelanders and 2 Icelander decks in my bag, right?
Right now.
Sure. It's at my house. But one thing, I have an Arcane only Icelander deck that has rewinds in it.
Nice.
I think I just auto lose to this wounded bull. I was about to say, like, does my Arcane pressure get through this? Like, what is the silver bullet where I know I'm going to be playing Wounded Bull Icelander all day long? What's the one deck I can just show up and beat everyone into the ground? Dromai.
Justin says Dromai is the answer. I think Phi still has a pretty good chance into it. It really requires Icelander to draw their Frost Hex, or not even the Frost Hex, the Insidious Chills pretty early. But yeah, it's interesting. The deck is built so that you can still block pretty well, and then push out 7 damage a turn, which is not bad. So it is interesting. I do think I also prefer more of the arcane damage, and it is.
So we just had news that one of our perennial people that goes to every thing, one of the Viserai players, Viserai switched to Icelander too. So if all of y'all are going to be playing this Icelander deck today, Lord have mercy on my soul.
Blake,
okay, we got to
pay attention here.
That's his 1 damage, 5 damage spell.
Interrupted right in the midst of a huge turn from Anthony where Ether Ice Vein came in, layered with the Waning Moon, driving all the cards out of Alan's hand, and then coming in with the Ether Ice Vein for the kill. Pretty.
Did he have 2 Ice Veins in 1 turn?
He might have, yeah. But it's easier to tell.
Yeah, I was
if y'all weren't chatting so much.
Distracted by Justin in the worst point.
He's like,
that's how quick it could happen. Is I have 3 spells, and great. Well, we'll talk to him about it because I didn't see it live. Sorry about that, you guys. My fault.
We looked away for a second, and then Anthony won the game.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was all above table. At least it was on the table.
And here's what I'm trying to say is I was playing
Don't
this
show
hero.
his list on the
Oh god. Here's what I was trying to say. Whatchamacallit, 2 months of playing Icelander, and you only have 3 red spells in your deck. It's just like, what? What was I doing for 2 months if this is what is going to win a tournament and mine had no shot at winning a tournament?
You just, you learned Icelander when she was a Blitz hero, and that was a very different deck. So you thought you just took that, bring that in there. You also thought she was just a wizard. That was the other mistake you made. She likes to hit things hard.
Yeah.
So.
And if he played 2 red spells at that, I feel like he had to pitch for that. That was the whole thing of I'm going to do this until I get to the end. And that it's an interesting thing, like even of me playing for 2 months and learning this hero, I'm not recognizing what is Insidious Chill doing for him. There is just like getting a card out of your hand so my Wounded Bull hits you for 3 more instead of I'm getting stuff out of your hand to hit you with spells more. And it's just like, what? Like, this is such a hard deck to play around.
I think it does both, which is why it works well. Like the Insidious Chill... Insidious Chill is generally going to be fired off on your opponent's turn, I think, when you're playing something at Arsenal. I think in this last turn, Anthony played the Ether Ice Vein as an instant, fused it, Waning Moon, then, and the Insidious Chill took the card out of Alan's hand, so he just, Alan was, I think it was Alan's turn. Pretty sure. I think Alan was attacking with like a Wounded Bull or a Fighting Spirit, and then Anthony was able to just knock the rest of the cards out of his hands, ensuring all his arcane damage came in. So you really only do need a couple of those red spells to finish the game, and that's why it seems to work. It's interesting because you chip them down and then you pop off with your boots because they're good, which is why James White banned them in Blitz.
I think it's interesting too of like, Three Brothers of Arms for sure in the deck. Put it in there.
For sure.
And you're like, oh, well, how many Aether Ice Veins do you have? 6. I shouldn't say this whole deck list, but like, it is a thing of like, we were doing 9 Aether Ice Veins when we first started. Brother in Arms is a good blocking card, but why would we do that over more damage? You got to run more disruption. It's just, this deck list is not what I got excited about to play in Uprising, and it is like, if this is the more better deck to run, it is kind of like, damn, like, someone broke this format, and we know who that person's name is. Like, and if this is what wins Worlds in 5 minutes, it'll be like, there is a way to do Arcane and do Physical at the same time, just like Runeblades have been doing for 5 years. If we do that with Icelander, there is a way that if we do it in big chunks, it's almost as good as Runeblades were. Yeah.
I mean, it's really interesting to me just because I think, with Kano being the first wizard, it really kind of warped our understanding of what wizard wants to do because he was always playing things as instants. So it was really important to his hero ability to make sure you didn't brick off the top with a wizard, or with a non-attack action, otherwise known as an attack action.
Right.
So her ability really is a little bit slower, so you can just kind of push through your chip damage, and it was similar in the Blitz, right? Like you were chipping damage and then you were popping off to win the game. So like, this was just a better way of lasting the time you needed to push a little bit more damage, make sure you're not dying, so you get to that same point where you can pop off and really win the game in that moment. And it's really interesting. I don't know. We'll have to see if people are picking up on it or trying to tech against it. Knowing our community, I think there'll be a mix. Definitely be a mix.
There'll be a lot of people flocking to it.
There'll be a lot of people flocking to it. There'll be some people who are, staunchly not doing it, and then we'll have our experts and specializers, specialists. That's the word I'm looking for. Will be keeping up with their own decks. Although we just saw a couple specialists switch over to something new, so it's interesting.
We're going to push this break button, and Anthony will be talking to Colin right after.
Oh, me? right, we are back in the booth. We have Anthony here. Congrats on your win. That was a pretty awesome game. I will admit that Blake was distracting me, so I missed part of that last turn. So let's break down that last turn. That was pretty awesome.
Okay, so that last turn was set up by the turn I had before. So that was actually Alan's turn that I killed him on.
That's right.
So I set it up with a go again attack. I think it was Scar. And then I ended with, I think, some 7 attack. So I presented 11 physical damage on his turn, and he's forced into this conundrum of whether or not he wants to block or keep cards so that he can try to kill me. We're both around like 10, 11 health, so he decided to block. Oh, no. Did he? Yeah, I think he decided to block, so that's why his health was still at 9. Mm-hmm. And then I arsenal with Aether Ice Vein, knowing that he has 1 card left, and that if he passes priority, I'm able to play the Aether Ice Vein Infuse, so that he's forced to either discard or pay 2. If he has the blue, he has if he has the blue, he has to pay 2, and then he only has 1 AB left, so I could still kill him. And that's obviously, knowing that if I have to draw my next hand and have that 5 damage spell. I was trying to keep track, and I knew that I was either 1 or 2 turns away, and it was 1 turn away. I'm still not good at pitch stacking with Icelander yet. Chain is different. Chain you can you
just blow right through that.
Yeah, you can just throw all your cards on the table. By Icelander, you kind of have to get there.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah. I drew the right cards.
Awesome. So how long have you been on Icelander now?
Ever since the day after U.S. Nationals. Just a quick little story. It's just like I remember I went 4-3 in Nationals, but I went 3-1 in CC with Briar, one of my favorite deck. My second favorite deck behind Rock Reinar. And then I was super confident in my CC deck, so I decided to drop from Nationals and play in the Calling. So I played the Calling, went 0-3 against Fatigue Oldham, Icelander, and Dromai. And when I lost the Dromai matchup, I was just like, why am I playing this stupid aggro deck in a meta where I can't play cards, basically? So I sat there and I was like, I'm going to learn Icelander.
Nice.
She's super fun in draft, so I'm going to learn the new hero. So I went home and made the Icelander deck that Michael Hamilton played and just played a bunch with it. Experimented a lot. Put stuff like Expose the Elements, and just like these weird cards, niche cards. And then played a couple armories. Felt good. And then recently, I felt like it was a little bit too cute. Just went back to Michael Hamilton because that guy is a beast, and it worked out.
He's good at this game, it appears. Awesome. Yeah, I think you and everyone else have switched to that deck at this point.
Yeah. Pick up your Waning Moon, guy. Pick up your Waning Moon.
Pick it up. Yeah. Pick up your wizard robes, and you'll be out there having a great time. I think it was a really interesting match. You guys were back and forth. It's hard to. You got to pay close attention. Figure out whose turn we're actually on sometimes, but I think it was funny just to see you guys back and forth, like kind of drawing the same hand. Yeah. But you did have the kind of edge early game. You got your Frost Hex, Insidious Chill, everything you want to see early out. So what other matchups are you a little worried about today, if there are any?
In my opinion, Icelander's worst matchup is Reinar. I know a lot of people say that that's not true. Chris Iali, that's you. I think that matchup is not Icelander favorite at all. It's not terrible. Like Oldham into Prism is terrible. It's not that terrible, but it's definitely really bad when you see barraging beatdown to start the chain. It's like you forced to react now, or you just take a bunch of damage because you have no cards in hand. Yeah. And it's really rough because Icelander is one of those decks where you kind of want to know which cards you want to keep because you're able to fuse, you're able to pitch, so and you want to be able to have your next turn resolve correctly. So it's tough. It's tough against Rhino. I would definitely be scared if I sat down and a Rhino was revealed.
Well, I think your luck is in your favor today, as there are no Rhinars because you came with Icelander instead.
No rocks.
Just waiting for the rock to come out, I think, is your long-term goal.
That thing will eat up Crown of Seeds. Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, good luck on the rest of the games today. Thanks for chatting with us.
Always.
Hopefully see you back on stream in the top 8, man.
All right. Hopefully.
All right. We'll be
back.
Thank
you, Colin. Thank you, Blake.
We are back
Oh,
for
glasses
round 3.
on.
Ooh, Blake's got glasses on. You look smart with glasses. Take them off.
That's why I take them off.
I
Now
can't take
look-
mine off because then I cannot see. So we are back. Round 3. SoCalling 3. The 3-3-3.
We got some O2 droppers, but we're not going to talk to them because we only feature people that haven't lost.
That's not true. We feature people who are still playing in the tournament.
Oh, that'd be kind of sick if we showed 2 O2 people just eat lunch for an hour. Talk about their crappy games that happened, if they drew poorly and all this stuff.
You just described you and me, Blake.
Oh, maybe that's why we're over here. We got Brandon and Chris.
Nice. Briar versus Phi. This one, I don't know. I think
I
this
like
is
those
more of one of
flames.
the control matchups we were talking about. Is
Yeah.
that right, Blake? Yeah.
Out of control, man.
Out of control.
We're going to be seeing Chris do triple backflips off a mountain, and then Phi is just going to be like, cool, here's a Arsenal, or what is it called? Phoenix Flame from Graveyard. Got interesting.
What's it called?
Yeah. We're going to get some interesting strategy of
Just stacking up all your cards in front of him. Chris is like, check out my collection, Brandon. It's pretty cool.
right.
Both of these players out of top deck keep out in Riverside, I believe. Got a little cable action in front of Brandon.
Yeah,
Justin down
Justin's
there.
gonna put his hand over there. He's going to look for us for help, probably.
And now Chris and Brandon are looking deeply into our souls. This is
Can we
the
see
kind of
those
eye
up?
contact you only expect on a
Yeah.
first date, but they're serving it. They look calm. They're prepared. They're good players.
Speaking
who-
of first date, where's Connor going after this? Sheesh. I was like,
Who's going to win this? Is it just who goes first?
I think there's the thought process of Art of War versus Channel Mount. Heroic. Who's going to get the more, the quicker? I think it's a little bit cheaper to play our Art of War, so it's easier to use in more situations. I definitely don't want to go first. I think you just take 6 damage or fix your hand a little bit if you're going second for I'm trying to do an explosive turn right away to get tempo. That's the word we're always looking for here of let me do 10 damage to you and get 4 more cards to do it all over again. The other thing I've been hating about Phi more than other ninjas is he has the Flamescale Furnace, so he has just 6 block over there, which pretty much Chris is going with 7 block, but one of them's a tunic and probably won't be using the other block on his shoes either.
He might. We'll just have to see.
Right.
I don't know.
And it's going to be trying to avoid the mask momentum trigger most of the game too.
So I've been playing Phi a little bit lately, and the funniest thing to me is when I don't have a mask on for whatever reason, usually in like an Icelander matchup, and I just forget. I'm just like, ooh, I'm going to get this mask trigger. I'm just like, oh, no, I don't get a mask trigger. I just blocked completely wrong and messed this game up. So turn 0, Brandon just going to hedgehog for 4, no go again. Just a little poke the bear situation.
Probably one of the worst plays you can do. So he's just setting up his turn for next turn.
Couldn't quite tell what he had in his hand. Phi's cars have a lot of fire on them, so when you only see like it at a weird top-down angle, it's hard to tell. Is that an Art of War?
Blocks with
I think he's got an Art of War.
kinds of
so
crazy stuff.
I think he's just setting up his first actual turn to be really good, as opposed to just pretty good. Chris, I gotta see a Sigil of Suffering and an Amulet of Earth. Chris, a pretty good Briar player, been on the deck for a while in different metas, so curious to see what changes he has put into this one, if many. Definitely seems like the Sigils are a more recent addition. Seems good in this matchup where you might not get as much chance to deal as much damage back to Phi as you would like and normally do in a other matchup, but we'll see.
Looking at Brandon's deck list, the one thing that I'm seeing that is insane is there's one lunging press.
Oh, yes.
So when that comes in, I'm going to expect Chris Eiling to roll his eyes back so far into his head that he will have to go to the eye doctor and probably forfeit the match.
That is so fun to me, and I'm really excited to see that. I feel like Chris might know that it's in there, so we'll see how big of an impact it has. Also curious to see he's got 2 blue snatches. Not sure if those go in this matchup or if you cycle those out if they're your blues, but pretty interesting.
We're getting
It's a Phoenix form deck, so he's looking to play out those Phoenix Flames to get those big combos off.
And usually when there's a Phoenix form list, you're trying to find a defense reaction to put in your arsenal to avoid getting hit for 5 and giving your opponent 2 cards. But I don't think Chris Hiley will have something to prevent that from happening to him. At all, almost. There's no fake. No, there's 3 sigils of suffering, but I don't think that's enough. Unless he reads it.
Which, deal arcane damage here, and there is no arcane barrier because if I don't block until absolutely necessary.
Okay, so Chris is going to start off with a Enlightened Strike. Bottom a card because he has to. Got an amulet already. We're just looking for the thought process of force of nature with that turn, probably.
Wow, just shooting straight down to 25. But I believe
Art of War
is coming, so
this will be fun.
Whenever I do this, I banish a card, and then I draw 2 blues, and I have a horrible turn. So let's see what Brandon pulls off here. Hopefully he's got more luck than I do.
He's going to choose +1 attack, +1 to all attacks actions first turn. I believe he will banish a card to draw 2 cards off the top.
I mean, is there any other things you choose in this deck? Only if you're desperate and you need to block from Arsenal for some reason. But speaking of blue
snatch.
He also got another Art of War. I wonder if he was going to play that.
I feel like you always do them one after the other instead of stack them.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm the type of person who'll just be like, oh, cool, I'm going to do this again.
Because anytime I do that with Blood Rush Bellow and you do a 2 in 1 turn, it feels worse than just having 2 Blood Rush turns back to back.
Yeah, so Spreading Flames coming in. This one hopefully going to help pump up his later chain links a little bit more than they already are. We'll see how many. Is that a Lava Burst he's got there too? So he's looking to get deeper into this chain. Doesn't have too many options to do that, honestly. He's going to have to swing the Ember Blade and maybe play a
Mounting
Phoenix
Anger.
Flame. He's got he's got the Mounting Anger.
Oh, no, that's Rising Resentment.
Rising Resentment, yeah. Mounting Anger is the angry guy with the firework or something.
Yeah, this is the angry guy with the fire behind him.
Yeah. It's the angry guy who's on fire. Activate 5, paying 1 so that he can Phoenix Flame.
Now he's just taking damage.
Nobody's really looking to block here until absolutely necessary. Which will be when they're around 12 life, I think, is when we'll start seeing some blocks.
What does Sigil Suffering do for somebody? It's basically like sink below against 5, but I do 1 damage to you too, and maybe that damage is the one at the very end of the game that kills them, or is it more just incremental damage?
I think it probably plays both. I'm sure if you get it late game and it seems like both players are going to go down pretty quickly, so if you can get that last bit of damage in to win the game, or just push them low enough that they then have to start spiraling and blocking with all their cards, it can be pretty punishing. The 4 block with the damage coming off of it is always pretty good, and then once they know it's there, they have to be worried about it late game.
Right. So this snatch is coming in for 2 base +1 from Art of War, and then I'm wondering if Shuko is on this one. Yes. So we drew a card, which ultimately won't matter because everybody at home knows that it's Art of War number 2 in the arsenal already. I think that's a fine Art of War just happened to me turn. Chris Isle is probably pretty happy that he only took around 10 there.
Does he look happy though?
No, never happy. I have my own Art of War. It's called Channel Mount Heroic, and it is a no-brainer. You play it as soon as possible. If you draw the second one, play it again.
Oof.
This
yeah.
doesn't have Go Again. How unfortunate for Chris.
But coming in for 7. It's not nothing. But
Brandon says, I have an Art of War, so I don't care.
Brandon
And now
shakes it off.
Brandon's probably going to try and say, can I do around 25 damage with 5 cards and an Art of War? Because if he does, Chris would be pushed to block, and he'll have like initiative again to do it all over again, which is kind of the thought process when you're in 2 aggro decks of what's the break point I can go down in my health because I think I have enough damage to go over the top later.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so he's got the Flame Call Awakening, I believe. Gonna get the Phoenix Flame from... Oh, wait.
Oh, no, he's pitching
he's
that
pitching,
to
yeah.
do Art of War. So it's a pitch
Too
one
excited.
to do that.
Oh, but he's got another one in hand. There you go. And a Spreading Flames and a Snatch.
These don't feel like very strong cards to have an Art of War turn on.
No, it's not what he was hoping for, I don't think. But looks like
Also,
he got
getting
a
rid of
couple-
Spreading Flames is just not something I would do, but maybe Brandon obviously knows his deck way better than I do.
The card seems hard just because it really depends what cards you have in hand and how many chain links you're going to go wide. So it does look like he drew a couple good red 0 costs. So this will definitely benefit him.
Chris immediately took that 4 damage.
Yeah. It's interesting in this deck how there's so many 3 attacks that the Art of War just pushes it to the break point. Whereas I feel like in Chris's deck, it's like everything's already at 4. But
It's
we
like you
said,
need Art of War to be what I do normally.
kind of, yeah. But the
Fi just has a lot of Go Again inherently instead of giving.
yeah, I mean the most interesting about Fi to me is the manipulation of his ability to get Phoenix Flame to do a wide variety of stuff. The card that tutors it right here. His ability that gets it from graveyard just allows you to like do interesting things like either get a card to pitch to pay for something because you do have a couple of those 2 cost attacks in there that can be awkward to pay for. And I think there's a lot of nuance to what you can do there, although sometimes you do just like play it out and that's all it is. It is a little confusing to me that Brandon keeps his Phoenix Flame
As
right
a second
there.
attack, yeah.
It seems a little bit like, I don't know. Could like you could get confused. and
There's some
grab it
bad
for some
habits
reason.
going
Yeah.
on with that.
Yeah, I would say if it's supposed to be in graveyard, it should be in your graveyard, or next to your graveyard, where it makes more sense. But these two know each other, so they know how. I'm assuming they know how they play here.
This is a must block because we have Mask of Momentum triggering on this one if it hits.
Yep, clean block for 2 on the 2 attack from Phoenix Flame plus Art of War. And
I only using
cycling a card from hand. Okay.
Icelander Sleeve for Briar. That's just
Wonder if
What
he's
is
searching
going
for
on?
another Earth card to help keep his Channel Mount Heroic out there. Shuko pumping this one up for 3. Shuko's just like a kind of cool card. I really do like the equipment loadout on Fi. It just feels like you're doing a lot of different things. I know the Furnace isn't really used for its ability much, but I think in the rare chances you do it, it's pretty cool. But I do think it's mostly a 2 block.
because does Brandon have Command and Conquer at all on his list, or probably not?
I don't think so.
Because it's kind of makes sense for anything that's a 2 cost or better, 2 cost or more attack after pitching some reds for something else.
Yeah, interesting. He is running Inflame, which I think is also a Phoenix Flame manipulation thing. And then the Phoenix Form as well, so interesting list. He does... Okay, yeah, he's running Belittle and 1 Minnowism, so...
So he's just going to hope to grab a card from the Snatch, and Chris is like, do I have a good enough 4-card turn to put this person below? Because I don't think Brandon's going to be blocking. So he's kind of wondering, do I have 18 in my hand? Because that's kind of what I need to do, or there's no point. I either do all 18 or I should have been blocking this turn.
Is that another Channel Mount Heroic, or is that a Bramble Spark in his hand? Bramble Spark, okay.
Oh.
He does have an interesting hand with the Bramble Spark, and I think that, is that a Weave Earth? It might be a Weave Earth.
Because by blocking this, you're basically saying, I don't want to let you have a really good turn next turn. So he's not maximizing his damage next turn, but he's not going to have to deal with another 5-card Fi. Which I think is smart, because if you can't do 18, there's no point in doing anything.
That's what they call him. They call him 5-card Fi, because he's always got 5 cards.
So we're going to see... Yeah.
There you go. Call. Give it go again. Snatch. Coming in for 7. Go again. Not bad. Makes that blocking with 1 card a little bit easier. So you're probably going to get the hit here. But it looks like we're coming in for the full block. Brandon seeing
Swarming.
that Channel Mount Heroic probably not staying out this turn, so he can block up and hopefully set up a bigger turn when he's back to being 5-card Fi.
Because Swarming doesn't have... It does. What am I thinking?
Yeah, he hit. He made him.
He hit because he hit. Okay.
Yeah, that's always a tricky one.
Yeah.
I'm used to it in Viscerai, but yeah, the embodiment trigger the swarming effect, which is
going down to 8 is so weird there, because it's like, what did blocking not all the way do for you?
I mean,
I don't know.
E-Strike for 7, but that doesn't seem that great. Maybe E-Strike 5, draw a card.
Yeah, I'll take it immediately. Thank you.
He's gonna take 7, yeah.
Because he's going to have something very strong. Maybe it's time. Ooh, I'll touch your card for you.
Ooh, here we go.
Bramble Spark. That's pretty strong. That's doing 4 damage. Split a couple ways immediately without even starting anything else.
Yeah, Ravenous. Let's see what he flips here. Nice.
That's a red.
Okay, so pushing 7. He's fused, so Amulet of Earth is online, so he could crack that and really
Just say goodbye.
ruin Brandon's day here. That's good. Amulet of Earth +2 on all, or
Plus one
Plus 1.
onto either attacking or defending the whole turn.
pretty good. I would be surprised.
It's
if
an
he
Art of War
doesn't
almost.
do it. It's an Art of War that's free and just hangs out until you want it.
Yeah.
But he's going to hold on to it. He's just going to chip this damage and swarming with a rune channel little attached to it. And 3 and 1
Yeah, not having any arcane barrier is just
would be 4 and 1.
not fun.
And
I mean,
this
it
is-
feels good when it works, but not fun when it doesn't.
yeah, this is going to be rough. He's going to come in. He might have another go again. If he does, Brandon's probably toast. Because if he can get just a little bit more damage coming with that Rosetta and finish this game. But yeah, just like that, you know, it seems like
2 and 2. The 2 will always get through. Oh, but I got it. That's all you got, so I can draw a card. So I'm going to do 11 damage with this card, or it's not worth it.
Yeah. Nice play there, saving the Amulet of Earth, making it look like he's not going to do anything, and then he just pops it anyways.
He said, yeah, I haven't had enough of this, because I know anytime you do a rune chant and you have a rune chant generator, legendary equipment over there, that was very interesting. Of like, I don't play those decks,
Yeah.
and these people are 2-0 at a 1K tournament. They're not bad players, so it is kind of like, what went sideways there for Brandon of, you either got to block all the way or you got to attack all the way. You can't do half and half, because I feel like as soon as you don't hold serve and you do say like, yeah, I'll block 2 cards and attack with 2 cards, and your opponent's doing 4 of one or the other, then you're behind and now you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot either way. I think he found himself on the back foot, and that's not a place Fi likes to be. He's a front foot kind of guy.
Yeah.
Pushing forward. He likes the 5 cards, so when he's got less than that, it's going to be a rough day in general. So, good game, though. Chris Ayali pulling it out there, seeing some nice gameplay from both players, and I'm sure we'll see Chris later on in the top 8. I feel like 3-0, he's probably going to be...
As soon as you hit 4, you're definitely in, and then everything else is kind of maybe going to get you in.
I think he's got 1 left in, and we'll see who he's got to go up against next. We might have a Craig out there on Oldham.
Not Craig!
The Scourge.
Craig is also 2-0 right now.
But, against all expectations, that did not go for very long. So we got ourselves a bit of time. So how about we take a look at some Dynasty spoilers?
Sounds good, Coach.
We can jump right in. Boom.
Oh, what is this?
It is The Rock. No, it's just Rock. It's not even The Rock. I really appreciate what they've done here with this card. They just called it Rock. They spelled it wrong.
It's got a face.
It's got a face. It's got little handles. I like that it's a rock, but it's also like it's a nice rock. That's why it's that's why it's spelled wrong. It's got handles, and you just smush people with it. I think that's how it works, right, Blake?
I think the thought process is actually kind of cool. I'm not a big lore guy ever, but the thought process of in the Emperor's chambers, he has the best artifacts from all of these people from all around the Wraith. That's interesting that, like, what would the brutes covet more than anything? Just this big rock that probably meant something to Chief Brute Catan or something. It was
probably a deity that they stole and, just took it from the indigenous peoples of the savage lands.
Yeah.
As usual, we see that's how things play out. That's really funny, though. I laughed earlier because I think I missed the whole thing where these are treasures from the Emperor's vault. I bet that was what all those hand-signed notes were saying that I couldn't really read on the images people shared.
I haven't even attempted to read one sentence of those because I just said I'm not a big lore guy. I just said it's cool. In anything where it's like, I wrote a letter to the Brucon nation. Like, they can't read. Like, I can't read. I'm a brute player. Got some lines of text on here, which is kind of weird for brute weapons.
What do they say?
It says pay 3 attack, so that part's easy. Everything else is hard, though. Everything else will be involving... Don't show that. Everything else will be involving stuff about, like, this is going to be a judge call. This is going to be a judge call on defense. This is going to be a judge call on offense. Everybody's not going to know this intuitively of you can only play this if you have no cards in hand.
But how do you...
What does that mean? Well, when I pitch, there's no cards.
Right?
In hand.
Yeah.
No, you're doing it wrong. You got to play the card, then pay for it. So as you play, there's still the card in your hand. There is a card in your hand that you were going to pitch.
But what if I don't want it in my hand?
Well, here's what you're going to have to do.
What do I do?
You're going to have to play a 1-cost card beforehand. So this isn't going to be a card you're going to be able to play with nothing in hand. Unless... Everything I'm saying is wrong. Unless... There's always... Unless... So when you have cards in hand, you have to get it down. So 1 card in hand won't be able to do this because you need to play a card, have some floating left over, and then use a tunic. Ooh. Use an energy potion.
Ooh.
Get that little...
What about an amulet?
Extra energy.
An amulet of some sort?
Amulet of Ignition works in conjunction with one of these other couple things. Like that was an interesting layer. If that one doesn't do it all for yourself, I'm fully expecting maybe a rare red, blue, yellow of give your next thing minus or plus energy counters to have something else. Just because there's the surge keyword in wizard, which we don't have a wizard card up right now.
What about a lantern that if you reveal a red card, it gives you -1 on your next activated ability?
And
intimidate. Ooh, if it intimidate, that would be the best card.
And intimidate. Woo. The other half. The other half is damage that would be dealt by this cannot be prevented.
Ooh.
So, Spectral Shield, what is that? Oh, it's just immediately blown up.
Those aren't things anymore.
Yeah. What's that helmet do for you, Oldham? Nothing. Cool. Yes, you can cycle, but I'll still hit you for...
What's that Oasis out there? It's gone.
Good.
It's a mirage.
I think that's something where if everyone's playing Oasis, maybe you realize you can't play Oasis because you're going to get rocked, and Oasis will do nothing.
Rocked. That sums it up pretty nicely. So, probably
Overall,
the best weapon in the game now, right? I mean...
lore-wise, since I'm such a big lore gore,
I will flavor. Let's just say flavor-wise. Flavor-wise, I think this is a 10 out of 10.
Amazing.
It's an 11. I mean, it's great.
I immediately the first day I'm going to be playing this deck. You have to build your deck specifically completely around your weapon, which isn't kind of how Brute works because there's attack actions. Mostly is what it's based around, except for your Blood Rush turns with your Mandible Claws. So what's going to happen is Brandish out of nowhere. Brandish into Rock. Rolling Thunder into Rock. Another one thing that I said, Life for Life is now a thing you're doing specifically. Oh,
Life Rock. Thunder Rock.
Why wouldn't you do Scar for Scar? It doesn't work. You
Savage
need a one
rock.
cost.
We're just going to rock until Daddy takes my rock away.
Doesn't really work with Blood Rush that well, unless doing all of this at the end of a Blood Rush turn after you're discarding a card and messing, like, that's so many stipulations to try and get right for 9 damage.
If you could Blood Rush, do a bunch of stuff, claw, you've got Go Again, Energy Potion, and Tunic, and then you're just like, boom, and I hit you for 9, that would be probably
Claw.
Fun.
How many hands does Reinar have right now?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You can't do that.
Sheesh.
Dude, but look, you can wear the claws and also pick up a rock.
So true. Claw rock. One thing that I actually have, we got enamored by this saying, what you're just saying is something that I'm very interested in happening one day, and I hope somebody in New Zealand has thought of this already. I want to see a warrior, whether it's a hero power or a card, a warrior that like changes their weapons midway. Of your whole first cycle, you're doing your dagger baloney, and then your second half, you're just switch to the battle axe. But it's like, I don't know if it's a hero power that makes it work, or if it's like, pay this 5 cost card, break your weapons in half, and pick up weapons from your sideboard and keep going. I'm like, that feels sick.
I feel like it would have to be like a 2-sided weapon that like you do something and then you flip it over and now it's a different kind of weapon, which would be pretty sweet. But yeah, I don't know. It's like destroy both weapons in your hand to flip this over and reveal your super
Get this
cool
dagger
hand.
out of here.
Throw your dagger at Blake's face and then grab a bigger sword and stab.
Why does Rock not have
Again?
overpower on it? Why does Rock not have overpower?
Overpower, just the other name, more complicated name for dominate.
Yeah.
That also is the name of a card.
That's the other thing. Is like, I feel like Rock having not overpower but the screw you Oasis card is almost like, yeah, I would rather have fake dominate on Rock at the end of the game.
Nice. Well, should we look at another spoiler?
Okay. I'm
jump
here
right
for
in.
another 6 hours, I think. So
I'm here until they ask me to leave forcibly.
We're getting Long John Silver's.
Ooh.
What is this?
Powder keg.
Is that what this is?
It says powder keg on it. It's got some cool firework action. This is a mechanologist action item. No one saw that coming. It says whenever a mechanologist gun you control hits, you may destroy powder keg and a defending equipment. 0 cost blue, no blocking, majestic. So I think the big controversy here is what is a gun? What constitutes a gun? And is it
What's the
the
controversy?
actual type of a weapon, or is it just all mechanologists? Is a pistol a gun?
No.
Is a gun a gun?
Yes.
What about a shotgun?
Yes.
But not a pistol.
So one thing that I'm wondering, do we have
I feel like they needed to make this a capital G gun to make it clear.
Maybe. Because I think everybody knows in Flesh and Blood, there's the bottom strip that says the class, the type of card, and then something else that matters, whether it's token or attack action, whatever.
The subtype.
That bottom strip is so important. So if you look at your Teklo pistol...
Teklo pounder pistol?
Teklo, pounder. It says pistol in the bottom. The Crucible, two-handed pistol. You gotta. The other thing, the boost shotgun, is a gun.
It is a gun.
The other one that we've seen revealed, the Hasabani. Is it the blaster?
Hanabi blaster.
Hanabi blaster.
We'll talk about that
It's
one later.
a gun. So you can't be using your Teklo to blow up shields from Guardian with this thing. That kind of feels like what this is for is what are we going to be blocking with? Like it's another one of the equipment hate. We've seen this before of expose to the elements.
Tummy tie.
Liquefy, Tumultai. There's at least one other one. T-Bone.
Oh, wait, it doesn't destroy it, but...
T-Bone could, well, Blade Break, get something like that.
I think T-Bone with this card is going to be a fun one.
Yes.
Force to block.
One thing that's interesting to me is every single one of these has the exact same kind of like, it's very hard to pull off.
Yeah.
So you're kind of only doing this against maybe something that has Blade Battle-Worn. Yeah, Battle-Worn, of like the thought process of getting those scabskin leathers. Like it's just, who cares about scabskin leathers? So it will basically be shields from Guardian.
Who's rolling dice? Nobody's rolling dice. I do think the T-Bone combo is really interesting because a lot of people like to block with the 0 block cards because they're like, oh, I'll block with this equipment, but it doesn't do anything and doesn't get blown up.
I'll block with Storm Striders because that's a free one, and then you're like...
But now you have to think twice because they're just like, they got powder keg out there. Like it is telegraphed. It's out there on the field. They can't play this.
All powder keg from Arsenal with Icelander.
It's not how she works.
That would be sick, though.
But yes,
it is interesting. Will you ever run this as your first card? Like your hero power can go grab an item that costs less than 2. Would you ever start with a powder keg because you're like, I hate those shields as dash. Let me just go ahead and get this into play right away instead of wading through my deck or having to... And maybe it feels more like a Spark of Genius target in certain matchups.
Yeah, totally. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that, but I could totally see someone starting it in play because... If that makes your matchup just a little bit better, then that's exactly what you want to do. You do have to then force it to happen, and maybe they just don't block with equipment, which is also probably achieving the same thing.
Right.
So,
because that's the thought process. If you're doing the new blaster, nobody's going to be playing the overload gun from Crucible
no.
unless a few things happen.
They'll just play Talishar.
Yeah, or Talishar. It is... Well, Talishar doesn't work with powder keg, doesn't it? No. The
It's a gun.
It's a gun. It's a dash weapon officially at this point. It is a thing of... Maybe that is actually a good strategy to start with the powder keg to immediately apply pressure of... No, as soon as you start blocking with this, I'm going to destroy it. And we'll just go ahead and get rid of your best defensive option right away.
Yeah, it is... Yeah, it's interesting just because the gun has to hit, the equipment has to be defending. It doesn't say this chain link, so I assume if there is equipment on the chain, so if you like boost, and then shoot your gun, and they don't block that,
right?
That's how you're going to get that in there.
There's just going to be some like no-brainer blocks against dash that you've been doing before that are going to be, you need some brain or it'll blow up in your face.
I've offended the Orc Knight because he knows that Talishar is actually Lexi's weapon, and that's
oh my gosh.
it's not 4-. Sorry, I apologize for that mislabeling there, but yeah, I don't know. It seems like one of those very situational cards that they like to make that you can craft all you like. You can really be like, yeah, this is the situation it sings, and then nobody plays it because it actually doesn't work, or everybody does because it's fucking broken.
When's the last time you got shattered by a warrior?
Never.
It's never, like, is that going to happen with this battle act?
I haven't played against a warrior in like
sheesh,
a year.
Give warrior stuff, bro.
Don't give warrior anything. I don't need to play against warrior.
I hate them so much that I'm glad I haven't played them. That's what Colin just said.
Yeah. I dislike warrior. I'm sorry. If you like warrior, that's good for you. I'm not into it.
Bad for the general pop.
That's right. Well, I think we'll save our last couple of spoilers. That was fun. I think we're going to take a short little break. We'll be back in a few minutes. Just a shout out to our sponsor, Arcane Games and Events. We have an open series starting next year, 2023, a monthly 1K cash tournament as a circuit. So every month you'll be playing for cash, you'll be playing for points, and a chance to play at the year-end Players Championship. Look out for more information on this channel on December 5th.
And make sure you subscribe.
Yeah,
right?
subscribe, like, tell your friends that you appreciate the work that Blake and I are out here doing for you. We're not getting paid. We're just having fun. And
what?
Wait, you're getting paid?
Oh my gosh! I'm about to get a hamburger out of somebody later.
Someone's buying me a hamburger. They bought me Portos, but I want
maybe
more.
Someone will get this knot out of my neck. Yeah,
that's right.
Oh, I guess we got guava cheese things from some bakery. That's like kind of good, but
after you eat 4 of them, they become less good. All right, we'll be back in a few. Thanks,
all right,
everybody.
keep it rolling.
We're back, round 4, SoCalling 3, out here in Pasadena. What's on the menu, Blake?
Oh, you better believe it's still undefeated. And we've got, Craig versus Anthony, the other Anthony.
Oh, cool. I thought it was the other Anthony.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Icelander versus Oldham, but this is different and crazy. Anthony Zacella, it goes by Del Taco, and he is somebody who has been grinding for Worlds. So this is 2 Worlds players. Kind of crazy that they're both 4-0, or not crazy at all. Because
3-0. Come on.
3-0. Jeez, Luis.
But look how good he shuffles his cards.
Yeah.
Craig, famously known as the Scourge of Pasadena for winning our last SoCalling. Looks like he's off to a great start. 3-0 in today's event. So probably going to see him in the top 8. I think he defeated Tyler Horspool
round 2.
So, he's already taking names and scourging his way into the hearts of us all.
This feels like a round that he would lose, though, so he could be so that he could get a lower seed and have people underestimate him and then win anyway.
He doesn't look excited, but a lot of these people I've only seen with masks on their face for the past several years, so I'm also just not used to seeing all their faces.
Yeah, that's what you've been looking like this whole time.
Who are you? Oh, I know you. But yeah, so this should be an interesting game. I don't know who's favored in this one.
I'm just going to assume it's Oldham just because we have Channel Lake Frigid. I do think Art of War turns are going to be blocked by our shield, our helmet, our everything, just because we have two pieces of equipment that can be used eternally, is what I'm trying to say.
Eternally.
And usually whenever you lose against Phi, it's because you're running out of block on your equipment. That's not going to happen with the Ram Shield, and it's not going to happen with our Crown of Seeds.
Excellent. Craig is a man who knows how to play Guardian. He's played them all. He plays them all very well. So this should be a good game. We'll have to see if Anthony can
rolled it off the table. That's such bad luck.
Oh, man. You call a judge on that roll for sure. Did they count the roll with that? It's like, does Anthony have a BlackBerry?
Yeah. Anthony said, let me go ahead and go back to 2004 to get my matchup notes. I mean, Craig's using a journal, which is from the 1400s. So
made of deer skin.
Yeah.
And he is whipping out the old stalagmite.
Dude. Stalagmite. Oh my gosh, throwing it across.
Just look at this.
Can you hold this card? I'm not going to use against you. We got some altars on our. There's 2 journals. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Hey man, if you're not writing your life totals down on paper,
you're only getting half the story, brother.
You're probably messing up your life totals. Let's be honest.
Okay,
that's the professional way.
How did I already screw this up? And it's not Ram's Head. So we're just gonna mess up 2 Art of War turns instead of constantly messing up.
I think that makes sense. I think Ram's Head, he doesn't want to have to pitch to pay for it, and yeah, that would be my guess. Is in the Briar matchup, Tyler was able to pitch pretty well to activate his crown and do the Ram's Head, but I feel like here that might be happening a little bit less, but I don't know. Craig will teach us. He'll show us the way. Looks like Anthony is going first by the body language I am seeing.
Right. I think one thing
he's flicking his cards in the more aggressive I'm about to play them way, rather than I'm just sitting here waiting. Oh, belittle.
I think the one thing about Anthony too, I play him on a regular basis. He's very into combo heavy stuff.
Yeah. Well, he's got the pouncing links out there, so.
And so I think when you're sitting across from him, yes, we don't have the thought process of the mask momentum is going to get you maybe 3 cards over the whole game. But what is my opponent trying to pouncing links is a whole my opponent's going to be thinking about that the whole game instead of paying attention to some break points maybe. Not where you would miss the block, but more of a thought process of you're so worried about the pouncing links that's other things start to fall apart for you too.
Mm-hmm. Curious that Craig played this Blizzard on turn 0, but I guess all gas, no brakes, Fi isn't messing around even this early on. So just trying to nerf his first turn a little bit more. Blocking with that pummel. Letting Anthony know that there are more pummels to come if he's not careful.
Blocking with the Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to... I don't know why, I don't see why he wouldn't just block out this whole turn. He's just going to draw back up and start his whole old him thing starting next turn. So, real question is, does he block with his last card or does he really like it?
I mean, if you're blocking with Lake, you got to block with everything.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. Maybe it's another Channel Lake Frigid. That would be really bad. It is.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I had
Anthony's
the feeling right
saying,
there.
good for me. I don't really care about other people. I'm in this for myself when it's a $1,000 tournament. That sucks that happened to you, but I'm going to take full advantage of that.
I don't care about your feelings or your family. Well, I'm here to cause pain.
That's kind of an awful first turn for Craig.
Yeah, that's a really bad opening hand.
Maybe he can just be gifted an Oakenold with an Earth and an Ice in his opening draw right here.
I wouldn't say that ruins his chances, but it definitely makes it a bit more difficult. Channel Lake being a big tool in slowing down Fi. It's relentless attacks. So here we go. Craig just got to shake it off.
Shake it off. Shake it off.
Okay.
New Taylor Swift album is also part of our Arcane Game and Events universe.
It is?
Yeah, she made a Flesh and Blood reference, apparently. She was like, haters gonna command and conquer immediately out to mess with this card. Honestly, it's a perfect card. Is there a pummel behind it? There's always the thought process of that. Pummel here would just be perfect of turning the tide of, you got some of my good cards, but I'm going to mess with your next turn and do 10 damage.
Would be pretty sweet. Let's see what we've got. Nope.
Just 6.
Just 6. Losing
But
that arsenal. Lost the belittle.
What's great about Command and Conquer is that 6 damage almost turns into a 9 damage swing because you're getting a card out of your opponent's arsenal.
Absolutely. So, Rising Resentment. It looks like is that a blue?
It looks very blue.
It looks very blue. Not just blue, but very blue.
The card that was in the Command and Conquer was Belittle number 2
Mm-hmm.
to go grab another Minnowism. So that's an interesting thing of, I guess that was not worth keeping around.
Or at least not worth blocking 6, which could have been 3 cards. Yeah, probably 3 cards.
Ooh, we got a
and 5.
card reader thing now.
Card pops. Look at that.
Dude.
Quality, Rising Resentment. Then we got Flame Call, Awakening.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a flame call. Let's just see if we can get every single fight card up on the screen.
He's not played a red card, so the effect will not trigger. Just coming in for, I believe this one's
1, right? Or is it 3?
It's 3 or 4.
It's 1 for 3.
Yeah.
The other one that's for 0 for 1 that's just like a Kodachi all over again. I don't know if that's worth putting in your $1,000 deck.
That's expensive. So, not the biggest turn here. The Command and Conquer really, I don't know why he wouldn't have blocked that, given that he just had these cards in hand that don't seem like they're going to be doing very much. He will get the Ember Blade off next and maybe a Phoenix Form, or Phoenix Flame. But Fi is an interesting deck. It sometimes can be, in my experience, can be a little fragile. If you have some awkward hands, it can almost do nothing, which is really terrible. You just get a bunch of not combo enders, but not starters. So it's like everything's like, if you play a red card, you get go again. And you're like, well, these all say that. So what do I do now? Somebody help me. I am stuck on playing 0 for 4 and then passing. I do see Anthony rocking some cold foil Snapdragons up there.
Yeah, those are brand new.
Shout
Just
out
got
to
them in the
him.
mail.
Just bought those. Very excited about that. It's always nice to bling out your deck when you care about the game. You spend more money on it. That's right. If you don't spend too much
Snapdragon
money.
Scalers are an attack reaction from the new Uprising set.
No, they're not. Welcome to Raid, baby. That's an alpha foil.
Welcome.
Pretty good. Somebody's yelling in the background. It might be Warhammer people. You can never tell here at Odyssey Games. We got all sorts of gamers. Lava Vein. I like this one because it's, the meme of Arnold Schwarzenegger and
Carl?
Yeah. Just muscling out on each other.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good. Pretty good. Shout out to LSS for having a good sense of humor sometimes. Other times, it's just a little on the nose.
You know what? That's where we always want to be.
So this, 8 minutes in and, still in the 30s. This is going to be a bit of a slog, I think.
I'm very interested in how Craig is blocking. Because it feels like there's an Oakenold coming. Because why would you block with equipment?
Yeah, this early.
Yeah, I don't understand. Maybe there's not big on hits to fight back from next time. Just another Command and Conquer.
He does have the
Yeah,
pummel
we're
in
just representing
hand.
the pummel very hardcore here.
Yeah, which this is what we're here to do. We're
He
here
said, sure,
to
I'll take 10.
destroy your arsenal, lose a card, and deal 10 damage. This is just another day in the life of Craig Pollock, just smashing face with pummels.
And Connor in the back, the guy in the mask, I just saw his eyes get really big. He's like, oh my god,
Dude!
Arc smash.
Craig Pollock just arg smashed,
Sheesh.
metaphysically speaking.
Okay.
Of course, not actually, as that is a beautiful brute card.
No, but Del Taco has a thought process of I can literally use take the tempo and get back in this game, especially yeah, he's got a perfect hand to not just be completely dumpstered right there, because he has a mounting anger into an Ember Blade, and then you can tunic to take the tempo afterwards.
What's the conditional requirement on Take the Tempo?
Take the Tempo says if this is the third card that has hit this turn, you can banish a card and play it anytime over your next 2 attacking turns.
Gotcha.
So
yeah, this one's a good card. 1 for 5. Even on like an offhand when this is all you can do is not too bad. But that hit
Craig is just taking damage, so I'm wondering if he's playing a more aggressive Oldham, where he's like, cool, I don't care, here's a huge attack.
That would make sense with the Stalagmite. He's less worried about, grinding and fatiguing, and he's going to push his damage and then use his superior equipment to keep his health up when he needs to do that.
I think this is very interesting. Like, when you're just watching people play the game, you can learn a lot about them. Of like, Anthony's fidgeting with this card, he's flipping it upside down, he's looking at it at least 7 times already. In my thought process, this is just like, yeah, we're gonna Ember Blade, and not that it's not a no-brainer, but it is like, it's interesting that he's slowing it down instead of just jamming it and maybe getting in their groove somehow.
Yeah, well, he might be reeling a little bit off that CNC pummel that never feels good, even if you kind of know it's coming. It's
and now here's a must block being presented because we don't want this thing to happen to us in the background. He's like, I haven't seen this in a while.
Are we going to let it hit?
Because it may not matter this turn, but it's just a different way for Fi to have a 5-card hand next turn as well.
And it works on attack actions?
Attack actions
It'd
only.
be really funny if it's like an Art of War.
Yeah. Or you hit the lunging press.
Your minnoism. Wait, does he have a lunging press?
That was
Man, I really wanted to see
Brandon,
that.
what
lunging.
was going on
I really
there?
wanted to see that lunging press.
Oh, it's just an ancestral empowerment that pitches for blue. And you're like, oh, really? We get to draw a card on these red ones. This card reader is... that doesn't say lunging press.
Craig thinking about this block. This is definitely going to be a shorter game than I was expecting. Craig calculating whether or not the risk of giving him a 5-card can is worth
2 cards.
the 2 cards from his hand. He did block already with his Crater Fist, so that hit effect is pretty relevant. He does have his Ironhide boots, but gonna have to pay for that, so essentially still losing 2 cards. So tough situation. I guess he could crown 2 to like get another
Gonna
card
give
in
it
hand.
go again. Has to hit an attack action. Hits Art of War.
Dude, I just said that.
That is crazy.
I am like...
This is when he pops the mask, though, to make sure it doesn't fizzle.
Channel Lake Frigid in hand and the Art of War off the top. I should play this game.
Yeah.
Why can't I know what's going on in the game when I'm actually playing it? Because I'm too worried about losing. That's why. So Connor just checking out the card. He was like, what happened here? That was cool.
No.
It was cool, Connor. We saw it happen too. So he's getting lava
And
burst.
if that's a 0, he just does us way more damage.
What, lava burst? Lava burst is 0 cost.
I meant, like, instead of the Art of War, if that's
yeah,
anything
if
else,
any 0,
like,
yeah,
he's in business.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. It does push a bunch of damage and is also going to, be...
Oh, he's grabbing the Phoenix Flame to put in his arsenal. That's an interesting one. I have to assume Craig has a gross thing about to happen to Del Taco.
Yeah, his Tunic's going to 3. I feel like he knows exactly what he's doing, and
This is
it's a
Terror
Terra
Sunder.
Sunder.
I'm going to do it just on my... whatchamacallit. Maybe there is another pummel. Honestly, I would love to see Craig's deck list of, is there 9 pummels? Is there 6 pummels? Is there...
22 pummels.
Yeah, just...
Oops, all pummels.
Art of War is not a real card, says Kiwi Stalker.
Not anymore. It was banished.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's hard to think as the ninja player of, do I want to lose Shuko or do I really care? If you get pummeled, you lose 3 cards from hand, though.
Yeah.
And you just took
No,
9 to 10
only
damage.
2 because it's a hammer.
Oh, true. Oh my goodness, I was just given Craig Pollock's deck list. 3 yellow pummel, 2 blue pummel,
3 red pummel. Oh,
3 red
there we
pummel.
go.
8 of
pummels.
those.
Gotta love it. That's some chutzpah right there. Just oops, all pummels all day. So Anthony, he's got to be sniffing out this pummel, or at least he's afeared of it, which he should be, because it would be pretty bad.
Dude, I don't know if I should say this online, but I'm always being like, oh, does he have the Oaken Old or not? Not a single Oaken Old in his deck list.
Holy moly!
What does that mean?
What a bit of like,
Are you trying to win this money today, Craig? Oh yeah, I'm
what's
3-0.
the opposite of spice?
Mayo. Which he's
That
doing. He's
Remarkably accurate.
He's doing the thought process of, I'm going to pummel this to make sure to get the Terra Sunder effect off. When you have 8 pummels, you are very bad at blocking most of these breakpoint attacks from your opponent, but you're just so much better at disrupting their turns.
Yeah.
So maybe he's just valuing that of, yeah, why would I hope I can mess with their turn when I can just go and mess with their turn?
And he pitched the Channel Lake Frigid for it, so the Frostbite gets through. That's pretty fun.
Because that didn't do near as much damage as I thought it was going to do, but it just completely wrecks the turn.
Yeah, he blocked for 4 to start, so it was only coming in for 9, I think. I don't know what color combo it was, but
Spinal.
just a spinal, just a spinal crush, straight out of Batman.
I don't know if...
Bane versus Batman, just breaking that back right there. Was that Nightfall? It is Nightfall. You know that reference? It's the comic book where Bane breaks Batman's back.
Oh goodness, I saw.
I saw it just like that.
Spinal.
Just like, does it to a ninja. It's like, look how big my arms are.
Oh, is that a ninja in there? I guess
yeah.
I never looked very hard at the dude.
Use your eyes. He also looks like he's in Arya for sure.
He said, I don't want to be crushed on that.
All the equipment gone. Wow, this is heating up.
It's so weird seeing an Oldhim play from down in life and aggressively still. Like, that is not a thing that you're like, oh yeah, this happens all the time.
I mean, it seems like Oldhim right now is either... Honestly, Oldham's pretty wide in how they're being played. I see a lot of people doing really control. I see people with, like, flexing either direction. I would assume Craig is kind of on the flexing side and has found that trying to block out Fi is just, not that fun or easy to do. So it might just be better to just go face and disrupt them. He's got a lot of good on hits. I think that's my favorite way to play Oldhim is like when you're going aggressive. Because you're just like, cool, everything I do is like annoying to them.
Because part of me wonders how Craig got out of a Dromai matchup of somebody I know that he was playing against.
Destroyed. I mean, Craig's a good player, man. He knows his matchups. He focuses on Guardian. I think that's a beneficial thing to do is to really specialize. The rest of us just joking around, switching out different decks, being like, I guess this is good now. And yeah, Anthony in a weird spot of just blocking everything out. Gotta feel weird as Fi, but he's not too shaken. He looks all right. See what he can do. Oop, that's the wrong button. Player 1. Oop. That's it.
Dude,
Don't look at
2
me.
enlightened strikes. One's gonna be bottomed for the other one.
Did he have 2 in hand? That's terrible.
Yeah, one in arsenal, 1 in hand. He's gonna be choosing 7 here. Gots to be doing 7.
Yeah. Anything to force.
So weird seeing
further,
no equipment on a board in Flesh and Blood.
It's kind of interesting. He's got this glacial footsteps. I'm like, can he just like win this game on this next turn or set up? But see, I don't know what he's got in Arsenal, but we'll have to find out. So here Terra Sunder again, man.
So we know that this isn't going to be blocked because Anthony's not going to have a 5 damage blocking card out of nowhere. They don't exist.
Yeah,
there's no way he's running unmovable for this scenario. It's going to take 5 and discard 2, and they have to be the right 2.
Ooh, 2
he gets to choose. No Art of War turn
2
today.
Art of Wars. This is brutal. So Bran with Cinderclaw coming in for 3. Craig has a firm grasp on this game right now. I don't think there's any reason for him.
Craig missed the Tunic trigger at least once, though. Unless he's doing it at a different point. I don't think he did it last turn because he was so excited about the Terra Sunder.
Unfazed and too relaxed right now. So coming in there, get the Stalagmite, taking 3. He's got a 5-card hand. I feel like this is going to be pretty big.
Tunic's at 2. Okay, maybe he didn't miss it. Maybe I'm checking. We'll see.
You see a Glacial Footsteps? Fuse, Dominate. Oh,
okay.
no, it's
Endless Winter.
No Fuse.
And this is something where it's very telegraphed, in my opinion, of I have a really gross pummel behind this. You better block. Anytime you do block, it's going to give you Frostbite, so it's going to ruin your whole next turn. I think this is actually like an extremely good way to play against Fi, even though he's 3 life behind currently. Of Endless Winter with a pummel behind it would be one of the last things I would want to block as Fi. Because anytime you are blocking, you're A, getting rid of cards, but also giving yourself Frostbite.
That's only on the fusion, though. I think otherwise it's just a hit attack because he didn't fuse it.
True.
So it's 8, and the hit effect is, I think, when you activate abilities or play cards, you get a frostbite, which is also bad.
Right.
It ends up kind of being the same thing. That's right. No fuse, no frostbites. That's what we always say.
I think what's going on in Anthony's head right now is I don't want to block with my whole hands.
But I'm going to.
But I'm going to because I'm respecting my opponent and the pummel so much. I don't know if Anthony knows the number 8 for pummels. I think if he did, he'd be like, I'm a genius. I think there was a fusion. Look at that. No. Okay, if Anthony thought that, that's interesting. I wonder if he would take this block back if he read the card.
Life totals are on the screen in the top left and right corners. And he gets pummel.
So damage gets through. He would have lost the card anyway. We're just going to hope that doesn't happen again next turn. But I believe Craig has built his deck aggressively enough that if you give him one full thing of cards to do something with, he can figure it out.
Yeah.
Especially with a Macho Grande. There's 3 of those that haven't been used.
Does he have any of the go-agains, like the Zealous, or...?
No.
Doesn't look like. Interesting. So he's aggressive, but he's not going wide.
Rouse the Ancients is the only one of those that everybody's heard of before.
Very, very interesting deck by Craig, I think.
So we're going to Tunic to grab a 5th card.
He's just a good player. Anthony is a great player as well. But it does seem
Anthony had a bad break of no Art of War turns.
Yeah, that was really bad. Banishing it and then losing it. And then
Anthony's like, oh my god, I hate this game.
Terra Sunder. Oh, into the Thunderquake.
And that should be all pretty much about it.
I feel like that is game. Yeah, good game all around.
Jeez. And that just feels like, hey, I had you sit down next to me. You thought I was playing Oldhim. I like to play Bravo, and I'm playing an Oldhim version of this.
I like to play Bravo, so I'll play Oldhim because it's slightly better right now.
Because what ice cards did he play that turn, play that whole game? Not really much at all.
He didn't play anything. He didn't really even feel... It didn't even fuse anything, I don't think.
Because Endless Winter is the only thing that he did that Bravo doesn't have access to. I don't think he really used... We didn't see an Ice Hero Power or Earth Hero Power much at all.
He wasn't interested in pitching or blocking. He had the equipment. He was able to... I think, honestly, it seems like Craig is going to wait until he starts seeing his pummels and then just take damage, block with the equipment, and then just pummel face until
it's over.
Fi can't do it. Because if Fi doesn't have cards, he's threatening 3 or 6 damage, and then you're coming back for more and more because you keep having 5-card hands. And that's
the thought process maybe that he's like, I like playing Bravo, but I want the Crown of Seeds to fix that one hand to give me the perfect thing to do this. Maybe
he didn't even Crown of Seeds, I don't think. Not once.
He did at the very end to grab a 5th card.
Oh, he did?
With his Tunic. So now he has access to 5 cards to Terra Sunder, a bigger thing for game. So it was important. Because I've seen that before from him where I was like, oh, dang, that's pretty cool. And he's like, yeah, it's on purpose.
Yeah. Craig, very good player. Congrats to him. Like I said, we'll see him in the top 8. 4-0. So it seems
he will be
pretty
there.
cinched right now. So
same business as
we
usual.
have a special segment prepared for you all. Are you ready for Blake's Hot Takes?
Wait, what? Oh, no. What is this?
It is. Check this out.
This is a new thing.
New hot card.
I'm going to need that.
Blake.
That's a good picture, too.
Look at this flavor. What does this flavor tag say?
So did we have fun here? That's the thing I always say whenever I lose to aggro decks that kick the absolute patoot out of me because it sucks playing the game whenever you just... Oh, you have 6 cards? I have 4. All right, let's see what happens here.
I'll block
4. You do
22 damage.
You do 8. All right. Let's try it again.
That was a special one for you, birthday boy.
Yeah.
So let's get into real cards. So, Wounded Bull. What a card, right?
Yeah,
we all
so
saw this
good.
one being as just like super powerful on release and just
I think the one thing that always made me mad was like people are like, Wounded Bull blocks for 3. Why wouldn't you play it? And I was like, Wounded Bull blocks for 2. And people are like, no, I think it blocks for 3. It's from I know it's from Mortal Kombat Wraith. It blocks for 2. That's why nobody played it. Oh, it's so good though. I mean, you're not gonna be really blocking with it, are you? And it's just like, oh my gosh, why is this in an Iyslander deck? If it's in an Iyslander deck, why is it not in anything else? It's just literally the thought process of the hero power we can do this? Are we having fun?
That is a great question. Why isn't it in any other deck? Probably because other decks have better cards that they have access to.
Iyslander has better cards, allegedly.
Not.
Are you saying the game designers of this company can't figure out an ice spell to put in here that's cooler than Wounded Bull? That's terrifying.
It's all, it's all situational. The red spells, they cost money, and then they usually have to fuse them. So you need 3 cards to do this, and you're doing like 5 damage, maybe with like a hit effect or something. And Michael Hamilton was like, well, for 3, I can just get 7 or 8 probably. That seems way better. And you know what? He's just right.
Right. Why aren't we playing Surgeon Militia? Let's see if this card reader can bring up Surgeon Militia in 5 seconds. Let's see if that's one that, this could fit into some decks. If you are blocking it, bumps it up. I don't know. Is it literally like a 3 for 8 is amazing in this game? Because like I'm used to 2 for 6.
2 card hand, 3 for 8 is not bad. Right?
Not bad.
And that's
if
that's after blocking 6 or 9. So you can block 9 and then attack for 8. That's really good.
Right.
I mean, the math just works out. It's shocking to me that nobody else figured this out, which always seems to be the case when anyone makes like a busted deck.
Yeah,
you're just like, why couldn't I look at these cards and think of the same thing?
Because one thought process I have for you is we have our big majestic attacks for each thought process. Enlighten Strike, Command and Conquer, Nourishing Emptiness was kind of the Monarch one, Exude Confidence, those kind of things. Erase Face is our latest one from Uprising. If there was a majestic level attack action that was generic, that was 3 for 8, would it need a busted sentence on it too, or people would just play a 3 for 8 of you don't have to turn it on, it's 3 for 8 at all times?
I feel like no one would play it.
Yeah. So how are we playing this? What is going on?
All right, here we go.
Oh.
Next card coming up. It's
the Mai.
I think it's your favorite dragon too. Themai, the dragon who comes from Solana, who says,
that makes sense that
can't
it's
play
from
cards
that
or activate abilities during your turn, right? Straight up, the dragon from Solana is like, oh, actually, by the way, you don't get to play anything.
This is a hall monitor card, and if you play hall monitor cards because you enjoyed being a hall monitor growing up, remember that all hall monitors A, B, okay? So it's interesting. The Mai sucks when you're playing Iyslander. This was a thing where I think the people in my community hated playing against my Iyslander deck, so they would make sure to tech for it, and everyone started playing Dromai with 3 Thamais in there.
Yeah, we had a meeting. We all met up and thought we should do it.
It was
Justin was the leader.
Good.
He organized the effort, and they were like, this card will make Blake mad, and maybe we can get him to flip a table.
I think the best Thamai that was ever played against me, what is going on with this eyebrow right here? Was very interesting. Of like, I was at 33 health, maybe. It was like turn 2. The Mai came down, and I didn't have a way to kill it with a spell, and I didn't draw into an attack reaction for maybe 3 turns, and I legitimately could not do anything because I was not drawing stuff to do on my own turn, and I just scooped and went to eat. So it's a card that turns off. Like, I think one thing, okay, here's the actual rant or whatever, because we're doing the whole thought process of At Worlds, we have stuff for brand new players. It's fresh to fab, and we're going to teach you how to play the game. And we want to make sure that new players can have great environments and great stuff without doors being shut in their face. This is a door shutter card. I want to play Wizard. Why is there a door shutter card for my entire class?
Well, as Kiwi Stalker points out in the chat, you could just play Scar for a Scar to kill it.
Oh. Can I have a tutor card for Scar for a Scar in the exact second that I need it?
Well, you run 3 of those and then a bunch of wounded bulls. You could kill it easily.
I think the other thing I'm about to, like, I want a tutor card for Icelander. I feel like that would make the deck just, like, sing and be great. I don't think anybody that ran this wounded bull list would play the tutor card because they're like, the deck's great already. And you're just like,
to be fair,
I want to do wizard stuff.
I don't think anybody's playing this card anymore. So.
Am I?
Yeah.
I have 3 in my deck box at home just in case I play an Icelander. Do you put it in against Guardian, Justin? You gotta say it loud enough for the chat. They can't hear not in head. Justin said,
I don't know anybody who plays this
card. I hate this card, so I want to live in the world that you live. Justin says, I have one more to make Blake even more mad and make him pinker somehow, if it's even possible.
What it is.
Legendary Guardian boots.
They've got temper, and they
everyone
block for
seen
6.
this already?
They block for 6. Or
Temper. You can use it 6 times before it's over. Jeez Louise. So here's where we're going with this.
Fair.
Do you know why this is infuriating?
No, why? It seems fine.
Because
it doesn't also attack.
Doesn't do damage if you hit them, the spiky parts of the boots. So here's why this is annoying. So Guardian is a class in Welcome to Wraith. And it started off with Bravo. And then he got some support in Arc, but it wasn't really his main shindig. Then there was Crucible.
He got Command and Conquer.
He got Command and Conquer. It's probably the best card he has available to him to pummel, whatever. He got the best pummel target in the game. Then Crucible, we got our arm equipment we've never not equipped since then. Righteous Cleansing? I don't know if we care about that. Yeah. I've never used the text on this. And then after Crucible, we had Monarch. And Monarch gave them Rouse the Ancients. So what I'm trying to say is there hasn't been a release where Guardian did not get something. However, through that, and then we also had Everfest. Here's Pulverize, the best attack in the game to flip the game in your thing. And that was after Terra Sunder from Tales of Aria, which is the best thing that just closes games without trying to... You can't interact at all. After that... Everfest. Now, what did they get in whatchamacallit? We care about Oasis. They can block even better. They got better blocking cards and all these things too. Better attacks, better blocks, better pizza. And now
Papa John's.
Everything they've always said is, dude, can we get some Guardian legendary shoes? How many sets do we have to go without getting any Guardian shoes whatsoever? And it's like, how could you want more after all you've received?
It's called privilege.
Yeah. It is kind of like, look at the back of the line and wonder why you're not there because you got not a legendary shield. You got another shield. Oh, the shield's not good. I wish it was shoes instead. You literally have more options at shoes than most classes do because you don't have a clear best option. You can just splash in my Arcane Barrier in our shoes. Yes, we're talking about Trent. You nailed it. We're talking about every Guardian online ever who goes, you know what? It'd be nice if I had... and this was a serious sentence that somebody said. They said, I would settle for legendary Guardian shoes that blocked for 2 and had 1 Arcane Barrier. And it's like... There has never been, literally they called it Arcanite Skullcap, and it was a $300 card for a year and a half. Like, yeah, I would take that as shoes too, bud. Thanks for everything today.
All right.
But
Well,
we're pink now, and
just so you know, Blake, the legendary Guardian boots.
They're real?
They're not real.
Oh,
they're not
okay.
real. It's just that one's just a joke.
we're not real yet.
Wounded Bull is real, and barraging Blake, we can only
What?
hope
Oh my
because it seems
gosh.
like it attacks for nothing. But maybe you just fill in the amount you want to attack
Yeah.
for when you do it.
It depends on how pissed I am at the end of the day. Yeah. Barraging.
It depends on how many E's and sheesh
Yeah.
when you yell it when you play this card.
Randy got here just in time for that too. Is this a spoiler card for
Yeah, this is Arcane Games and Events spoiler card.
Kingdoms, the one after Dynasty?
Barraging Blake.
Okay, well, rant's
Blake-
over.
Blake needs a
Are
break
we having
now
fun?
because
Yeah.
he needs to cool off.
I gotta.
He's a.
Can you see this? my
No.
my leg. Just
What are
completely
you
undid
doing?
the setup.
This is a family show. We gotta go.
Oh
to
my
break.
gosh! Keep
We'll
it
be-
real.
We'll be right back in a few minutes. We are back. I am joined by the one and only Dennis the Tall. How's it going, my friend? How was your day so far?
Well, I went 2-2 and dropped, so
Nice.
that's why I'm here.
Classic. So you will not be winning the beautiful chalice.
Yeah, not the good
we
one.
have here.
I'll,
Yeah. You can get your own, but it won't be the same. This is very large and heavy. You should be aware because it's a magnificent thing to behold. So you were on Viscerai today.
Yeah, Viscerai was putting in work until I don't know. You withdraws
Until he wasn't, right? Yeah.
when it mattered.
Yeah, that's been my experience as well. How are you feeling about Viscerai in general? You still think he's got potential, or you might be sliding away there?
So the reason why I'm on Viscerai is because to qualify for Worlds, I wanted to play the deck that had the most straightforward play lines, so I wouldn't, get a headache every 5-6 days a week.
That's fair.
And unfortunately, I've learned how to play the deck, so I'm kind of stuck on him. But into the field, I think he's okay.
Yeah.
Like, he probably has the best overall odds. I don't think he's gonna top. I don't think I'm gonna top.
Yeah.
But, no, it's fun. There's nothing better than playing Mavrian Skies in the Shrill of Skull form into Rosetta Thorn. 9 times a game.
Yeah, it's fun to play that deck for sure. I feel like he's around 50-50, or not fit, maybe with some 60-40s in there, but he just kind of feels pretty fair now, which is funny because he seemed a little OP a couple weeks ago, but
yeah,
here we are.
Ooh.
But yeah, we'll get our, what round is this? Round 5?
Round 5.
Ooh, here we go. Coming in hot. We got Adam Fiffles and John Zapata.
Adam Feifels. That's the reason why I'm here, by the way. I lost him in the last round, so I'm very familiar with how he plays.
Nice. We got that insider information coming in with Fi because the deck is good, and John, a notorious Viscerai player, now on Icelander. So we'll have to see how this goes. Definitely Uprising heroes seem to be here in force for the most part. I guess Dromai not so much. But
unfortunate, yeah. I think a lot of us wanted Dragon Mommy to make it up there, but she still has a lot of potential.
She's good. She just also seems pretty fair, and it's certain matchups it's not as fair, but that's the way it goes. So John just throwing out that Frost Hex, just get it started.
Frost Hex turn 1, Arsenal card, easy peasy. Just let him set up, and he gets that early Tunic, so. Good for him. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, he's rocking the peak. Seems like a good call in this matchup.
Yep. Soaring Strike for 4, go again, 2 floating.
What else? Yeah. Okay, so Adam's got 2 Arcane Barrier, not too shabby, so he's looking like he might block a little bit of damage. At least he's thinking about it.
Yeah, just hedging his bets here. Probably block some Waning Moon incidentally, but...
Curious if John is rocking a Hamilton-style deck. I see an E-Strike in there, so I'm guessing it's a little bit of a Battle Mage style. So we'll see what kind of...
Very likely. And, of course, he Sink Below is the first thing, so already has an answer.
Easy.
Searing Emberblade coming in for 3, go again. And from the looks of it, John has a pretty solid hand. Maybe just block this next part out, set up for the turn after.
Blocks with the E-Strike.
Snatch for 4.
Snatch.
Now, if this was you, do you block out this Snatch?
He already has a card in hand, so I feel like no.
Right.
Because it's maybe he gets a slightly better card, but does that matter?
Yeah, good prediction. And then John takes 4 there, and
there we go.
Adam's going to draw the card in Arsenal. Oh, now I have all of his secrets.
Oh, yeah. Now we know what's going on here.
Ooh, Aether Ice Vein coming in for, looks like 5 with the Fuse. So if this hits, discard or pay 2.
Ugh, this card is so annoying to deal with, especially when they get that Insidious Chill out there.
Yeah.
It's painful.
Definitely a late game card. I think someone just straight up told me, just block with the blue, block 1 arcane damage, take the rest, and then pay with the rest. right? Like,
It's pretty efficient. It sucks that you have to do that, though.
yeah. I mean, in the perfect world, you wouldn't have to do that.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
with AB2, Adam's not going to be able to block this whole thing out. So let's see how he responds.
Yeah, I'm curious that he blocked with the E-Strike and kept this. I feel like if you had the E-Strike, I don't know. I agree. This seems like more of a late game card. I guess it does disrupt a little bit. But like you said, I feel like Fi is just going to like take damage or
There's the blue.
not care. So
I think that's exactly what happened. Yep.
there you go.
Going down to 36.
Banking the extra 2 to pay the tax on that. So that Ice Bolt going into Arsenal. Back over to Adam's turn.
Yep. He's going to start with the Brantford Cinderclaw.
Oh, unexpected. Just, coming in for 3 with go again. Who would have thought?
No way. Fi's doing 3 go again? What? That's so crazy.
Is he
Never
going
would
to
have
Art of
expected.
War in like a sneaky fashion? I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh, man.
Hard to say. Nope. He's just going to go with a Searing Ember Blade for 3 with 1 floating, 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal.
I never understood when people like do the sneaky Art of War. It never seems to actually do much other than be like, oh, look, I know how to sequence my cards. But
It's for intimidation factor.
Yeah.
Ooh, losing another E-Strike.
Going for the tilt.
Phoenix Flame coming in for 1 go again. And that was from hand, so he still has the 1 engrave off of the Fi ability. John still has 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. I want to say, so I see a blue Brother in Arms and a Wounded Bull. So he's just going to block 2 there. Yep, there's the Fi ability going in for another 1 go again. Look at that combat chain. Adam's done this a while. He knows how to construct a good combat chain. All right.
Adam, a very well-known local player, usually does fairly well at our local events. So
Yep, there it is. Wounded Bull coming in for 8.
look at the value. You can't even deny it. It's just 2 cards that do 8 damage. Come
And
on.
it's 8 damage and it has no Phantasm. So Icelander gets the benefit of all the illusionist attacks without any of the downside.
Yeah, that is a good way of putting it. People do like to say it blocks for 3, but it blocks for 2. As Blake will tell you.
Yep, and he also has I think more vitally, John has his Tunic up to 3. I know Adam's going to have that as well in the next turn, but it's a little bit scarier in the hands of a wizard.
Definitely. Curious that he pitched this Insidious Chill, but I do understand it's going to do almost the same thing by demanding a block here. I feel like Adam's done more blocking with Fi in this game than I've seen in the past couple weeks. So
Yeah. I think he represents 90% of the blocks done by 5 players. This is So he's going to start off with the Blaze Headlong here. Maybe just a blue to prevent any arcane damage coming his way.
Interesting.
Right? Because
this always feels bad when you do this. You're just like, I guess I don't have go again.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, he did block with 2 cards on the Wounded Bull.
Yeah.
So he went down to 34, but now he has to deal with an Ice Bolt for 3 and then possibly another 3 from Waning Moon.
I feel like
Man,
it's
he's
pretty
so-
likely because he's got the Tunic, he's got 1 floating.
Yeah, he's going to use the Tunic. Oh, and if it was a Flame Call Awakening, so he's going to be able to block 2, take 1.
Nice.
And he has to deal with a Frostbite, so that Frost Hex is going to put in some work there. And a Waning Moon. Why not?
Frost
Well,
Hex is always it's just
there.
it feels bad every single time. Playing
Not
against
the best.
Icelander is just
It's an emotional journey.
it really is. It's an exercise in futility, it feels like sometimes, but
Yeah,
that's
he's going to block with 3 with the Frosting there, take
Okay.
1, go to 29.
look at that. All right. So John's feeling probably pretty good. They have some good exchanges. Fi has not been able to pop off too much, and then he's just going to ask for a card.
Yep, Coronet Peak for 1. Either pay 1 or discard. Easy way to just whittle down the 5 turns.
Yeah.
Like, normally he's doing 12. Now he's going to do something around 9, which is a lot more manageable.
Yeah, it works out really well. Arsenal up and just prepare for your next cycle. It's really interesting. I've been playing around with the Icelander a little bit. It's way more fun to play than to play against, that's for sure. But even then, I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm going to fuse, and you have to pay 2 for this Insidious Chill.
Oh, there it is. That's Belittle revealing that 3 go again. Name escapes me. Whatever. 3 go again. He's going to look
Rising
for a
Resentment?
Rising Resentment red. Yeah, that's the one.
It's got fire
What did I
on
say?
it. You said that 3-1 would go again.
Fetching the blue Minnowism, so likely just going to be a Searing Ember Blade. No, Rising Resentment, Searing Ember Blade, and Phoenix Flame.
Yeah.
Surprise, surprise.
I think it's interesting that he's pitching this Art of War. I think Art of War is like a really prime target for Iyslander to disrupt a turn and really just brick you out.
Yeah.
Which I've definitely had happen against me, and it's not fun.
No, it's I played against another Iyslander today. Started with a Mordred Tide, immediately with the disruption, and I was like, well, pass.
Yeah, exactly. Pass and discard.
Yeah. So I guess looking at Adam's hand, that was probably him hedging his bets against the disruption, right? Go for the guaranteed damage rather than like the tricky plays.
Absolutely.
I can respect that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what's in his arsenal though. It's been sitting. Both players have been sitting on them for a while.
Good question. I mean, he's floating too. Ooh, maybe. What has Adam got in his deck? Let's check out Adam's deck.
Floating 2, but yeah. So that's Searing Emberblade coming in for 3 go again because of the Rising Resentment. John still has 3 cards in his hand. I think there's a Scar for a Scar in there, with a Cold Snap and a Sink Below. So if this was me, yeah, maybe just block it out and then prep for the next turn. As if that wasn't every how this matchup goes.
Yeah. So gonna grab this Phoenix Flame.
Yep, and he's gonna go in for just 1. Hopefully get some chip damage in. And no response from John, so they're just gonna go pass over to his turn. This is very likely just gonna be Scar for a Scar into a Coronet Peak, which fairly good. Oh wait, no, that's a Fighting Spirit. Ooh, that's way better.
Almost as good. Getting that life back, coming in for 7, right? 7?
Yeah, so life swing of 8 total. Pretty good.
It's a good card.
And he's still got some mystery card in the arsenal, so.
I know. We'll have to remember when he plays that thing.
Yeah, what secrets do you hold, John?
It's just going to be like a blue card he didn't feel like playing. It's probably like Insidious Chill. He's like, this is expensive.
He's just like, ugh, can't be bothered. I have so much value in my hands.
You know,
I'd rather play that out.
It's so funny how this deck highlights these cards that are otherwise like non-interesting to most players. Just like, you know what, this actually is good. Like Blake and I were just talking about this. Why is this card not good in everything else, but it is good here?
What were your theories on that?
My top theory is just that every other class has more better cards to put instead of that.
Blocking for 6, taking 1 there. So my running theory is, yes, you do, Sam. This is Dennis the Tall.
Dennis the Tall is here.
So my running theory is that since you would like whatever block on their turn, so you have 2 card hand, right? You play like the big swing damage, and then you still draw up your hand. Mm-hmm. So you're actually playing with like a 6 card hand, as opposed to everyone who plays with 4 or sometimes 5, you know? And I see another Fighting Spirit in there. Don't like that. Brandon with Cinder Call is going to get blocked out by a Frosting or a Aether Hail. Blaze Headlong coming in for a 4. Go again.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Just like the value off the 2-hand card. And you're right. They do have the ability to play on the opponent's turn, so it doesn't affect them as much to only... they're doing more damage than just that one bit. So if they have an Arsenal card, they definitely have the advantage of popping off with Waning Moon and something else on the turn and even disrupting stuff, which is just it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
It's not bad.
It's not bad.
Yeah. It's I think with the how the meta is now, I think 12 to 14 damage is pretty average. Mm. And then Iyslander, like she presents like 7 per turn, but then she also presents like 6 on your turn.
Yeah.
So she's actually doing quite a bit.
Yeah.
You just don't see it. Oh, Fighting Spirit's going to come in. Adam's going to no-block that. John's going to gain the 1. Looking at 25 to 21 right now.
Just cruising through this game right here. Both players, very good players. Activating that Tunic. Are we going to see what's in Arsenal?
Oh. Are the secrets going to be revealed?
The Frost. Oh, it's a channel.
No!
Oh, right.
Oh, disgusting.
Beautiful.
Yeah, off of the Tunic.
You would like to activate something? Cool. I will I will just make sure that is worse for you. That was very good timing on John. I'm curious if he was waiting for the Tunic activation to do that.
No, he was patient. I would have popped that 4 turns ago, the second he dropped it down.
Yeah.
Well, here's a Belittle. That's going to cost him 3 in total, so that's why he's pitching Art of War. Revealing a Rising Resentment, fetching a Blue Minnowism. So we've been down this road before.
Blue Minnowism, wow.
No way.
Does he run the Reds? No, of course
No,
not.
can't.
That's
Wait,
a
maybe?
dumb question.
Nope.
Everyone knows, you don't run the Reds.
Nah.
You
Reds
don't
for cowards.
You don't actually play the Minnowism unless you literally have nothing better to do with your time.
Yeah. Minnowism is... What's its purpose in life? It's the pitch for Searing Emberblade.
I am here to pay for the rest of my hand.
Let's see. So now John has a full grip. I see a Cold Snap in the front. I wonder what he's going to be up to here. Yeah, John still has 1 resource floating with 3 on Tunic, so...
Yeah, gonna get that moon action in here.
Almost
Chipping in his
surely.
damage. But Adam, playing it slow rolled a little bit. Not overstretching himself, keeping cards in hand, resources floating so that he can react to John's wizard BS.
And we have that Ice Eternal blocking out the Rising Resentment. He's not going to get that on-hit effect. Not bad. However, so Adam at the moment has 2 floating, 1 in hand, 1 in arsenal. But Channel Lake Frigid is out.
It's gonna
So-
cost you.
Oh, he's got to pay the troll toll if he wants to get into that Icelander soul. There it is. And he's going to do it. It's pitching the Flame Call Awakening, coming in for 3, go again. Unfortunately, yeah, I think that's the end of his turn there.
Yeah.
So John has a lot of leeway with how he wants to approach this. He's going to take the 3 from Searing Emberblade.
Mm-hmm. Get that moon in there.
Yep. Get that moon in.
Deal trade for 3, and
Ah.
he still has cards for his own turn.
Thought we forgot. I sure did. Yep. Going down to 20 to 18 in Icelander's favor.
Peak in Arsenal, man.
Yep. Pitching an ice card for that Channel Lake Frigid to stay up. I want to say that's a Fighting Spirit in John's hand. He's going to Arsenal and just save it up.
Yeah, the channel on your turn, on their turn, and then it staying out for your turn as well is just the most valuable thing you can do.
Yeah, that is.
Cool, this is going to be out for almost 2 whole turns, and I only had to channel once.
Yeah, the best thing you can do in response to that is cross your arms and pout.
Yeah.
You're not having a couple of turns.
Just pass. Take
Yeah.
that. I'm not going to do anything.
See, we got a Frost Hex, looks like a Frosting, and
Ice Bolt. And
As
is
soon
that
as-
CNC? I think that's a CNC.
that's a very red card.
Yeah, that's a CNC. I think John run. Yeah, he's got 1 in the deck.
Oh, wow. The
Nice.
value CNC.
Nice.
Right. Pitching a Blue Soaring Strike for a Snatch, coming in for 4.
Just there to flex.
John could take this. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have go again, right?
It doesn't have go again, plus there's already a card in Arsenal.
Unless he has a razor. Does he run razors?
I want to say no.
Probably not. It seems like a... Oh, no, he's got 2.
Oh, he's got 2.
Here we go.
I mean, with the Channel Lake Frigid, is that worth it?
I mean,
And the Aether Ice Vein comes out with a fuse. Yep, that was not Fighting Spirit like I thought. Yep, he's
that
gonna
is rough.
so he's gonna block that damage.
And then discard the no cards in his hand.
John's probably just thinking about what he wants to pitch right now.
John just looking like he's having a pleasant time picking apart Adam here. It's close in life, but I feel like the tempo exchange has not been very
Yep, there's
close.
that CNC.
Just-
Poor Fi with his 2 blocks. At this point, do you think breaking Mask would be worth just to save that card in Arsenal?
Probably. I feel like he's only threatened it once. So,
Yeah.
he's not going super wide. He knows he has to keep cards to prevent arcane damage. So it seems like it could be a good choice, but he does have Soul Bead, so he does block for 3 there as well.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
that's so painful for Fi. You block for 6 with 3 cards.
So we got the CNC pitching the Frosting, so that means John has that Aether Ice Vein blue in hand. Gonna Arsenal that. Man, it's gonna keep taking resources, keep stripping Adam's hand until he's got nothing. He's going to take from him everything, leave with him nothing.
What did they take?
At this stage in the game where they're both at 16, in wizard math, that's lethal.
Yeah.
All he needs is one very well-placed Stormstriders, and I think John's got this.
Yeah. I think there might be a little more chip in before we get there, but as we saw in Anthony's game early, it can really swing in your favor if you can pop off at the right time with your instant from Arsenal and your Stormstriders. So, although he did have the chill out, that was really beneficial in his matchup. Not having that here is a little rough.
Ooh, he's giving up Tunic instead. So that's going to be Blaze Headlong, a Blue Soul Beat Strike, and a Tunic. Blocking 6, so he's going to keep that Arsenal card up. We got Mounting Anger coming in for 4. Go again with 2 resources floating. John's hand, what's he got here? He's got some gas. Oh, there's another Channel Lake Frigid.
Ooh, and
he's got property out there. That's his. Oh, he just lives out there. Aether Ice Vein, Aether Hail. Ooh, he's setting up for a really good turn. And all the while, John still has all of his equipment up, which is like crucial when we're talking about this matchup.
Totally. Yeah, getting that 4 block off of that equipment is going to be
just
very useful.
Okay, so it was an Aether Hail just coming in for 1 damage and then 3. Yep, not bad, not bad. Adam's going to take all of it. The man who has nothing in hand. All right, and then it's going to pass over. Man, that Arsenal card, once we see it. Oh.
Dude, I can't even fathom what it is. Maybe it is a Razor and you just can't get it off. I don't know.
Aether Ice Vein fusing with Channel Lake Frigid. Oh, I hate that. The taunt.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, this is going to suck, and then it's also going to continue to suck on your turn.
Hey, buddy, just so you know, next turn is not looking so great.
It's only downhill from here.
Yeah, so this threatens Aether Ice Vein threatens at least 1 card. So Adam's going to only be able to work with 3 cards here. And then John just, depending on what he has next, could be able to close this out pretty soon.
Is this coming in for 5?
I believe it is.
Is that red?
Let's see if John has any yellows. Yeah, so it's coming in for 5. Yeah. Sure, man. Why not?
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty rough cycle for Adam. I think he needs to hold on and try to not leak damage. But when you only got 2 Arcane Barrier, you're going to leak some damage.
Yeah, it's not great. I mean, best case scenario, you just pitch a blue, block 1, and pay for the 2 like we were talking about earlier. But then you have Channel Lake Frigid to deal with on the follow-up.
Yeah.
Which, not great.
Don't activate Tunic again. That's for sure. I guess he can't. He blocked with it.
That's why he blocked with it.
No,
he was like, you betrayed me. Psh.
Get this out of here. So block 1.
Yeah, yep.
Pay 2.
Block 1, pay 2.
Just makes sense.
And that Channel Lake Frigid is going into the Arsenal slot. John's going to drop a new hand of 4. We'll see how Adam responds to all of this.
One day we'll know what Adam has in Arsenal.
I'm seeing an Amulet of Ice.
And it's
that, okay, all right.
There we go.
I appreciate that.
And now he waits to get Channel Lake Frigided.
Or John could say, I'll let this resolve.
Yeah.
Second Art of War. Okay, hold on. Now we've got a game.
That's great.
All right, and he's doing it in response to the Frostbite coming onto the field.
Great.
All right, cool.
Call out there.
Cool. That was neat.
So he resolves it first, can draw 2.
Banish, draw 2, and then the second one's going to come out.
You vanish again, draw 2.
Banish, draw 2.
Somehow the math on Art of War never seems to work out for me because I'm like, I feel like I didn't get anywhere, but you do have the +1s.
Yeah.
That's really what you're doing. You're just replacing the cards, getting the +1s. But
yeah.
I always draw blues. And then it's just like, cool, I'm coming in for 2.
Then I will use Fi's ability, get a Phoenix Flame, and pass. So we have 3 in hand. I think I saw a fine center in there. So he's going to pitch that fine center
Yeah.
to do.
Mounting Anger.
I want to say this is going to be for 6 go again.
Yeah, it's probably 6 go again.
And to pay for the Frostbite plus Channel Lake Frigid. Yeah, so math works out.
The hit effect only works on a 0 cost card, right? Since it's
At
first
the moment,
Yeah.
yeah. It's based on a number of Draconic links.
+1, +1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Banished and +1.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if he does the same thing he did to me last game, and he does a Blaze Headlong coming in for 6.
Ooh.
That'd be kind of sick.
Could be good. It'd come in for 7 with the Art of Wars. That would be a tasty hedgehog.
Ooh, and John's going to take all of this.
John's just going to take it. Does he have...
Yep, he's banishing the Ronin Renegade, getting it +1, +2 more from Art of War. This is coming in for 6. And we know John has a 0 block in hand, so he's going to have to take some damage here. Maybe not.
Oh, he's got the Amulet. Oof.
Yeah, Amulet of Ice plus a mystery card.
Well, he's got 1 floating and Tunic that he could use on his gloves.
Worst case scenario, he just blocks with Coronet. He blocks with Ironhide. Could be pretty important here. Most people, when they have the Coronet, they use it to keep Channel Lake Frigid up. So not having that might be a little bit painful here. And you can see it, the contemplation on John's face.
Yeah.
Oh, the way he's flickering the cards on the table. Oh, neat.
All right.
Oh,
Fighting
man, he's going to gain 1.
Gain a life.
Come on, bro.
Pretty good.
Yeah. So he's going to block with the Fighting Spirit and the Coronet's Peak. So gaining 1. So taking 1 overall. Not bad. Not bad.
He's in a good spot. He's got him down to 5. I think Adam is in a very dangerous position.
Ooh.
Because Wounded Bull is just going to come in here just for 7. No +1. The even life. But on...
oh, no. Do you see that? He tilted his head back. He thought he was lower in life.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So that's only coming in for 7. Ooh.
Let's keep the channel out. I was thinking maybe he would try to just like Arsenal and go for the kill, but I think this is going to demand enough cards from Adam that he will have both a bad turn that costs more because of Channel Lake Frigid. So he can set up and then go for the kill in his next turn.
Yeah, I mean, at the minimum, he has to give him 1 card because blocking with Mask only blocks 2, still lethal. So yeah, taking cards out of hand right now is pretty crucial.
Yeah, especially with no Arsenal.
Yeah,
can't see what's in his hand, but
yep, he's saying, yeah, you can have my Mask. It looks nice, but it hasn't been really doing all that much. So please,
it really hasn't. I'm curious if you. I don't know, maybe run the Hood and like Snapdragons to like give you a little bit of boost, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's unless you know what the opponent is running. I still think the 2 block is valuable. Like you're seeing it right here.
That's true. Yeah, it probably is in the matchup just for this, really.
Giving up an E strike plus a
Rising Resentment.
Yeah, 2 block. So it's gonna block out that 7 Wounded Bull.
Rough.
Channel Lake Frigid is going to stay up because John did pitch that Amulet of Ice.
Here we go.
Yeah, but now he's got a full grip. Looks like we got a Frost Hex, an Ice Eternal. But most importantly, John doesn't have a card in Arsenal right now.
Yeah, he's got a Scar for a Scar and something else.
Yep, Scar for a Scar out in front, so he's probably looking to get rid of it.
Adam just wondering, if I play a card, do I just die? That is the question you have to ask yourself against a wizard when you're this low on life.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, Adam has 2 cards in hand. So I think at the best, he's probably going to Searing Emberblade for 3 Arsenal and, play the Hail Mary.
We all love seeing 5 block. It's a rare occurrence, It's a majestic thing to behold. So,
yeah, top 10 rare images. 5 blocking.
It only happens during the
high stress situations with the lights and the cameras under you.
But he's got the Panda Express to give him the power he needs. Can he get through?
The spirit of the panda is soaring through him now, and he's playing Fi. No, this I'm not. Things aren't looking good for John right now. Oh.
All right, cool.
Oh,
okay.
he's going to pass priority, Arsenal and pass.
Yeah, he passed.
Yeah.
That was
Probably didn't want to leave himself open, right, for any Storm Strider plays.
Yeah, I think that was the right call. You really are just like asking to get punished if you try to play a card.
Yeah. No.
Because unless you're going to go for lethal, like they're just going to take it and hurt you for it. So.
Yep. And there goes the Aether Ice Vein.
And he's going to hurt you for it right now. Oh, man.
Coming in for 5 with the Fuse, and that's a Frost Hex pitching the Ice Eternal. And I'm almost certain that John is going to pitch that Frost Hex to keep Channel Lake Fridge up another turn. Just do a Waning Moon for 2 after this. So Adam has a choice to make.
We'd have to pitch 2, right? Because Ice Eternal is just elemental.
That is true.
Yeah. So
I stand corrected.
I think Channel will
probably
go away.
Maybe. Let's not do that. Let's not Waning Moon for 2. Let's maybe Arsenal that for the next turn. Well, and here it is. The blue Soul Beat Strike, blocking 2 of the damage, and he's going to discard the Flame Call Awakening. Right? Oh, that was a blue. So he's only taking 1.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like he probably will play Waning Moon with the Frost Hex because you don't want that in Arsenal.
Yeah.
Because it is expensive. So if you're trying to like get your moon off, I mean, I guess Adam's got 2 cards, 1 in Arsenal. It's a tricky spot.
Yeah.
It could get stuck in Arsenal, but looks like he's going for it. John, definitely a better player than me, so I will,
hey, get rid of that Channel Lake Frigid.
Hey, got the Blizzard in hand, so he was like, "Guess what?"
Ah, look at that, Adam. Yeah, that was the spirit of the panda calling out.
This goes away.
Yep.
Rising Resentment. Does it get blizzarded immediately?
If it was me, and this is just me, I say yes, because that does make the frostbite happen.
Mm-hmm.
It strips another card out of Adam's hand if he does want to go down that route, and then John can always play the second Frost Hex, and I think that would be game.
Oof.
Oh, maybe. But we still have 3 damage to deal with, so let's talk about this first.
Well, he's got his Ironhide. Oh, he's got that Emeritus.
Yeah, Blue Emeritus. So
yeah, I think does he have enough to just do this?
He might. Yeah, pop the Storm Striders, do Emeritus, do Waning Moon, do Frost Hex.
Yeah,
I think it might be enough. But let's see if.
I think if I don't know. Yeah, it's like, do you Blizzard just to like demand some resources? Or I guess Adam might be happy with just passing and arsenaling a card. So
if it was me, just play it safe.
Yeah.
I think John has another red Scarf for a Scar, Blue Emeritus. A couple other cards in there. We know one's a Blizzard. Curious to see how he plays this one out.
Yeah, this is a crucial hand for him. I mean, he's not in a position where I think he's stressing too much, because I think only if Adam like can go wide enough to really threaten him, which he probably can with 2 cards in hand. But if he plays another card after this, if John goes to 2, he leaves Adam with just 1, and that's a really bad position. So I feel like you kind of just take this damage and see what Adam does, right?
Yeah.
You get more information. You don't risk dying, and you have enough equipment and stuff to block out if you do get into a bad spot. But I think at 4, if he only has 1 card in hand, you can totally.
I think you can definitely push for well, so I'm just doing the math now. With AB2, Adam is at 4. John can pop Storm Striders, play Emeritus for 4. Adam can only block 2 of it. And then he can Waning Moon to do 1 more. And then at the very, very end, Frost Hex from Arsenal.
Yeah.
And maybe that's enough. But then that's also demanding quite a few cards.
Yeah.
Oh.
So he took the damage. I think that makes sense. You get more information at this point.
Yeah.
If Adam had passed and tried to Arsenal, I think that makes it a little more awkward. But right here, he's putting it on John to decide: do you want to finish this game, or are you scared and that I'm going to kill you right now?
Oh, Adam's got that Emperor aura, waiting, forcing this pressure on John to decide: what do I do right now? Because John, he's got some 3 blocks. He's got some good stuff in hand.
Yeah.
I think if he wanted to, he could just block with like the Tunic and the Ironhide, block this completely out, and he'll still have 2 resources floating to, do what he wants to do.
Yeah, which is not bad. I mean, the Frost Hex in Arsenal is hard because it costs 3, but he doesn't have to Storm Striders to get it off, so...
Man.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot right here for sure.
Yeah.
I think...
Also, worst
Arcane
case...
red or blue?
I want to say that is a red.
Yeah, it looks like a red, yeah. He might
think
just be strapped for the resources he needs.
I think worst case scenario, you just block out, do Scar for a Scar for 4 on your turn. Yeah, so that was a Scar for a Scar he was playing to block with. No? He's thinking on it. This might be enough. If John can survive until the next turn, I think he's got this.
Yeah, totally.
But he's got to decide right now what's more important. How do I want to win this? And then, the other thing, does he draw into a hand full of Wounded Bulls and he can't do anything? That's a very real possibility right now. Ooh, he's gonna do it. He's thinking.
I mean, I feel like you could block with Scar, take 1, play Frost Hex and Blizzard.
Oh, he's gonna play the Blizzard out
and give him 2 Frostbite, and then deal 4 Arcane, or 2 and 2, I guess. No, I guess it'd all be 1 instance, right?
Yeah,
because it's a Frostbite that has it. Oof. So he's gonna play that. It's interesting. He played that.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think
it gives it the Frostbite. I think that's really the because there's no way he thinks I can pay for this and and survive.
The Spirit of the Panda is coming in.
Okay.
All right, that's a Scar for a Scar plus Tunic, blocking out 3 on the Ronin Renegade.
Yeah.
So now it doesn't look like Adam paid for the Blizzard. So
no, he did not.
Turn is over here. So John gets to decide what to do now.
I feel like he's gotta play this Frost Hex.
He has to.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no other way to make this happen.
Yeah, just because it forces the last card out of Adam's hand, and he doesn't get an Arsenal, which would be beneficial.
Worst case scenario, you just... Yeah, I don't know. It's I'm sure, if we were all in Fi's shoes right now, we would want that card arsenaled. Hopefully go for the next turn, set up the kill. Ooh, Adam's going to take the 1 from Frost Hex.
Very interesting.
Oh, and here we go.
Oh, well.
That's an Aether Ice Vein coming in for 5.
Yeah.
Yep, he can't do anything about it. Man.
Wow, we overthought that one quite a bit.
We were trying to do Icelander things, and all that really mattered was 5 damage. That's just how it is sometimes.
That is why they are down there. But, that was a great match. That was really exciting. I think John played it really well. Adam was in a tough spot. It seemed like he was prepared for the matchup, but I don't know. Icelander's tough. It makes you ask a lot of weird questions and figure it out. So,
yeah, no, Adam definitely played that like a champ. Every turn he had answers, or he was working around his game plan and also around John's game plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a masterful way to navigate through that play line. But sometimes Wounded Bull for 8 is a little bit too much.
It's just good. Why is it good? Nobody can explain why it's good other than it is. So let's just take a look at our meta breakdown for the day. Fi and Oldham coming in at 6 each, 15% of the field. Not very surprising there. I'm a bit surprised at how many Bravos there are.
Right.
I know we have some Bravo diehards. I was a little surprised that Craig wasn't on Bravo, but then again, Oldham seems better right now.
Yep.
Anyways.
We got 4 Dromais, 4 Briars, 3 Viserais, 2 Levias,
2 Dash,
2 Dash, 1 Kano, 1 Lexi, and no Azaleas.
No Azalea. Oscar.
What is Oscar on?
Oscar was on Briar.
Oh,
so,
no.
Yeah, we all disappointed. But, good for him for picking himself over our own feelings about it. But, yeah.
That's what the kids call protecting your power. Let's
why make your life harder than it has to be sometimes? Yeah, I mean, what do you think about this breakdown? Is this just a SoCal anomaly, or do you think this represents what people are thinking about right now?
No, not at all. I think this is pretty representative of what all the top players are saying. I think everyone is very high on Oldhim right now. He's easily the most popular. Fi has been putting on a lot of good tournament results, so that doesn't surprise me either.
Yeah.
What does surprise me is that there are more Bravos than Icelanders, and I think that is a SoCal thing. There's a man down there. There's at least 3 men down there who play nothing but Bravo. So that does not surprise me.
Yeah, totally. I think it is interesting. I think Icelander just requires a bit more practice and knowledge of the deck, which can be difficult to switch to too late in prepping for a tournament. And Oldhim is a little bit more straightforward.
Absolutely.
And if you're like, well, I don't want to play aggro, then your choice right now is probably Oldhim. So I understand going either of those directions, though. I've been testing out Fi a little bit just because I was like, I'm going to the calling at the Worlds. Maybe I don't want to have to think so hard, and I just want to smash face and have a good time, and probably still not do that well, but that's okay.
Yeah, but the upside, if you play Fi, your games are over in 10 minutes.
Exactly.
You have 50 minutes of rest to buy an $8 churro.
That's right.
Sometimes that's what you need.
Go get some stuff signed by Federico, hang out, have a good time. It's going to be a blast. So excited for that. And yeah, man, thanks for joining us in the booth. And
of course.
We'll see you all soon for our next round.
Hello, everybody. We got different people here.
Hi, Blake. How are you?
I'm doing great. I never thought you would be in the Odyssey rafters with the rest of us, but here we go.
Yeah, neither have I, but, this year's taking some weird turns.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, what's interesting is we have a win and in. Instead of a 5-0, we would never do a 5-0 to get to the 6. We care more about the people on the brink. One of our people on the brink is a Levia player who is named Joel. And we get to watch him play Thomas.
Thomas win on Icelander, Joel Racinos on Levia.
Sheesh.
Blake, be honest with me. Do you know what Levia's cards do?
Yes, I have them memorized.
All right, so you'll be the play-by-play.
Yeah.
I'll be personality.
Nice. Well, that's what Joel looks like. I haven't met him in person yet, but I'll do that later.
Have you not? Yeah, he's gotten real buff. Just so you know.
Really? He used to be scrawnier like
I
me.
wouldn't say scrawny, but he's gotten strong.
He's doing arm days and leg days. Do we know Thomas too? I've met Thomas before.
Yeah, he's a local legend, great guy.
He usually plays Dash.
He plays a mix of like Bravo. He recently went to Icelander. I think he was on Dash for a long while.
I was like, I've played this guy. Why does he looks so different today? It's like it's everyone taking off masks and looking way different. I think.
Yeah, no one expected Thomas to have a mustache.
No.
That was
kind of the whole Randy situation. But
yeah. Oh, and there's the fist bump. Here we go, revealing the heroes. That's Joel Racinos on the left on Levia with the mandible claws stacked on top of each other.
Nice.
And Thomas on Icelander. Got some deck lists here. Man, okay, so at the very least, we'll know what these cards are named.
Nice.
All right, pop quiz. What does Boneyard Marauder do?
That is one where you have to banish 3 cards from your graveyard to play this as an additional cost. I think that's the one that goes from 6 to 9.
Wow, look at that. off the top of the head.
Sheesh.
And over on Joel's side. So I think this is something. Oh, here it is.
I'm wrong.
No.
It's just one that requires it to
So
be
it's just
it's
a one.
cheaper cost. I'm getting. Yeah, we're gonna have the card switcher is gonna be on fire in 5 seconds.
All right. So over on Joel's side, we have Skullhorn with AB2, No Rune Gloves AB1. That's Hooves of the Shadow Beast. Does that have AB on it?
No.
It
has.
You said that pretty confidently.
Spell Void or something.
And a Carrion Husk.
Actually, bring up Hoofs of the Shadow Beast if you got it. Nope.
It's Battle Worn, yeah,
No.
with 1. And I think that gives you the action point, right? If you do, 1 action point. Cool.
Yes.
So
It is a fake scab skins that helps you not take blood debt once.
there it is.
So we had a pulping happen. I think we whiffed the 6, and then it was blocked appropriately. So now Thomas is taking his first turn.
Yeah, so we got a nice
Cool.
arsenal. Thomas contemplating what he has in his hand. It looks like there's a Channel Lake Frigid, Emeritus Scalding. I want to say that's a Frosting on the left. And
Channel Lake Frigid will be rough, though.
yeah, I mean, ideally just Arsenal the Channel Lake Frigid. But hey, you've played more Levia than I have.
Yeah.
What do you do in this matchup?
You hope to God there's not a Channel the Bleak Expanse, because that'll probably just end your game immediately when you do Blood Rush. That probably has to be one of the worst feels bad reaction or interactions in the game. I think you're just trying to save the. We got it. We got one in Arsenal already.
So we have an Aether Ice Vein using the Amulet of Ice to pitch, revealing Channel Lake Frigid. I was mauling over this earlier. It's having the Aether Ice Vein and then the taunt of the Channel Lake Frigid to be like, yeah, you're gonna have to deal with this next turn.
In a little bit. Yeah, immediately, because he's gonna play it with the hero power. But I think what's interesting is you can't get out of this if you're Joel. You have to donate cards to the Arcane Barrier. You can't just say, okay, I'll take it because I have a way better attack in the back.
Weirdly enough, I think Joel wants to get hit by Aether Ice Vein, because if Thomas is playing around this, he has all arcane damage so that Levia can't get cards into the graveyard. Right? Oh, man. Oh, ooh. Wondering what the big brain plays are there. And then we've got that
channel.
Channel
You run Medax is to make your own graveyard. Dang it.
Oh, does Medax do that? Okay, yeah, news to me. Right, we've got Blood Rush Bellow first thing. pitching the Hungering Shadow Beast question mark.
Yeah. Dread Screamer hits the graveyard. That's a 6. So he's going to make his own graveyard with that too, which is nice.
Now, normally there would be an Intimidate here, but not today.
Not with this way more intimidating lady.
Hungering Slaughter Beast. Yeah, so
we're going to show you the channel link mid. Nope. We're going to pitch a different card. Thank you for letting me switch it. I didn't really think this through. Now I have. We'll put that one at the bottom because it's going to be very powerful.
Promo extended our Ice Eternal using the pitch for Channel Lake Frigid. That's going to create the Frostbite.
Grab your 2 cards, but you better hope they're not red or you're not going to do anything.
If they're both reds, no turn. If they're both blues, decent 10 damage.
Oh, we got Rouse the Ancients.
Oh, Rouse the Ancients.
Welcome to the show.
No way. I mean, that makes sense, right?
Yeah. I'm currently playing it in my Reinhardt deck, but it's been rough. 'Cause we're doing all big attacks now in Reinhardt and Brute stuff. We got our 5 damage with Go Again.
Yep, because he discarded the Dread Screamer, giving it the Go Again. And he has none floating right now, right? Because of a Frostbite plus Channel Lake Frigid. So a Sink Below is going to come out for that.
So we're hoping this is a blue, but it's not because it's a Mark of the Beast. Do you have that card memorized?
No. If it were okay, so if it's a Leviathan card, it's probably banish 3 cards from the graveyard. If this 6 was banished, dominate?
Oh, no.
Question mark?
This is the one where if this hits the graveyard at all, it goes straight to the banish.
Oh,
turn
that
off
one.
The blood die.
Okay, the Majestic. I have many foils of that.
Nice. Well, maybe Joel will make it
So
popular
many.
enough for you to sell them for $4.
Please, Joel. I have money on this.
You can get a nugget box at the end of the show.
So Thomas is going to take 1 damage off of that. Sink Below is going to block 1.
And
Don't
that
believe.
Feels absolutely awful if you're Joel to do one of your favorite turns of Blood Rush and have 1 damage go through.
Yeah. So one of the Blood Rush is already gone. I believe he pitched one for the Aether Ice Vein earlier. So that's going to be second cycle, and hopefully this game goes to second cycle. I would love to see how that goes. But now it's on Thomas.
Is Thomas doing some attack actions? Is that what's happening in his deck list today?
Well, if we look down at the paper.
My hand is blocking it. Oh, yeah. We got way more attack actions than spells, but he does have a little bit more spells than some other people earlier.
Okay. Yeah, so
spoilers.
Yeah, so like I was alluding to, I think you want as much spell damage as you can, right? And Tom is gonna use the Coronet's Peak here.
Coronet's Peak has to there's a lot of stuff that Levia is on a paper. What is that, razor thin? She is skateboarding and grinding and doing that
razor thin margins on everything.
Yeah, and anytime you're doing anything to it, you're just throwing her off balance, and she slams down and does blood to herself.
But if you noticed, Joel did pitch an Art of War for that Coronet's Peak. So by my count, he has a Blood Rush and a Coronet's Peak engraved or at bottom of the deck.
Let's go ahead and play 15 more turns so I can pay that off.
Yeah. If he survives to 10 turns from now, it's gonna be sick. Yeah. So
one card that I see in
swing big. Okay.
Thomas's hand right now, which will immediately pay off right here, is the immovable. If there wasn't a big attack right here, that card just clogs up his hand so badly. But
yeah, he's gonna block 7 here, so he's still 1 damage is gonna leak through. He's not gonna get that Quicken token, which arguably
actually would be good for.
Yeah.
That's almost worth. No, you're not going to Coronet Peak for it. But
and he's just going to say E-Strike. That's why, yeah. He wanted to have 2 cards in hand just to get that effect off.
Has Joel played in a meta with a bunch of Icelanders? Or is this probably he's learning on the fly?
Well, I think his local meta doesn't have a lot of Icelanders, but I would wager that Thomas's local meta doesn't have any Levias.
Oh, well.
So we're on even footing here.
They are doing this kind of matchup for the first time ever in Thomas's mind.
No, this is the pre-test. This isn't the actual SATs. This is what you would practice for the big event.
If you don't have a pocket Levia in your meta to practice with, are you even really trying for Worlds?
Oh, 2 nourishing!
Gosh.
No! Oh, that would have been awesome. Oh, that makes me sad.
It's interesting because can you get your graveyard down? Let me see. Does he have a third one hanging around here?
Maybe
There's
that's
a third
the key.
Nourishing Neptunus coming down sometime.
Ooh,
This is
look
our
at that.
first Blood Deck card.
That's the Mark of the Shadow Beast.
Mark of the Shadow Beast.
Yes, the Majestic from Monarch. Yes.
Of course.
Yeah. So this
All
is
6 damage of it.
just going to come in for 6 and going to go straight into the banish zone. So it turns off Blood Debt. That's like its main function, right?
Right.
And it costs.
Which isn't great to see it as your first Blood Deck card hitting, because
Right.
that means its main utility has been not really utilized.
Now,
Utilized.
if you were Joel, would you not have just gone for the Mandible Claw for 3 and then save 2 in case Thomas has something crazy in Arsenal?
I think we're always going to choose the most damage.
Wiggling his fingers to represent that he has no cards in hand.
Yeah. I think
Love
you
that.
choose the most damage and hope for the best. And that gets you there 45% of the time, and then some good luck helps the other 25%.
Yeah. And
There's more
this.
percentage left behind, and you lose those.
All right. So I see in Thomas's hand there's a Frost Hex. Looks like there might be an Aether Ice Vein. Yep, there it is. Oh, Thomas going to give up his Frost Hex here. He's got to have something real cool. Yep. Sink Below from Arsenal. Is he going to sink? He's not. So that leaves him open for a pretty solid turn. It looks like probably Aether Ice Vein Fuse and then Arsenal the Ice card.
Right.
Not to spoil the game or anything, but that's probably what's going to happen.
And it's a Insidious Chill, so that'll be the start of let me incrementally get ahead of you.
Ooh. Ice Vein, pitching the Ice Vein, showing the Insidious Chill. And that's just 3 turns of annoyance.
But that's 3 cards that he could discard into his graveyard to build a whole bunch of 6s that are going to be able to turn on his more powerful cards over and over again.
No, absolutely. I think best case scenario, Joel probably blocks as much as he can, gets rid of a solid 6 attack, and then on his follow-up turn, swing for Mandible.
Swing for Mandible is so good. It's so fun.
Ooh, Art of War is in Joel's hand as well. So maybe, all right, if I was Joel, not knowing Leviah at all, pitch the Art of War, right? Block
Right.
2, discard your 6, pass.
Yeah.
End of turn.
Honestly, the Aether Ice Vein feels so bad as Icelander, or not Icelander, the other lady, Levia.
Mm-hmm.
There's 9 of them coming, too. Like, this is not going to stop. Actually, if we're being honest, there's only 6, but there's no blue ones.
He has Remembrance. He's running 3. Oh, man.
3 yellow, 3 red.
3 Remembrances, so then you can recur the Ice Veins.
1 remembrance, right?
1 Remembrance. I wanted 3.
That would be crazy.
Wishful thinking on my part. All right. And Joel's going to swing in with a Dread Screamer. Thomas having to check what that does. And Joel is going to go for the... he has to go for the effect, right? Like, it's not a you may banish. Also, he's got a Mark of the Shadow Beast in there. He probably wants to turn off Blood Debt a little bit. With the life total now at 29 to 34.
Interesting way to randomly pick, but that's fine.
You know, most people would just pick the top 3, but...
We have
Yep,
a
there's that
6.
nourishing.
That's well,
1 Blood
that's
Debt.
kind of good.
Yeah, that's actually... It's not bad.
You kind of want to get all your non-6s out
Yeah.
if you can, like, ooh, I got 1.5.
That was definitely like a B+ banish, you know? Right.
B+ is exactly where Levia shines.
Maybe we'll be proven wrong
Yeah.
here. It looks like
This will have go again, though, so he can affect... Oh, there's nothing from Arsenal to, like, disrupt with a... Oh, yeah, there is.
Yeah.
That's currently happening. That is... My instincts are correct. Okay, we are putting a Frostbite in between and hoping Joel won't have enough to pitch, or if there are lines on his cards that say if you have this, maybe they're turned off by 1 more pitch on top of it.
Nope, he's just going to end the turn. Thomas is going to take 6, go down to 28. Do I sense a Scar for a Scar coming up?
Ooh.
Nope, that's Wounded Bull. You little sneak. Look at that.
This is one of the best Icelander cards ever since it was first said in Welcome to Wraith 3 years ago, they were like, there will probably be an ice wizard lady in 2.5 years that really makes this card sing.
But look at what's happening. Joel blocks with 2 cards. That's 2 more 6s in his graveyard. Now he's down to 27. He's got he's got a white border card. It was gonna be. It's a Wrecker Romp. It's a blue Wrecker Romp gonna power up that Mark of the Shadow Beast.
An interesting Mark of the Shadow Beast for 6 isn't strong, but it is turning off Blood Debt. So there isn't a layer of, I'm also going to be taking damage. I have a blue in the back for if you do spell me, I can block 3 of it and just draw another cards and hope for the best.
Yeah, and I think that Joel had a Dread Screamer, probably going to save that, pocket that for the next turn.
Right.
I'm telling you, and we only have 7 more turns till the Art of War comes up.
Sheesh.
The Art of War, Blood Rush. Ooh, he's going to do 3 arcane damage. What's Ice Bolt? I know it.
That's exactly, though. I feel like if Thomas is paying attention, he's like, okay, I'll save the lake for your yellow cards of Blood Rush, Art of War.
Yeah.
Try to do that through a lake.
Yeah, no. Sleep on your lakes right now. It's not going to be like the last game where, play it at every opportunity. This is a little bit more like combo based, like you have to disrupt at the right time.
The arcane damage was taken, and then the physical was taken. So we're both going down in health together, which is a great play style I like using for Wizard because you get an extra turn with your shoes.
Yeah.
So it feels bad when you're Levia right there.
Oh, okay. So this is only coming in for 7.
Oh, that's easy then.
Okay. No, Joe can block that.
Use the Hoofs of the Shadow, please.
It has Battle Worn 1.
We do have to be paying attention to, I don't want to go below 13 with the spell because that'll break my Carrion Husk without getting the main bonus of it.
I'm wondering if both players have the foresight and the wherewithal to keep that in mind. It seems like it's a very
That's literally all I think of when I'm playing Levia is how do I ruin this reckless swing on their turn, taking them from 14 to 12 and being like, oh, doesn't that make you break your... I literally am such a...
The old cheeky... Interesting.
You're going to have to break that now, and it's going to start doing damage to you in the graveyard.
And Joel is just contemplating what he's going to throw away for this one. So I see an Otherworldly Bellow, Dread Screamer. That's a go again. The other one was a +3. And 2 mystery cards.
Okay, what is it called? What's the legendary thing?
The legendary Doomsday?
Oh, yeah, where's Doomsday at?
That was literally the first card he pitched. Right? Wasn't it? No. I feel like it was. Is that the one that has a throne of skulls? Yeah, I think that was the first card he threw out.
That would be amazing if we saw a demon ally come into here.
Dude, Blasmofet? What does that do? Pop quiz.
Once you attack someone, you can banish a 6 from your grave.
He's going to give up the Carrion Husk here, blocking 6. So that means Joel likes what he sees in his hand.
And that's your one time a game where you can say, what was that? I don't care. I can hit back even harder and hope that the leverage that I just did is good.
Looks like Thomas drew into a lot of blue and 2 blocks. I saw a Cold Snap, a Polar Blast. But now we've got Dread Screamer. This is the 6, banish 3, go again if you banish a 6.
Right. It should be almost guaranteed. It'd be very bad luck to hit the 3 non-6s in here. There's probably only 2 non-6s in there.
You think
says,
so?
I heard you, Dennis.
Oh, Nourishing Emptiness.
That'll be a 6.
Yep, and only 1 went to the bad banish zone. Nice. So Joel is going to get the go again off of this.
Right. See the pulping in Arsenal. That'll extend his turn further. What's crazy is there's not intimidation. It's a Reinhardt thing. So
yeah, this is weird.
Thomas has a full hand to always I'm gonna get you at the worst possible spot. Instead of intimidation would push me into making a decision quickly.
Yep. And there's Thomas blocking with Ice Eternal and a Frosting. Looks like we got the pulping coming in. Oh no! Did you see what he pulled? It's the 3rd Nourishing. No! I need to see it. I want to see it. That's fine. You can choose it, Thomas.
He's like, what does this say?
So that is a 6 if you block with less than 2.
Hit a 6 right here.
Okay.
So this is a dominate, and it'll have Gogan unless he blocks with a card from hand and a defense reaction from arsenal.
Yeah. So if you block with less than 2 cards, it gets go again.
Correct.
Right? Okay.
And because Dominate exists, he's forcing it.
And he's pitching a Wild Ride for that.
Wild Ride's in this deck. Let's go. I need to screenshot this with my eyes real quick so I know what's in here forever. Goliath Gauntlets in this deck?
I saw him run Gambler's Gloves earlier. He's the opposite of a Guardian player. He's got a bunch of mittens.
Yeah, what the
He's
heck?
got choices.
Somebody give these brutes a legendary
No. It's Gambler's Gloves.
I want Gambler's Gloves, Skull Crushers, and what is this Rune Champ Blocker one?
No
All
Rune.
3 of those in one. Or we
yeah. That works. Would you have one that's like Spell Void? If you Spell Voided, discard a card from your hand.
I mean
That'd be kind of cool.
The Brute chat on the main Discord, their thought process is something where if you discard a 6 with your chest, it like gains a resource. But there's some other stipulation, but it's like, okay, we all agree like that could work.
Okay. I like how the Brute chats are fair.
Yeah.
Have you ever watching the Runeblade chat?
No. I would literally explode into fire.
All right, so
Damage
Thomas
comes through. Great.
Thomas going to go down to 16, and Fyendal's Fighting Spirit comes out. Healing 1 coming out for 7, pitching the Polar Blasts. Thomas
This
still
is
has
where Joel wishes he probably had another Carrion Husk.
maybe.
Do that again.
Yeah. He's actually playing Taylor, so he's going to get a new Carrion Husk in
my
there.
Goodness. When is Taylor support dropping? Is that in Dynasty?
I have it on good authority that we're getting Taylor support, we're getting Yoji support,
Nice.
and you know what? Rudy Gemkeeper is probably gonna get something too.
Jeez. As long as Emperor makes no sense to play with all the math breakpoints whatsoever, I'll be good.
Just so you know, Joel took all of that. He's down to 14,
Oh no.
and he has 5 cards in Blood Debt in Banish right now with Blood Debt. So
His graveyard is getting very small too, so he has about probably 3 more effects of discarding 3 before banishing 3 before it becomes a problem.
yeah, I think if it I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but on that last turn, do you think he should have blocked with say like 2 6 attacks?
He needs at least 2 things in his hand that say go again, and then I'd be like, no, he's on track with where I.
Okay.
You need to attack 3 times this turn. If you can't, or if this whiffs, you just probably lose here. And now he's got 7 Blood Debt.
I do think it is pretty telling. He blocked with his boots last turn, so yep, here it is.
Cool.
He's going to use it for the action point.
To get something back. Does that mean I need to banish again? No, not yet.
No.
That gives this quote unquote go again, or just an extra action point laying around.
It's an action point, so if Thomas has a hypothermia, doesn't matter. Blizzard, who cares?
I think plain Levia is just managing your minefield in your own graveyard, and then Icelander just has hypothermia and Channel the Bleak Expanse and Channel Lake Frigid that just is 6 more mines. So if Joel pulls this out, I'll be very like, wow, that was insane.
Yeah. And this is the winning in. I'm familiar with both of these characters. I like both men. I want both of them to succeed, but if I had to be honest, sorry, Thomas. I want this Leviathan. I want a top 8 Leviathan. That'd be way sicker.
We have another person in our Pasadena community that switched from Levia to Briar and is in his own winning in right now.
Is he?
And
Dang.
somebody was like, "Why'd you switch? There's a Levia in 4-1 right now," and he's like, "I know they are, but I'm not."
Thomas is going to give up the Coronet's Peak here, in addition to 1 card in hand.
I think he peeked him once this game.
Oh, what's Joel doing out here?
Ooh, I forgot my shoes. Can I use these?
Oh,
shoes?
so he's
he's hoof beasting. It's basically a proxy card because he doesn't want to hoof beast into the graveyard.
It's
But
also
when-
in a mini snap.
Right.
Yeah.
And when you break your equipment, it's not just flip it over and it should go to the graveyard, but nobody does it, but it only matters for Levia.
It is only relevant in this deck.
Yeah. So a little piece of what is this game called? Flesh and Blood Lore.
Yep, Thomas is going to take 2 damage off of that last card. And Blake, what does this do?
This is a very good card. It's a 1 cost that if you've already done something, you can just do it. If you've already banished from your graveyard into this, it gives it access because it's a 1 for 7, which is insane math. But it can only be turned on if something's already been banished. So it's a it's a combo finisher instead of a starter or a middle.
Got it. So it's like
Traveling Growl.
So it's like Tremor of Yarethel, the best card in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish more people talked about that. Have you said anything about that already?
No,
today?
just whenever I get a chance, every waking opportunity. In fact, I'm just gonna check Joel's list real quick. He does not have any tremors. I don't know. That might be. I don't know.
Probably lose then. So he blocked all that.
Yeah, Tom is gonna block that out. Well, he's gonna go down to 12. Oh, there's the Aether Ice Vein pitching the Amulet of Ice.
However,
pitching Ice Eternal.
There's a Beast Within in Joel's hand. So this is one of my favorite interactions.
Ooh.
Hey, I'll just take it. I'll discard a card. I'll discard Beast Within, and it'll replace itself. Yes, I'll take a little more damage and get close to death. But it's cool, and that's what Joel's gonna do.
Is it only?
Sorry. I got super excited.
Does that only apply to? It's only through card effect, isn't it? Beast Within.
What do you mean?
If
you discard, if it hits the graveyard from anywhere besides the whatchamacallit,
the combat chain. Got it.
The combat chain, yeah. Dude, Levio's what gets me going, I guess, man. Who knew?
But Joel took all of that to the face to make that happen.
Right.
He's at a full grip now. I mean, he also had to take 2 damage in order to... Ooh, there's an Eye of Ophidia. Good card, good card. Hold up.
Okay, I'll block some of this. I'll get to opt. Ooh, there's the
Oh, no,
Blood Rush
okay.
I put
I'm
there.
so sorry. So it was Insidious Chill that got Beast Within out. Right, because of the fuse from Aether Ice Vein?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
We're on
yes,
board
yes,
now.
yes.
Now, there's the Eye of Ophidia, opting 2. Looks like Joel was going to block 3 of that, so he's going to take some tick damage here. And Thomas is going to arsenal that Amulet of Ice.
Nice.
So now he's got 2, like, quote-unquote afflictions, like the Insidious Chill plus the Amulet of Ice. Also, just putting it out there. Ooh, I like that one. Quick, Blake. What does it do?
This is banish 3. If you hit it, it adds +3 damage. So this is Endless Maw.
Endless Maw. Wasn't that the promo from Team Covenant?
I believe so.
Okay.
And it had way more. Not.
No, that was Boneyard Marauder.
Is this Boneyard Marauder? Then?
Whoops.
No, this is Endless Maw.
Yeah, no, that is Endless Maw. So this is a 6 base with
plus
plus
3
3,
if he
right?
hits it.
No, his hooves.
Okay.
Okay, 1. Yeah, Dread Screamer is going into banish. That is going to turn on the effect there.
So Joel has not taken any blood debt yet, and that is going to be the difference of like whether I just die to myself or I play a competitive game here.
Yeah, that you've got to be looking at that and sweating. Look at him drying his hands. I would be sweaty.
I mean, he is buff arms.
What'd I tell you?
You told me.
Yeah. He's been working out.
Yeah.
And this is coming in for 9, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, because of the Dread Screamer. Right. Tom is going to play out that Amulet of Ice. What's he going to do with it? Maybe.
I don't know how much damage has he been doing with Waning Moon this game?
Not at all. Not much at all. It seems like this has been really on the attack action side. You know, like all the Fighting Spirits, Wounded Bulls. That's been putting in a lot of work.
Right.
And Aether Ice Veins.
What
Let's
did
be
he
real
just
here.
do?
It looks like Waning Moon for 3. So now Joel is down to 8.
He just took all of his blood debt and put it in the banish zone instead, which was very...
No, so it's at this point, it's if he takes any blood debt, he's out,
was
right?
Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, so just...
I don't need to care anymore because I just am dead.
Yeah, clean up the field. See, it's like one of those things.
Gotcha.
I don't know what Leviathan players do, but that seems like something that they would do. Right?
Just die or what?
Oh yeah, huh? You know, it's it's all the every hero, every class has like their own like little quirks, right? Like Crown of Seeds, you put your deck on top of your arsenal, slide it back. You know,
yes.
Olden players do that, but Leviathan players just like, okay, if I take blood debt, I die.
And this is the worst time to see.
He's giving up his Channel Lake Frigid in hand.
Channeling Frigid coming down on his turn probably would have been enough to like stall Joel into killing himself with Blood Debt.
That's what I would think, but maybe Thomas has something that we don't know about.
And he has Storm Striders.
I see he has Storm Striders, but there's a Polar Blast in hand, and it is the extended art promo, so it does more damage.
Straight into
Polar
there.
Blast doesn't do damage.
Did not see any good red spells there.
I see a Frost Hex in hand.
So I think if Joel can apply a bunch of pressure, one of those is swing big. This is
what I tell you.
He needs to not hit this yellow because that'll do damage to himself and get him within range of death.
And knowing how this game has been going, he's probably going to get rid of his Art of Wars and his other Blood Rushes. Beast Within,
good
reveal
way to kill
one.
Yourself.
Ooh, it's the Majestic from Monarch.
That one is hard to remember. That is
like deep-seated evil, right?
Deep-rooted
evil.
There you go. I was going to be like Tree of Blasphemous. Sheesh. He said, "What's going on here? You're trying to put this in your hand? I didn't say you could do that yet." Well,
yeah, so that was from the Beast Within proc, and now he can choose to draw 2 from Blood Rush Bellow.
Right.
Now, I do it the opposite way. I do the Blood Rush effect first, because I have had those games where, you Blood Rush discarding the Beast Within.
You can pick it? I always do. I always tell people, I gotta do Beast Within first.
Yeah, both stacks go on the triggers go on the stack, and then here's what happens when you do Beast Within first. You get rid of your Blood Rush Bellow, Barraging Breeding.
Mine are very, very. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There goes my High Roller. There goes my other Blood Rush.
Yeah. So it looks like before this resolves, Thomas is going to respond to it. Joel is at 7 right now, so this could be a good opportunity for him to close out the game.
I mean, Blood Rush, Thomas needs to... I got to do something to you and Wayne Moon you for death, but he doesn't have a red spell because he's not playing red spell Icelander, he's playing attack action Icelander.
And just to be sure, he does have a lot,
He has Encase and then 3
Encase.
Aether Ice Veins. So, not good spells to use out of nowhere for a kill turn.
I mean, if he has an Emeritus Scalding in there, that sounds not
Angel
so
did-
bad.
Heck yeah. I'm getting hypey now. The
Hyphy.
But put them together. Hypey. Right before top 8. People are making top out 8 in the back and texting us that they did that, so that's good. What does 8th place get? $50.
Yeah, refund.
Yeah, that's
Also, you're
guaranteed.
denying 30 other people the refund.
Yeah, so
that's pretty
like,
valuable.
That's like $1,200. If you think about it that way.
Oh yeah, if you think about it that way, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Here
Okay,
comes the Polar Blast from Arsenal.
Yeah, we're just gonna draw a card. We knew that was there. Joel didn't. Joel, that's a sigh of relief, and I feel like Joel realizes I can win here.
And I saw Thomas tapping on the table earlier. Like that screams to me he was trying to calculate all the damage he can do right now.
Right. But I don't know
Is that a
what
blizzard?
he's thinking of. That is a blizzard, but he's drawn 2 cards. Blizzard's a gift at this point, but the 2 cards could be blues, and we could just go straight through it.
Yeah, so I think best case scenario, Thomas, if he breaks Storm Striders, he can do maximum. Well, he could do 7 damage if that was a Emeritus Scalded, but I think we know it's not. And Joel doesn't. I don't think he has any resource floating right now.
I think one other thing about playing Icelander and being around people that play Icelander, whenever they have game in hand, they do not hesitate a second.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime, it's kind of a tell of like, okay, yeah, I'll take a Waning Moon for now, and then just hope for the best because you would have killed me by now.
Yeah. Well, pitching that swing big, taking 2 off of the Waning Moon. So now Thomas is working with a 4-card hand. He's already used his weapon. Joel is still waiting on a resolution to see if Thomas wants to maybe crack the Storm Striders right now and do anything.
Pitching, swing big. I don't know if that was great for Joel just now. I think you almost say, prove it. Where's your big spell? I know you're playing this way more attack reaction game, and these are the games you would lose with this list. Of you keep that 8 in the back, you go 5, go again, 5, go again, and then swing big turns into 10. and then you could win the game
Oh.
right here.
Storm Striders is cracked. It was an Emeritus Scalding coming in for 4 damage.
Okay, so I would have just lost, but he stays alive to 1.
Well, I mean, you could have just blocked this. You know,
Right.
it's not like a... Oh, and then the Beast Within finishes him off.
Oh, boo, boo, tomatoes,
Oh.
tomatoes. I guess, yeah, that does make sense how that works.
That was the first time.
That's why he was touching the table over and over again. We didn't know. You kind of knew it was Emeritus. I wasn't quite sure about it. Emeritus is like a red spell.
Yeah, doing 4 damage on if you play on your opponent's turn, and man, that is the Brute experience, isn't it? Dying to your own Beast Within trigger.
Right.
That's a very normal thing to happen.
After everything, like he was gonna be fine. Okay.
Yes.
One thing I didn't say earlier, to be 100% honest, was him pitching the red to do the 50-50 for Beast Within. Yes, it gets him another card, but if you pitch the yellow Beast Within, you still have guaranteed I'm going to hit one of my 6s because you had 3 6s. Not that I'm saying did anything wrong. This is a different avenue of pitch the yellow. 1's floating. We're doing the 6. The 6s are gone. And then you don't kill yourself from Beast Within. But I didn't think it was going to matter because he's at 8. But then it would matter.
Yeah, so I think the logic there was that if he just did swing big for 8, then he dies the Blood Debt, right? Like because he didn't discard or banish from that turn.
Right.
So yeah.
Oh, so Blake, here's what you got to think. Beast Within banishes, and that's the only OG brew card that does the game plan for Levia herself.
Yeah.
Everyone's paying attention. Joel would have had 1 life, Tiffany, but then Beast Within procs killing him.
And Thomas was able to ping 1 damage off of something. I remember seeing it happen, but
I think maybe there is something of we didn't. Joel needed a miracle to be the top 2 cards to get out of there.
Yeah, but no, he played that extremely well. Got Thomas down to 8. It looks like he was going to present lethal, maybe even win on that. But no, well played from both competitors.
With our extra time we have this round, because that was a quick Icelander Levia game, have you heard of the Crown of Dominion?
I have. And
you're pumped for it, or you want to play Royal your hero, or are there going to be Royal decks that you think change the playstyle immensely? Or
so at the very least, we have to wait for Royal spoilers to see if anything changes there,
right.
Or if anything good gets revealed. But at the very, very least, starting with the gold means you can tech in a cash-in every deck, and that acts as a draw 2 cards for free.
Right.
So imagine that. Like, let's say Phi had a gold on him,
right.
And he draws a cash-in. Now his, Art of War, bam, draw 2 cards. Draws into cash-in, bam, cash-in, draw 2 cards. Now you're dealing with an 8-card Phi with Art of War.
Right.
Pretty sick.
I think anytime it's draw a couple cards, and there's no the back. What is it called? Not backdrop. What is the word?
Drawback?
Drawback. There we go. The drawback is you don't have a helmet. It's like, okay, what are classes that don't have helmets that they need, that 2 cards would be better that? And your Blood Rush turn, I'm doing Crown of Providence to get an extra card. Well, Crown of Dominion says we can do that twice if you draw the cash in first.
Right.
And then it's like, all right, I'm going to Blood Rush with the 6-card hand. It'll be the coolest thing that ever happened to me. So maybe there's a Royal Brute deck out there that would be good.
Royal Brute sounds sick. But also, this is an indirect buff to Dromai, because now all the Kylorias on the board can steal gold.
Whoa.
Think about that.
Buy your Dromai cards now, guys, because they're going to be super expensive very soon. Anything else we know about gold tokens? No. It's who else can make gold? There's a couple Everfest cards that it's like, use your gold tokens to do something, or no?
Yeah, let's knick-knack bric-a-brac and let's get out a time snap potion for a gold. Yeah, we could do that. I think Cashin is probably the most synergistic card right now. There might be some synergy with Genus. Because he does things. Yeah, he does things based on copper, silver, and gold, right? Who knows?
The
Could
Royal Merchant, Genus, what you need.
Yeah, I don't know. I think what would be really cool and here's my I don't know if LSS would want to hear this, is if you win Worlds, if you win Calling, if you win Nationals, whatever, you get a class-specific version of a Crown of Dominion for your hero. So Brute ones are made of bones and sticks.
Oh my goodness.
Runeblade ones are made of lots
Rune
of damage.
chants.
Or Rune chants.
Yeah.
Icelander.
Music.
It's just Coronet's Peak, but then you just crop out the middle of it.
Nice.
Yeah, that's
like
my
that.
hope. Yeah.
Okay, I'm down. Let me text the LSS.
Thank you.
And we'll get the New Zealand people on it. And I don't know, how was your tournament of playing some, commentating some? Is it how's everyone feeling going into Worlds?
Word on the street is that no one is ready for Blitz. Everyone who's playing in Worlds, all of us are doing the most that we can to get good at draft. All of us have been playing CC for the past 3 months, so we're locked into our heroes already. But Blitz is a big question mark.
Play Rhinar.
I thought that, and I think Icelander beats him every time. I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb.
She lost her shoes, though. The shoes didn't help at all. She's that good without it.
I think it matters more for Kano, the Stormstriders. I think...
so when we played at a skirmish in the finals, I was actually playing the more broken hero than Viscerai.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, you were minus half your cards, but yes.
Oh, my goodness. I never would have thought that, but maybe that's true.
Yeah. So, what else you got on the docket?
Well, we're going to be taking a long break, probably 30 to 40, so we can get everybody set up for the top 8. If you're talking about my personal life, I'm going to brunch tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
For seeing a couple people in from Chicago for some birthday celebration stuff. This is time number 3 of birthday celebrating. I'm old and it's getting rough, and I've got a boot on my leg to try and get me to all the different places I need to go. If you aren't talking about my personal life, I'm excited to see more Flesh and Blood Dynasty preview cards. I'm going to be going to Worlds in 2 weeks. I'll be maybe sideboard people, or side events, or maybe I'll play in the Calling, try the new Rhinar as fast as Rhinar can go.
How do you
what happens?
Have you talked about how you felt about Rock?
We did talk about Rock earlier. What did you talk about Rock?
I have not talked anything about Rock. I always say let's just wait, guys.
Let's just wait.
Let's just wait. It seems fun.
Yeah.
But let's curb our opinions until we see the rest of the set.
I just want to hear more about the people who used Rock one day. If this is their legendary weapon that all the stories have been about for years, who was using Rock to defeat their enemies, and how do we get more? Is there a novel Flesh and Blood on the way? A novel set? What do they call those? Book series?
Yes, a book series.
Yeah, I want to hear more about Rhinar and Chief Bo-Katan and the other ones that are named. I guess just KO.
Yeah. No, Leviathan. We just saw a Leviathan game. There's more brutes.
She's in a whole different country.
She's more she's actually more like a vampire.
That's like Transylvania vampires when I care about the Louisiana vampires.
Okay.
More True Blood and less Transylvania,
Yeah, you want the spicy vampires.
No. Well, currently I don't know if anybody's paying attention to chat, but we'll see you soon. And y'all keep it real. Everybody's very worried about Levia dying to Blood Dead a certain way. We'll ask them. I'm sure Joel would have realized if he was surviving. So
yeah, trust me.
Trust me.
He's strong enough to intimidate us to make that happen.
Y'all keep it real. We'll see you in 30 to 40. Okay.